After turning on the life simulator, Xing, who is 21 years old, enters the virtual world with an immortal cultivator class and immediately receives a message saying that he was in the treasure room of the Human Lord, a mine with a special product with a commercial production license, and that the MC should leave a comment because then he would be handsome and rich, since the world suddenly changed and employees of the republics and all sects of girls would in the future become violent farmers. Xing is surprised when reading this, but soon becomes irritated because he went through many hardships in the last 3 years, and the MC imagined he would have a golden finger, but it was completely the opposite, since this world is different from the MC's previous world, a game that invaded reality with demonic beasts, secret realms, instant dungeons, items and equipment, where everyone can change their class to professional at 18 years old, since slaying monsters in dungeons grants experience. 3 years ago, the MC awakened the only hidden class, Immortal Cultivator, and that news caused a sensation throughout the capital at the time. So he was immediately recruited into one of the best institutions in the country, the Capital Professional University. But soon, Xing discovers a fatal problem, since he couldn't level up, and after 3 years passed, the MC becomes a senior, and his classmates went from bronze to silver, gold, and even higher, while he was still a humble level 1 body refining cultivator. But even so, Xing does not give up and, through relentless effort, finally reached level 6 of body refinement, with the strength of several of them becoming something impressive. But his actual combat power was lower than that of a level 30 strength professional, bronze rank. The MC states that after enduring until that moment, he would finally get his golden finger, so he decides to start the simulation. And in the dorm, the MC awakened his golden finger and was very happy. Now, he begins his daily routine of carrying girls in monster fights, performing bravely in the power leveling group, and after completing the instance, he could gain several levels. One of the junior girls was out of money and went to talk to the MC, and he tries to get money in every possible way by pleasing Xing. And after a night of passion, the MC begins trying to cultivate. The next day, after research, the MC tries to use the cultivation technique called Pangu Splits, the Heaven's Art. But 1 month later, his cultivation base did not improve. So now, he understood that the online immortal cultivation techniques were all scams. Helpless, Xing decides to improve his physique, and, in his spare time, the MC usually takes first-year junior girls to level up. And with that, while making money, he also had many dates. But good times do not last long, and half a year passes, and that freshman becomes a silver-level professional, cutting all contact with Xing and leaving him behind. The MC imagined there were already feelings in their relationship, but realizes he was wrong. And since his self-esteem was hurt, he decides to turn sadness and indignation into strength. And, after diligently cultivating for half a year, his body finally refines upon reaching the 7th level. And although Xing could not establish his reputation as a power leveler, it is renowned, and a new batch of junior girls arrives attracted by his fame, causing the MC to gather a great reward in 3 years, accumulating assets worth tens of millions. For Xing, it wasn't so bad to repeat the year, since at least he always had a new batch of freshmen. 5 years later, the school expels the MC, but with the help of Fatty, his friend, he opens a professional equipment store, causing Xing to make a fortune quickly and become a well-known reseller of used equipment in the capital. But one day, his parents told him that his brother Nian passed away, and this left the MC shocked. 3 years later, another piece of news left Xing devastated. His friend brother Fatty also passed away, and the MC did not understand how this happened, since his friend was considered a prodigy at the entire Capital Professional University. With that, a sense of crisis explodes in his chest. So he decides to cultivate diligently, spending 1 year to advance to the 9th level of body refinement. A sudden market fluctuation makes the price of recovery potions skyrocket, and this causes his shop to plummet in sales, reaching bankruptcy, and the MC then decides to retire and return home. After some time back to his normal life, one day, while he was cooling off in the courtyard, he looks up and manages to see a colossal beast obliterating the sky. The beast opens its eyes, causing terror to destroy all humanity, but countless figures surround the monster in a desperate battle. The elder fights bravely against the creature, managing to hit the beast's eye with his weapon. Suddenly, the MC's amulet begins pulling him to another place, and Xing is confused by all of that, since he did not know what was happening. Soon, he manages to see the colossal beast opening its mouth and swallowing the MC, managing to kill him at 36 years old. But Xing wakes up terrified after receiving a message saying that the first simulation was free, so he could choose one of the suggested rewards. With a lot of pain in his head, the MC breathes in relief after reaching the end of the simulation, sitting on his bed, and Xing sees the system window saying that he should choose his reward. The MC knows that the end of the world is in 15 years, and now that he has his golden finger, he decides to find a way to break that fate. So as a reward, he chooses the spiritual root bearer. Immediately, Xing begins receiving the powers, becoming impressed with what he was feeling. And the MC states that he never thought being different from ordinary people could be such a good thing, since after the end of the simulation, everyone came back to life, and Xing kept the memories of the past. Still in his room, the MC states that the simulator recharged with white-grade equipment, so it was useless to keep those items. Therefore, he absorbs the energy from a sharp dagger, a white-grade piece of equipment, obtaining 5 energy points, and from a gauntlet, obtaining 8 more energy points. But suddenly, the bedroom door opens, and his friend Fatty enters saying that there were 6 girls outside waiting for the MC. Xing is no longer excited like before upon hearing about the girls, leaving his friends surprised. But the MC says that he already knew they were seeking help through an instance. After meeting the girls, the MC asks if they knew the rules, and warns that one run through the instance was 2,000 yuan per person, besides all equipment they received belonging to him. The girls are impressed to see the MC, and a freshman named Qing was very embarrassed to be there, since she did not have that money to pay the entry fee. After some time, the group goes to the Tenley Slope instance, an apparently peaceful place, but one that contains several demonic beasts that go straight for the attack upon seeing the group. Even so, the MC manages to defeat them easily, using only his hands, managing to strike the beasts and throw them far away with the strength of his blow. After taking down the boar, the girls are impressed, saying, "He was incredible." Xing splits the reward with the group until Qing calls the MC to talk. She seemed enamored and, with a sweet voice, says she had little money at the moment, so she wanted to know what she could do to repay. The MC does not miss the opportunity and gives a slight smile, saying she could go to his room so they could sort things out. Upon arriving there, the girl kneels while Xing was seated with a whip. The freshman, seeing that, starts to become apprehensive, but the MC stands up and says that he was not trying to give a lesson, but that she should repeat the words prosperity, democracy, and civility. Awkwardly, Qing starts repeating. Suddenly, Xing shouts saying his specialty was spiritual salvation, and this leaves the girl not understanding anything. But even so, the MC continues telling her not to follow the path of crime. In the following week, Xing accepted commissions frantically, managing to slay several creatures during that time, using only his fists and fighting bravely. The girls were delighted with the MC's skills, smothering him after all hugging them. The next week, Xing earns 200,000 yuan coins, and the MC consumes 200 energy points, leaving only 1,082 energy points. Then, he starts a simulation with the option to draw a white talent costing 100 energy points, while a green talent costs 1,000 energy points. The MC decides to spend only 100 energy points, leaving 982 energy points. And with that, a random talent drawing begins to be chosen, until a message appears saying the MC obtained the White Talent Business Elite, which makes his commercial acuity surpass that of a normal person, and when conducting transactions allows the MC to earn money more easily than an ordinary merchant. Xing states that although this ability cannot directly increase his strength, it could help him gain more wealth in the simulation while leveling up. Now the MC could recommend equipment and skills to new students, besides possessing business acumen and being able to plan an investment. The MC goes to the freshman girls and says he had a cultivation method that earned a free piece of equipment for only 998 coins, and some girls accepted immediately. The MC knew that even though he was just a 6th level body tempera repeater about to graduate, he earned 30 million by buying cheap and selling high, monopolizing the second-hand market on campus, and in just 2 years, causing himself to become a merchant worth hundreds of millions. In the Tarot Club, the MC established a commercial organization besides opening a store in Kyoto, but 2 years passed, and Xing was expelled from school, and as his business grew, it attracted dangerous attention. While walking down the street, the MC realizes he was about to be attacked when he sees a dagger approaching his neck, but it was Qing who was there telling Xing to join the mysterious organization. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to kill him. The girl expected a quick answer from the MC, but he calmly asks why he was still underestimated. Then, with a snap of his fingers, 3 thugs appear heading toward Qing, who charges forward, managing to easily defeat those men using her assassin skills. The MC is surprised seeing that because the girl awakened as a Grandmaster level professional. In the dorm, outside the simulation, he could not understand how not even his friend Fatty, who was a prodigy, managed to reach the master level, while Qing, in just 5 years, grew from bronze to Grandmaster. The MC then begins deducing that there were great secrets behind that organization. The girl approaches Xing and says that since he had helped her, she did not want to kill him. Then she starts crying and drops her dagger on the floor, giving the MC a kiss. After some time, Xing wakes up in his bed still injured. After that encounter, the MC continues searching for news about Qing until discovering that she had been killed, and this leaves Xing inconsolable since she was a Grandmaster level specialist. So he immediately imagines that this was done by that mysterious organization. Therefore, he needed to uncover it to avenge his subordinate. The MC begins investigating the organization but finds nothing, while also never giving up his search for a cultivation method. 2 years passed and he still had not found a method, but his temperament improved greatly, reaching its peak. Back in the dorms, the MC tells Nian, his sister, not to enter any dungeon that year, and the girl understands Xing's request. But the next day, he receives the message saying that his sister had done a dungeon mission and ended up being killed. This leaves the MC inconsolable, so he begins investigating his sister's case, but finds nothing until he finally gets a lead, discovering which dungeon she had been in, a place called Demon Surprise Passage. But when researching the location, he finds nothing. Suddenly, the MC remembers that in that same year, his sworn brother Yan, Fatty, would also die, so he starts wondering how his friend was. And after discovering that Fatty had also been killed, he realizes something was wrong, and, as expected, he too had been defeated in the Demon Surprise Passage, and not only him, but most of his former classmates. The MC decides to go to that place, and seeing several bodies there, he admits that the dungeon called Demon Surprise Passage was a meat grinder, devouring the lives of those around it. Xing begins wondering how a place like that caused so much damage to professionals. So he decides to investigate further and notices that all of them had a reason to go to that dungeon, and all had been forced to enter that place. So the MC decides to continue the simulation, since in that year, using his prior knowledge, he quickly sold low-level equipment and stocked recovery potions, becoming a business magnate in Kyoto's low-level professional market. The MC never let his guard down, even knowing that in 4 years a great disaster would stir the entire continent. And, as Xing tried to warn key people using his wealth and influence, he ended up failing since no one believed him anymore. Helpless, he could only protect himself. The MC decides to sell his properties, buying assets abroad, and 3 years later moves to the United States with his parents and tens of billions in funds. The United States was a powerful country full of high-level professionals located tens of thousands of kilometers across the ocean, and its professions were unique, such as vampires, werewolves, and even Western cowboys. Another year passed, and the year of the giant beast attack arrived, and the MC was eagerly waiting to escape the disaster by hiding in the United States. But that day, a demon that darkened the sky appeared over the US, and countless professionals flew to confront the beast. But it was a suicidal mission. Xing, seeing this, begins wondering if more than one monster had invaded the real world. It doesn't take long before the demon casts an endless curse, annihilating everyone in that country, and the MC could not escape and ended up being killed at 36 years old again, ending the simulation. In the end, a message appears for the MC to choose a reward between business elite, a talent, or peak body control, a cultivation. Xing decides to sell his business elite reward for 1,000 energy points and choose peak body tempering, consuming 500 energy points. and now the MC has a strength comparable to professionals who have just reached silver level. The MC states that business elite could bring wealth in the simulator, but that reality was useless at the moment, and with the ability chosen by the MC, he could obtain better energy equipment for more simulations. Now, Xing had a long green jade sword with long thorns, as well as green cloud boots. The MC now wanted to find a way to prevent the catastrophe because he did not know if the top bosses already knew how to stop that chaos until reaching the conclusion that they suppressed the truth only to avoid mass panic. So Xing searches for new information and soon confirms that his panel is different from others since it had no level but cultivation. The MC says this is already stronger than an average silver level professional, but still not enough, so he goes in search of improving his strength. A week later, Xing was looking at the price for another simulation, which was 400,000, and after confirming, he chooses the white talent since it costs only 100 energy points. He immediately begins receiving his powers, and after the skill drawing, a message appears saying the MC obtained the white talent, the immortal grudge, and this makes him happy. He then begins seeing how his new ability worked and admits it was something unusual at first glance, but could have great value since he could revive for an extra day after being defeated, and if used well, he could even obtain important information from the enemy. Immediately, the MC begins a simulation, and, with his increased strength, he spent a year raising the girls' levels. Xing did not forget his freshman junior whom he knew before, Qing, so between one job and another, he took her to train and feel more motivated. When the freshman received the invitation from the mysterious organization, she told the MC because she now had great confidence in him. Seeing the girl's fragility, Xing hugs her, telling her not to go. In his dorm, he kept wondering whether, in the previous simulation, Qing had been taken by force or by her own will. Some time passed and the MC meets the girl again, who had been missing for a while, but now was happy to see him. So he asks where she had been during those years. Qing becomes embarrassed and says nothing, and the MC, seeing her reaction, already imagines the answer he would receive. Even so, they go to her home, where they make love without touching the subject. The next day, the MC notices that the girl was not by his side, but she had left something under the pillow, a book named Changchun Gang. Xing takes it immediately because now he knew that a real cultivation technique indeed existed, and this is great since there is hope for his cultivation. The MC laments because that was only half of the manual. Even so, he wastes no time and begins training day and night. After a month of training, his cultivation was still at the first level, and Xing realizes this would not work. So he decides to find a way to overcome this, and unwilling to give up, he concentrates all his focus on this technique manual, besides managing his business affairs. After some time training, the exhausted MC begins imagining that he would need spiritual chi until reaching the conclusion that the spiritual root and the cultivation technique were ready, and the only reason he could not cultivate must have been because of the spiritual chi. So he stops his training, stating that there was no more time left in this life, and therefore he needed to speak with his sister and Fatty first. The MC decided to save his sister, so he returned to his hometown in the countryside and found her happy to see him again. Both spent a period of peace and wonder until officials from a department appear, saying they were there to invite Nian to the Demon Surprise Passage dungeon. Immediately, Xing shows his strength, saying he would not allow it, but his sister, embarrassed, holds his arm, thinking of opposing him. Before the girl could say anything, the MC says he is her older brother, so she should obey him. But Xing becomes impressed when turning and seeing that Nian had become a grandmaster. After some time, with her bags ready, the girl says goodbye to the MC, saying she would be fine because every grandmaster wanted to go to that dungeon, so she would return in at most a month. Before leaving, smiling, Nian tells Xing to save potato chips for her. A month later, the news arrives that the MC's sister had been killed, and this leaves him shaken. Even so, he tries to persuade Yan, but also fails. The MC continues his life, and the fluctuation of recovery potions does not change, so he earns a large amount of money. When the MC had 4 years of life left, he sold his businesses and began dedicating all his money and energy to searching for spiritual chi, going to various parts of the world. A year passed, but he still had not found anything. One day, a mysterious person went to meet the MC, who immediately asks who that man with a dark aura was. saying that Xing was just an ant and he wanted to step on him. Hearing this, the MC becomes alert to everything that could happen. Feng begins attacking Xing, but the MC quickly manages to dodge. Even so, the attacks continued, showing him to be a gold level. Feng manages to land a blow on the MC, who, even frightened for being caught, decides to fight back since at his peak body tempering stage, he was not necessarily powerless to fight. So he grabs the young man's leg, who becomes surprised by the counterattack. Xing manages to throw his opponent far away, causing a considerable impact with the fall. The MC, since he was not seeing any movement, imagines that it was already over, but suddenly Feng, with incredible speed, manages to get behind Xing, immobilizing the MC before he could even react. Feng says it was a pity to have to kill someone with a level even above a Grandmaster, then finishes his strike by breaking the MC's neck. After his defeat, a message appears saying that his opponent broke his neck, but right after that, his talent is activated, the Immortal Grudge, making the MC come back to life. That mysterious person ended up taking the longevity art that Qing gave the MC, and this shows that perhaps Feng might be a member of the secret organization. The young man realizes that Xing had not yet been killed, so he steps on the MC's head, causing him to lose his eyes and be defeated for good, making the simulation end. Xing becomes irritated with this situation and now wants revenge at all costs. Lying on his bed, he begins analyzing his trajectory, since now he was defeated before even reaching the end of the world. Besides having lost the half of a longevity art that has a price of 3,000 energy, the MC states that the only way to obtain that energy would be having to sell a lot of high-quality equipment. Even so, he is certain that if he had the Shining to Die Without Revenge art, he would be able to discover exactly what happened after the apocalypse and who caused all of it. Therefore, he could try the longevity art in the next simulation. But if he lost the Shining Without Revenge, there was no telling when he would find another again. Xing makes the decision to choose the Shining Without Revenge talent again, spending another 1,000 energy points to start a new simulation, knowing he needs to hurry to earn some money. Back in the virtual world, the MC still had several girls who wanted to level up, and every time before entering the dungeons, he made the rules very clear. The girls always wanted to get Xing's attention, but he no longer cared about that, since now he was concerned with searching for white-grade equipment. Therefore, he would have to fight a lot, so that is exactly what he does, using all his strength to fight the beasts, making the freshmen even more excited. After the dungeon runs, the girls surrounded the MC wanting his attention, but he was concerned with gathering as much money as possible, since in a week, he managed to gather 700,000 coins, as well as 600 pieces of white-grade equipment. Unlike the other times, now the MC had another goal, so he wanted to protect his family and friends. Thus, he begins to embark on the path of cultivation, obtaining more and more power. Soon, a message appears saying that the MC obtained a white talent, calm and serene. After some time, Xing begins to be known as the poker face guy, and this leaves the MC irritated since he did not consider himself a cheater. For the following year, Xing took the girls from the main classes to dungeons every day to level up against monsters. But looking at the slim thighs and beautiful figures of the girls, the MC was overflowing with joy inside. But outwardly, he remained expressionless, maintaining the appearance of an intimate knight. Then he decides to ignore Qing since he wanted to know what would happen, and this leaves the freshman sad. But just like in previous simulations, the girl received an invitation from the secret organization. Xing cannot stay away from the girl for long and goes to her to say goodbye, since his attempts to persuade her failed. And that night, the two experienced new insights, leaving the MC even more in love with Qing, who did everything for Xing. The next day, the freshman left the school, and a year later, the MC was expelled for lack of strength. After leaving the school, the MC founded the Tarot Club and continued his used equipment business, waiting silently for Qing. After some time, the girl reappeared, and after a night sleeping together, she left behind the longevity art. And it was exactly for that moment the MC had been waiting. But just like last time, Xing could not cultivate it, so he would continue searching for the whereabouts of spiritual energy. That year, the MC could not prevent his younger sister from entering the dungeon, and, a month later, he learned about Neon's death. And a year later, Fatty was also killed. The following year, the MC invested all his funds from the potion industry, planning to emigrate to the Republic of China after making that fortune to escape that mysterious and unreasonable person. Xing makes several calls to informants to learn more about spiritual energy, and his subordinate informs him that in the city of Jinling, there was a Grandmaster-level specialist who possessed a precious item called the Spiritual Stone. Xing thinks this is great, so he asks to prepare a gift immediately. Immediately, the MC takes his car and goes straight to the airport, and inside the plane, Xing receives confirmation that the Grandmaster agreed to the meeting. However, on the eve of the transaction, the mysterious person finds the MC again and attacks him insanely, giving Xing no chance, who was killed at 33 years old and had his eyes gouged out again, causing his talent of not wanting to die without being avenged to be deactivated. This leaves him even more furious. Now that simulation ended, and Xing could choose one of the following rewards: the calm and serene talent or half of a longevity art, a cultivation method. Without thinking, the MC chooses the longevity art, and with this 3,000 energy points were consumed, leaving only 183 points. With this item, the characteristic technique of the longevity sect of the Blue Cloud Kingdom has a total of 6 layers, and can be cultivated up to the void returning stage. However, since this is only an incomplete half volume, it could only be cultivated to the core formation stage. The MC becomes even more interested, so he studies more about the first layer, which makes all things flourish. Rest at night and rise early, besides walking quickly in the courtyard so that the spirit is revitalized. The second layer is the intersection of heaven and earth. Xing states that this is much more reliable than that book he had bought before. Now he could feel that he was stronger, showing that it is a technique that truly has the effect of prolonging life and preserving youth. The MC thinks it is a pity that this would end in 15 years, but now that he had a technique and a lead about the spiritual stone, he imagines that with one more simulation, he would be able to find the spiritual stone, since only with it could he enter the path of cultivation. The MC immediately goes to check the value of the stone, and since he did not know its value, he decides to save energy, even though he had 800,000 in his bank account. Converting this amount into energy points would be 4,000, which still would not be enough. Suddenly, Yan kicks the door saying he was looking for the MC, who asks him to be more gentle or he would break the door. Fatty starts laughing, saying he will be more careful. The MC takes the opportunity, saying it would be good if Yan lent him some money. Fatty says he has little money and that it would be difficult, yet he hands over his card saying he had 5 million, so it was better to spend it wisely. The MC is surprised by this attitude, but Yan says that is what brothers are for. Xing becomes embarrassed and says that in fact, he just wanted to know what the password was. Fatty becomes furious because he imagined his friend would know that it was his birthday date, but the MC runs away saying it was just a joke. Then he goes straight to Professor Lu's office, who was looking for him. Lu asks how Xing's training was going and if he had leveled up. The MC says it was the same, but he would train as fast as possible to try to reach silver rank soon. The professor becomes irritated and says that the academy has evaluation fees and, with the current level the MC was at, he would not be able to afford it. Embarrassed, Xing asks Lu to be more direct. With malice in his eyes, the man asks the MC to voluntarily drop out of the school for a better reputation for everyone. This made the MC furious, but the Jingdu Vocational University has no precedent of advising students to quit early, so Xing remains firm to not fall for the tricks of a fox like that professor. Then he starts smiling and says he had no intention of voluntarily leaving the academy since it was quite a beneficial environment when it came to girls. But Liu says he knew how things were not easy, so if he quit, he was willing to offer compensation on behalf of the academy. Then, he offers 500,000 Daxia coins. The MC starts thinking about the proposal after hearing the amount. The professor continues saying he could find a job in a security team in his condominium since his skills were enough to qualify. And at that moment, the MC remembers that in past simulations, Lu offered 10 million to be Xing's teacher and did not keep his promise. And now, he was offering a pathetic position. The MC, already irritated thanks the professor, and says that at the moment he had no intention of leaving the academy, then leaves the room. This makes Lu irritated, saying the MC is no longer the prodigy he was 3 years ago since now he is nothing but a burden to the academy. Xing, smiling, says he understood and therefore would redouble his efforts to be worthy of the investment the Academy made in him, and, because of that, this amount of 500,000 was pocket change to leave that place. The professor becomes very irritated with this. After the discussion, already at home, the MC finalizes the purchase of his equipment for 4,000 energy points. Now excited, Xing says he could proceed with the next simulation. A week later, the MC starts extracting spiritual stone to begin the simulation, but Xing is surprised to see a message saying that he was becoming bald and not stronger, and because of that, he lost more easily to his colleagues. However, his appearance as a high monk would earn the trust and goodwill of others. The MC finds it strange because his hair was still there, but when he pulls it, a large amount comes out in his hand. Xing becomes frustrated because it was a type of talent he never imagined existed. Then he starts looking for various hair products like minoxidil and black sesame. The MC, with his thinning hair, has his charisma affected, causing him to lose many opportunities for intimate conversations with the new junior sisters. It did not take long for Xing to go bald and, disappointed, decide to shave everything, and for some unknown reason, his bald form preferred to crush dungeon monsters with his fists, due to his powerful physique managing to defeat them with a single blow. Unexpectedly, his baldness gave him more charisma than before, and in just 1 year, he earned 30 million with power leveling services. And now, his nickname on campus is One Punch Man, making the girls fall in love. Fortunately, Quink is not bothered at all by this, and as usual, she brings half of the Eternal Spring art as a gift. But the MC says he does not need that part of the cultivation method, but instead wants her to help him find the last half. The girl agrees to help him, and just like in the previous simulations, Quink leaves the academy, but to avoid interrupting the search for the Eternal Spring. Archie does the same thing as in the past, but that is when the MC realizes it was as if the simulation knew exactly what he was thinking. Then he begins to imagine that his thoughts in reality were being transmitted to the simulator in real time, since the fate of Quink and her sister, and of the Fat Man, including the MC's own withdrawal, certainly showed that this simulation was heading down the same path as his past life. So all that remained was to wait and see how things would unfold. After the deaths of Neon and the Fat Man, the MC uses his benevolent appearance to make a great fortune in the business world, since simultaneously he was continuously using the influence of his tarot club to search for any traces of spiritual stone. Xing told his subordinates to find even the smallest clue of the stone. One day, his secretary arrived saying she had information about a Grandmaster-level specialist in the city of Jinling who possessed a treasure known as a spiritual stone, and the MC becomes excited upon hearing this, and immediately goes to the city thrilled, since this time he refused Quink's Eternal Spring art, so that mysterious figure would seek him out to cause trouble. But now, this stone was the key to his cultivation, and upon meeting the Grandmaster, the MC is well received with a cup of tea, and also becomes surprised that the woman knows his name. She introduces herself as Kong, a 40-year-old Grandmaster who tells the MC that he is well known in Buddhism, and hearing this, Xing becomes embarrassed. 7 days later, they already had a certain intimacy, because as a devoted Buddhist, Kong had a good impression of the MC and becomes excited after seeing how the ability worked. Kong continues saying she has spiritual stones in her possession, and their market value is 300 million. Excited, the MC says he will take them all. The woman says that since they were now friends, she would sell them for the friendship price of 30 million. And immediately the MC begins channeling the stone's energy. It does not take long for Xing to feel the acquired power. Just half a spiritual stone is enough to break through to the second layer of the Qi refinement realm. This is truly a treasure. Now 2.5 stones remain to refine later. After 3 days, Xing returns to meet the Grandmaster, because he had something he wanted to ask and is well received with tea and cookies. The MC wanted to know where those spiritual stones came from. The woman says she got them from a dungeon called Blue Cloud Spiritual Field. Kong continues saying that besides the stones, she also obtained a bag of spiritual rice, which was exactly what she was serving. Xing is surprised to know this even more after discovering that there were cultivation-themed dungeons, because with such a dungeon, he could produce spiritual stones indefinitely. So he asks where this cultivation-themed dungeon is, since now he could have infinite resources. Kong says this is a limited-time dungeon, and she found it by chance in the west of Jinling City around mid-November of 2023, where it stayed open for only 7 days. Xing, in his home, knowing he was in the same year the portal opened, imagines he might have a chance to enter, since as it was still October 7th, it meant the spiritual field had not yet opened. Kong says the old NPC in the dungeon told her she had no talent for cultivation. The MC becomes curious to know more about this, since he had never heard of cultivation talent, even though he knew he himself possessed such talent. After the conversation with the Grandmaster, he now knows that the spiritual stones in the cultivation dungeon are secondary, and what truly matters are the opportunities. So he decides to continue observing since the gains from this simulation were enormous. With the spiritual stones, Xing had his cultivation deepened daily, and his techniques improved constantly, just when he was enjoying his success. Kong bids farewell to the MC, who, worried, asks if she was going to demon suppression. The woman says the pressure of the war was increasing on the front line, and as a Grandmaster she needed to go. The MC did not understand why his friends and family always needed to go to the demon suppression pass. So he decides to take action by questioning Kong in order to know what exactly this suppression was. The Grandmaster replies that there was no harm in telling this, and the MC's innate ability made his bald appearance increase Kong's affection, as she begins to explain that demon suppression is humanity's lifeline, and that the human race had an extremely powerful enemy. And at this moment, the situation at the demon suppressor pass was dire. Curious, the MC asks what kind of enemy this was. The woman replies she could not say anything, and then goes on her way saying she would ask someone to take care of the tarot club, while Xing could continue living there until she returned. 1 month later, the MC attends Kong's funeral, and this makes him feel neither joy nor sadness, only the desire to increase his strength as much as possible. And in this difficult moment, Xing calls his secretary and asks how many assets he had. Lu replies it was around 50 billion. The MC asks her to sell everything, which shocks the girl, yet the MC asks her to exchange all assets for items that temper the body. And with a mission in mind, Xing leaves his small house that Kong built and returns to his old home, planning to use the body temperament items he bought to reach the second level of body refinement, the Bone Realm. After 3 years, his body refinement cultivation had improved, but he still had not reached the bone tempering realm. And while the MC reflects, he is startled when the demonic beast appears. Already expecting this day, he sees the creature open its mouth, and even so remains confident, showing his finger to the monster and saying that sooner or later he would be the one to devour it. The beast swallows the MC easily, but his talent activates, the death with open eyes. Xing begins to feel something strange in his body, until he sees that he is now inside the belly of a giant beast, where he can see several people running from the creature's corrosive stomach acid. Everyone is desperate and screaming for help while melting. It does not take long for the MC to have his eyes digested by the beast, causing his death with open eyes talent to deactivate. Even so, Xing is surprised because he never thought a person could survive inside the beast, even though it was terrifying due to the acid. But now, he must choose one of the following rewards: staying bald without becoming stronger, a talent that costs 1,000 energy, or the half-step bone tempering realm, a cultivation costing 500 energy. He could also choose the level 2 refinement realm, another cultivation costing 100 energy. And finally, he could have 2.5 spiritual stones, an item costing 2,500 energy. The MC is happy to see that he could have the stones back, and they were surprisingly cheap, since with a simple calculation it was clear each one cost 1,000 energy points. But after receiving the spiritual stones, Xing receives a message saying he had a low-quality stone and therefore should recycle it for 100 energy. The MC becomes furious, saying it was robbery, since besides buying, he had to recycle, even though he dislikes it. He accepts the recycling, hoping there was no second-hand reseller profiting from the difference. After the recycling, the MC begins absorbing the stone's power. One day after his training, he realizes he had consumed only 1/10 of the item, and this was enough for at least half a month of cultivation. Xing states he was in no hurry to use the other 2 stones, since he needed to use them at the right moment to confirm his theory. But now, he needs to work hard to clear many dungeons and earn a lot of money. for that it was necessary to do more simulations and cultivate more spiritual stones before the blue cloud spiritual field opens. A week later, the MC is completely exhausted but satisfied for having earned more than 500,000 in money, enough for a simulation. So he wastes no time and starts another simulation, but begins thinking about his theory about the stones and that it could be right. Upon starting the simulation, a white grade talent draw begins for the MC, and soon his talent is chosen. Now, Xing is a fitness specialist, being more talented in training than an average person, which surprises him since this talent would help in the path of body refinement, holding half of a spiritual stone. He begins cultivating its power. Months pass, and the MC begins earning money, gambling with girls during the day, and in his free time absorbs the spiritual energy of the stone, causing his cultivation to advance, reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement. After some time, he learns about the Grandmaster and immediately books a train ticket to Jingling while the Blue Cloud Spiritual Field dungeon was about to open. And on the subway, he remembers that Kong had said the dungeon was located in a park west of the city gate. So he begins searching everywhere in the woods until he starts imagining he could not find the portal alone and concludes he would need to look for Kong until he hears her voice asking the MC to make way. He is surprised to see her as the woman still looked 30 years old and even more beautiful. Xing states that the current Kong was truly cold and distant. Even so, he decides to follow her since he could probably only find the dungeon with her. But it does not take long for the MC to lose sight of the woman until he hears someone approaching from behind. Kong quickly places a sword at Xing's throat, wanting to know why he was following her. The MC says he had seen her on the school's honor list. Surprised, the woman asks if he was a student at Kyoto Vocational University. The MC replies yes, and says he had a doubt about Buddhism that he could not solve. Feeling important, Kong says he could ask a question since she was there only for that. The MC asks what came first, the chicken or the egg, but in a way that leaves Kong mesmerized since she now sees that this junior truly knew about Buddhism because he was using number 1 of the 10 great Buddhist paradoxes. Kong says she is in a hurry and continues on her way, and if the MC wanted to hear an answer, it was better to follow her. Xing runs toward the woman after hearing this, since he did not expect such an easy invitation. After some time, they arrive at the temporary instance, the Blue Cloud Spiritual Field. Xing states that the spiritual energy there was so dense that the person residing there must be a cultivator. It does not take long for them to arrive at a cabin. Kong tells the MC that his cultivation level was too low, so for safety she would knock on the door. As the woman knocks, she asks if anyone was home. Suddenly the doors open, and an old man appears saying that this was a secret immortal realm that only those with profound karmic fortune could enter, and therefore they were very lucky to be there. The MC tells the senior that the old man seemed like a nice person, yet she says she still could not let her guard down. The sage says he has 2 acres of rice fields that need to be tended by the two, and if the rice grows well under their care, he could grant them a fortuitous opportunity. After hearing this, neither the MC nor Kong understood the proposal. Even so, both accept and begin tending the rice fields. The sage wishes them success in their task and warns he will return to inspect in 7 days. The woman feels lost since she did not know how she would manage all that, so she asks the MC if he knew anything about cultivating rice. Xing says he needs to roll up his pants and get to work, but soon adds that his parents were farmers, and therefore he knew what he was doing. Kong says she needs the MC's help, and in return would reward him generously. Xing starts laughing, saying she was being too formal and that none of that was necessary. The days pass, and the MC dedicates himself fully to making the spiritual grain grow, which makes his relationship with the senior more friendly, since she was seeing great potential in Xing. While managing the spiritual fields, the MC discovers that spiritual energy can accelerate their growth, and his wood-attributed cultivation method and green art are especially effective for the growth of spiritual fields. While training, the MC states that the spiritual energy in that place was abundant, and he needed to cultivate diligently, managing to infuse as much spiritual energy as possible. While talking with Kong, the MC says his daily and arduous cultivation made him reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. After 7 days pass, the sage returns to the rice field and is surprised because he did not expect them to turn out so well. The elder gives Kong her reward, 10 spiritual stones and a small bag of spiritual rice. and the MC states that with his help, her reward was improved, and now he would be able to have more spiritual stones outside the simulation. But before he could say anything, Kang leaves him with the sage who asks Xing to stay calm because he only sent her out of the instance. Then, he tells the MC to place his hand on the stone, and a great energy is released. The old man explains that the spiritual root he possesses is the 5-element divergent type, and that even though the MC has cultivation aptitude, his longevity is hopeless. Xing begs the elder to accept him as a disciple. The old man says that even with that aptitude, it would be useless to accept him. The MC resigns himself to the answer and prepares to leave that place. But before departing, the sage gives him a dual spiritual root. Xing is surprised by this reward, and then realizes that this item is white grade, therefore it is normal for its aptitude to be low, and he will need to develop a green grade talent for the spiritual root. Besides the root, the old man gives 30 spiritual stones and 30 gin of rice, and asks the MC to cultivate and not give up because of his aptitude. Xing thanks him respectfully and sees the sage leave. The simulation continues, and 2 years later, Nian is enlisted and ends up dying. 3 years later, Yan is enlisted and the MC finds himself powerless to help. In the market fluctuations a year later, Xing makes a fortune with his net worth surpassing 10 billion. After some time, he meets Kang again and says he wants to buy her spiritual stones and would pay any price. The woman says she does not need money, but places her hands on the MC's shoulders and sensually says she has one condition: he must sleep with her. 1 month after they become involved, Kang says that this way she would have no regrets while the MC could not take it anymore. After some time, the Grandmaster is recruited, and 1 month later, news of her death arrives, leaving the MC sad. 4 more years pass, and that giant beast that covered the sun appears once more, and once again, the MC can do nothing, being killed at 36 years old and receiving the message that the simulation had ended and he should choose his reward. Xing regrets not having consumed any spiritual rice and therefore failing to reach the bone-forging realm. Before anything, the MC picks the spiritual stones, which cost 40,000 points, but all his money could be exchanged for at most 2,000 energy points. With no alternatives, he decides to borrow from his brother and calls the fat man, leaving him startled by the unexpected call. The MC says he was out of money and asks if he could lend a bit. Yan asks how much he needed. Xing says it was around 100 million. For the MC to get the money was not easy, because Yan became furious upon hearing the amount and says he could lend at most 50 million, which was enough for the MC, who thanks him for the help, since with that money, he could start the simulation with that amount in white rarity equipment. Then, he begins to think that the spiritual fields of Quigyan will open in the real world next month, and that means he still has 4 simulations left, so he needs to make the most of this chance to cultivate more stones and spiritual rice, since only then would the sage accept him as a disciple. 1 week later, he decides to start the simulation, but before that, he wants to see if his luck is good, so he draws his talent. Xing gets the green rarity talent that allows him to live a long life. The MC becomes furious with the game, because a cultivator like him does not need long life, but since his other simulations ended with him getting only 10 spiritual stones, it was not a total loss. 1 week later, the MC begins begging the system to draw a spiritual root talent. Unlike the last times, now the MC obtained a green rarity talent, the Dao Sword Genius. Even so, Xing becomes furious since he was not a sword cultivator, and after another finished simulation, he manages to store more spiritual rice. After a few days, the MC prayed to all the gods to bless him with a green quality spiritual root, but instead, he obtained a green rarity item called Face of an Idol. Xing did not know what kind of talent that was, since he was not trying to become a celebrity. This talent makes one's appearance become ethereal and extraordinary to the eyes of others. His attraction to the opposite sex increases greatly, and not even the system is immune to his charms. The MC tests it by calling the system a bastard. This made it embarrassed instead of outraged. Then the simulation begins, and it does not take long for the MC to start thinking he is handsome even while fighting beasts. In the midst of battle, he warned everyone not to let the beast's eyes make direct visual contact, because they could burn them. The freshmen followed the MC's orders but were enchanted by his beauty. Xing told them to wake up because they were invading a dungeon, and not going on a date. After the dungeon ended, the MC once again catches Quink looking at him stealthily, and in disbelief, he looks in the mirror, wondering if he was truly handsome. Crowds form behind the MC, asking him to take them to do some dungeons. Now, he was not only attracting people of the opposite sex, and this made Xing furious. So, he leaves everyone behind, saying he had other matters to attend to. After locking himself in a room, protecting himself from everyone, he states that it was difficult to be handsome. Even so, he continues training since he needed a lot of cultivation. On November 18th of 2023, in the new era, the MC traveled to Jinling City and, as planned, meets Kang. And at their first meeting, they got along well. The woman becomes infatuated with Xing and invites him for a drink. After scheduling the date, the MC becomes outraged with the system because he did not think there was an easier way to talk to people. The elder, upon seeing Xing, says that he has excellence in his features, and with his appearance convinced the old man to become his master, but his aptitude was too low. Instead, the elder gave him some extra spiritual stones, hoping that his incomparable beauty could remain in the world a bit longer. At that moment, the MC realizes that there was no more hope for that superficial world, and after the simulation ended, he had to choose between the talent's face of an idol, foundation establishment, or 105 spiritual stones. But Xing's appearance captivates the system, which decides to give him a chance to use face of an idol again. This left him shaken. No longer knowing what to do, the MC says he would draw a dual spiritual root next time, so he decides to save the spiritual stones for the moment. 1 week later, using the single-use talent face of an idol, he begins to showcase his beauty, trying to impress the system into drawing a green rarity root talent. The MC tries to win over the system in every possible way. After so much effort, Xing manages to obtain the green rarity dual system spiritual talent of wood and fire. With this talent, his cultivation aptitude far surpassed that of ordinary people. Now it was no longer a low-level, diverse root of 5 systems. Now satisfied, the MC says the item he wanted has finally arrived, then decides to start the simulation. Now, Xing could absorb an entire spiritual stone in just 1 day. The MC spent a week raising his cultivation to the 5th level of chi refinement, and his spiritual energy inside his body became more abundant. After some time, he meets Kang in the same dungeon. Together, they received another mission from the old man, and, after completing the mission, the MC was asked to stay a little longer, obtaining a better reward from the elder, who now claimed to see an impressive aptitude. He also explains that his wood attribute is ideal for nurturing spiritual fields, and his fire attribute gives him the chance to follow the path of alchemy. The MC asks to become the elder's disciple. The old man says that Xing started cultivating too late and missed the ideal age. Even so, the MC asks if, had he started earlier, what realm he could be in. The sage says, at least the Golden Core realm. Now the MC knows that if he wants to become a disciple, he needs to at least be in the Golden Core realm before the Spiritual Fields dungeon opens. Xing, now knowing that the Venerable said he needed to channel spiritual energy into the Jade Slip to see its contents, made the MC discover that it was a new cultivation technique, so he needed to train a lot before the apocalypse arrived. In 6 years, Xing acquired some knowledge about the art of cultivating Shenong spirit, learning to cultivate spiritual grains, and managing to harvest 500 grams of low-quality spiritual rice. After consuming the rice, the MC had his body-refining cultivation successfully break through to the bone-forging realm. After some time, he returned home carrying rice for Kang in order to exchange it for spirit stones. The woman accepted the offer in exchange for the MC staying under her care for a month. Almost out of energy, Xing noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened until he realized that the demonic beast was back, signaling the end of the simulation. Now the MC had to choose his reward, the talent of dual spiritual root, 3rd level foundation establishment realm, bone forging realm, the spiritual cultivation art of Shenong, 50 jin of rice, or agricultural knowledge. Xing was surprised to learn that knowledge could also be purchased. Then, seeing how much the cultivation technique cost, valued at 1 billion energy points, he imagined it must be truly extraordinary. So he thought about asking the old cultivation master for the technique in the real world, but a dual spiritual root was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The MC chose the dual spiritual root of wood and fire, replacing his old white grade item. Xing became a bit confused about this message, but soon assumed it was just an update. And, knowing he had one final simulation before the instance began, this time aiming for the gold-level realm, he trained insanely for it. 1 week later, the day of the simulation coincided with the opening of the instance, and he was already packed. Already inside the plane, he began the simulation. Immediately, the MC obtained his white-grade talent, Resolute Face. This talent makes the user appear upright and firm to others, making it easier to win them over. After landing, the MC went to meet Kong as usual. As he approached, he acted friendly upon meeting her and activated his Resolute Face talent, which made the woman trust the MC more, even though she was meeting him for the first time. She said that since it was a fated encounter, they could go together. Xing clearly agreed, letting life flow. After some time, they completed the Elder's task as intended, causing the MC to earn 1,000 Spirit Stones and the opportunity to become his disciple. Xing accepted the proposal. The Elder handed the stones to the MC, saying that his cultivation was not high enough to be his disciple anyway. But after obtaining the 1,000 Spirit Stones, Xing found a place with good feng shui and cultivated day and night. During that time, Nian, Jin, and Kong died one after another. An unknown amount of time passed, and the 1,000 Spirit Stones were completely exhausted, finally ending the seclusion. Now the MC was already at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, getting closer to the gold level. Right at the end of his training, the simulation ended with the appearance of the demonic beast. Already inside the plane, the message appeared for the MC to choose his reward. His options were Resolute Face costing 1,000 energy or 9th level Foundation Establishment. Xing immediately chose the Foundation Establishment option, since in the simulation, he had not been able to advance further due to the lack of Spirit Stones. The MC remembered that there was abundant spiritual energy in the blue spiritual cloud field. While walking through a forest, the MC admitted that the place was impressive for being reality, even more so since it was the first time seeing Kong in person. But before meeting her, he began remembering that he was a man who had memorized the 10 great dilemmas of the Buddhist scriptures. It didn't take long for the MC to find the woman, who was as beautiful as in the simulations. Xing was impressed by Kong's beauty, saying that no one would ever say she was 30 years old, so he approached asking if she was really the specialist who was on campus. Kong replied that she was. Xing asked if she was going to Jinling since it seemed like a fated encounter. The woman said she was in a hurry. The MC was surprised by that answer, then remembered that he had no talent and was now just a stranger, so he thought he would need to use a trick. He then began showing his books on Buddhism, which caught Kong's interest. The MC let his books fall, and while picking them up, he said he had worked hard for that to happen. Kong approached and began helping, but soon became impressed upon learning that the MC was studying Buddhism. Smiling, he said it was just a hobby and nothing compared to her accomplishments. Kong was surprised to learn that the MC knew about her interest in Buddhism. Awkwardly, he said he had read her thesis in a library. Kong said it was a fated encounter since both of them were returning to Jinling. Xing's plan was going exactly as intended, and now he was only waiting for the instance to appear. As they walked through the forest, they talked about what they did before, but the MC was alert because the instance could appear at any moment. Soon, Xing managed to see a light. Kong said it was a temporary instance. Xing was tense because he was about to enter an instance in the real world, but he felt confident since this time he could become the sage's disciple. Before entering, Kong said that these dungeons could be dangerous, so it was better for her to go in alone to check things out. The MC smiled and said that he had her to protect him so nothing would happen. The veteran did not expect someone to trust her that much. Once inside the dungeon, the woman warned that no matter what happened, she wanted the MC to stay by her side. But since Xing already knew that place, he was increasingly impressed seeing it now in reality. Moreover, he stated that experiencing it like this was much better than in the simulation since it was a place with very dense spiritual energy that could help him with his cultivation. Kong asked the MC not to let his guard down because these places could hide deadly dangers, but it didn't take long for them to spot a straw hut. As they approached, the sage came to meet them. Wanting to know how they found that refuge, Kong replied that they encountered a 7-colored entrance and then entered. The old man said that the two of them were blessed with great fortune since destiny had brought them together, so he would grant them a fortunate opportunity. He explained that he was busy with cultivation and rarely tended to the spiritual field and needed help. Xing, delighted with the opportunity, said that he had no problems, and in Kang's ear, he said that the old man seemed kind since he was only asking them to farm in a temporary dungeon. Worried, the woman asked if the MC knew how to cultivate. Proudly, he answered that he did, since his hometown was in the countryside, and he always worked in the fields. They both began working, and while the MC pulled out the weeds, he explained what needed to be done. Then they moved on to the irrigation part, while Kang wrote down everything that needed to be done. Finally, the MC secretly channeled spiritual energy into the spiritual grains, helping them grow better. After some time, the veteran tapped Xing's shoulder and asked what he thought about the Venerable's trial involving agriculture, and if there was any kind of secret behind it. The MC said that this was not important since that place was beautiful and overflowing with spiritual energy. Besides, being a farmer could also be a form of self-cultivation. Hearing this, Kang said that the harder the mission, the richer the reward. But in this dungeon, she wasn't expecting much. Xing acknowledged that for someone without a spiritual root, it was natural that there were no great rewards, especially knowing that this place was worth up to 10,000 spirit stones. So he wasted no time and began training. The sage observed in surprise all the power the MC had. While Kang was tending the crops, she saw an explosion happening behind her. Meanwhile, the MC continued focusing his power until he reached a higher level, attaining the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, staying just one step away from the core formation level. Kang and the sage went toward the MC, wanting to know how he was. Xing replied that he was great. The old man, seeing that he was standing before a cultivator, wanted to know what attribute he had. Embarrassed, Xing said that he didn't know his attribute since he had only come across a cultivation technique. The sage found it strange to reach such a level without even knowing one's attribute, so he asked the MC to place his hand on that item. Xing knew that this was the first step to becoming a disciple. The old man said that the MC possessed dual roots of wood and fire, and that they were sufficient for cultivation and suitable for pill refinement. Moreover, he said that the technique he practiced was the Changchun art, and, although it had some limits, it was an excellent foundation for beginners. Additionally, arts with wood attributes draw the vitality of all things and can return that vitality to nature, making them perfect for the path of cultivation and spiritual planting. Hearing this, the MC awaited the grand moment. The sage said that meeting him was destiny, since he was just an old Taoist farmer named Yunzi and now wanted to be his master. Immediately, the MC knelt, accepting the offer, making his master pleased. Then, he gave his first gift, an immortal art called the Art of Shen's Spiritual Cultivation, which he had acquired by chance and had been studying for 1,000 years but had not yet mastered. And since the MC seemed talented in agriculture, he would pass that item on, ensuring his place among the 3,000 worlds. The MC thanked him for the gift, since it would surely be worth 100,000 points. The second gift was that blessed and portable land of 3 inches. Xing was surprised to see that the elder was giving him a dungeon, and although the MC's land had only a circumference of 100 zhang, it surpassed a small mountain filled with abundant spiritual energy and tranquil beauty. In summary, it was perfect for studying the art of nourishing the spirit. Xing thanked him for the gift, but there was still a third, the blue cloud emblem of the Blue Cloud sect. The elder said that although he was only his nominal disciple, the MC knew that when he reached the realm of returning to the void, he could become his official disciple. With that item, the MC could enter the main gate of the Blue Cloud sect. Already knowing how it worked, Xing thought about taking advantage of that sect, even more if he could enter officially, because he would have found a great place. Then he told Yunzi that he still did not know any pill refinement. The sage replied that he was not skilled in the Tao of pills and did not possess superior refinement methods, especially since this Tinderfire pill refinement formula, which he had obtained by chance, recorded 360 pill recipes, which should be enough to start with. With that, cultivating or earning money would not be difficult for the MC. Yunzi said that when it comes to a superior cultivation technique, the user must not be greedy, and since the MC already possessed the Chang art, which was enough to reach the realm of returning to the void besides being very beneficial to the MC, in the end, the elder asked Xing to look for him again once he had mastered it. Then he left, leaving the MC with several doubts since his cultivation technique was only a fragment and was not enough to reach the realm of returning to the void. Xing no longer knew whether the old man was doing this on purpose or if it was just a test. The MC said that now he would need to find the rest of the Chang art on his own. After the conversation, the MC left the dungeon and found Kang outside. She asked the reason for the delay, and Xing said that the old man wanted to ask something. Then he offered an exchange of 50 caddies of spiritual rice for her 50 spirit stones. The veteran said she had only been able to earn the reward because of the MC, so it would be fair to split it. But Xing was surprised by the woman's offer, and she told the MC that if he was embarrassed to accept it for free, he could accompany her back to the city. In the hotel room, on a large bed, Kang, sensually drinking wine, asked what the MC was looking for in the city. Xing was paralyzed upon seeing how the woman looked. Then, he began thinking that the time inside the Blue Cloud spiritual field dungeon flowed at the same speed as in the real world, since he had spent the same amount of time in both places. Xing told Kang that he needed to go to the bathroom. The veteran said it was fine, but began feeling embarrassed. While the MC was in the bathroom, she removed her towel and began wondering if it was the color of her clothes that had left Xing paralyzed. But in truth, he could not think about anything other than the simulation, so he asked the system to draw a talent, obtaining Mr. Strong of green grade. The MC stated that after becoming an official disciple, he didn't know if the apocalypse would happen. The talent Mr. Strong is an ability innately stronger than most, with a body many times more resilient than that of an ordinary person, becoming an exceptional talent on the path of refinement. Kang knocked on the bathroom door and asked the MC if he was not done yet and if something had happened. Xing opened the door immediately. The veteran, still wrapped in a towel, said she thought something had happened. The MC said yes and thanked her for the concern. They returned to the dining area, and while Xing ate, the woman said it was better for him to take a bath after. The MC said they would talk after dinner. Suddenly, Kang grabbed the MC's hand and removed her towel, asking if he was going to eat again. Then she threw him onto the bed. A week passed and the two stayed together, and Xing was already out of energy, saying that Kang was becoming more energetic. And now, he almost needed to take goji berries to keep up. But at least now, he could finally return to the simulation. The MC began the simulation, entering the mystical realm of Blue Cloud granted by his master. After harvesting the spiritual rice, Xing said that by using this food, he could progress much faster. Moreover, the MC said that this rice had an incredible taste. Xing did not stop eating since the flavor and sensation were excellent. Each day, the MC entered his blessed land of the spiritual field. Tending the grain, his body became strong and powerful, and his appetite surpassed that of ordinary people, and Xing could eat an entire caddy of spiritual rice in a single meal. After some time, between food and training, the MC advanced to the bone-forging realm and happily stated that last time, he needed 3 years just to reach the 5th level of body refinement, showing that the rice was truly powerful. Xing said that besides the spiritual rice, it was probably due to the IMR, which is why he needed to extract that talent from the simulation. With his incredible cultivation speed, he became completely immersed in cultivation, spending 3 shishin per day cultivating inside the dungeon. In his free time, Xing helped the girls inside the dungeon. They remained in love with the MC, and as his physique improved, his success rate in the dungeons increased constantly, in addition to the younger girls who lined up to party. The MC returned the money he had borrowed from Yan. Fatty was happy that his friend was earning money quickly, since he had rapidly accumulated 50 million. Yan also gave a message from Qing, who asked to warn Xing to go to the forest behind the school at night. The MC deduced that the girl was thinking of dropping out to join a secret organization. When night came, he went to the designated place. Qing threw herself into the MC's arms, but unlike previous times, he did not stop her from joining and only asked her to be careful. That night, the two practiced new movements in the forest. The MC's goal was for Qing to join the organization and find the complete version of the Changchun art. After the freshman's departure, Xing continued cultivating in the spiritual field. In 2 years, the MC managed to reach the 7th level of the bone forging realm. In the 3rd year, he reached the 9th level. In the 4th year, he achieved great perfection of the forging realm, but then encountered a bottleneck. While cultivating his rice according to the Shenong spiritual cultivation art, he noticed that different plants accelerated cultivation at different rates. So if he wanted to continue advancing, he would need a spiritual plant of a higher level than spiritual rice. Xing ran desperately, making a huge mess as he searched for the spiritual seeds his master had left behind. After some time searching, the MC managed to find them, then began reading in the book left by the elder to learn what those seeds were. Xing found the name of that plant, a white jade ginseng, which is planted, buried, and infused day and night with spiritual energy. But the MC was stunned to see that the process took 10 years, and that it would be exactly when the apocalypse arrived. The white jade ginseng did not break the MC's determination, since it gave him another idea. Because plants can become spiritual after absorbing spiritual energy over time, he thought that perhaps animals could too. So he captured some chickens from the outside world and brought them into his blessed land of the spiritual field. The MC fed them spiritual rice. 1/10 died instantly, but the survivors became stronger and smarter. After some time, Qing returned with the first part of the Changchun art. The freshman was excited for having obtained that book, but Xing did not accept the book and said he wanted to join the organization she was part of. Qing was surprised. Seeing the girl's reaction, the MC asked if he could not be recommended. She replied yes, because he was a Grandmaster level specialist. Xing hugged Qing, thanking her for the opportunity. Both went straight to the Adventist church. When they arrived, the doors were opened. A hooded person asked the MC if he was alone. Xing replied yes, but wondered why the place was so dark. The elder told the MC to sit. The MC tried to identify the person's voice but could not. At that moment, Qing approached and offered tea to Xing, who accepted. The masked man said that since the MC wished to join the church, he would first explain their name and doctrine. Then he began saying that the name of the church was Adventist, and their doctrine was to eliminate the tyranny of humanity since the world rightfully belonged to foreign races. The MC spat out the tea upon hearing that, and became even more stunned when he saw the masked man banging on the table, outraged that humans ruled the planet. Xing no longer understood whether he was in a modern cultivation story or a cosmic horror novel. After explaining how it worked, the elder told the MC that he could still give up, since once someone joins the Adventist church, there is no return. Xing replied that he would not give up, but he wanted the second part of the Changchun art, and, in exchange, would give everything to the church. The masked man said that all of that was unnecessary, and that he could exchange for the technique by completing missions or offering treasures. Xing began thinking whether spiritual rice would count, so he took out a sack of rice asking if it could be exchanged for the cultivation technique. The masked man was impressed upon seeing that spiritual item. After that, Elder Ying disappeared, and moments later another elder appeared with several men, while the MC waited hopefully, but to his surprise he was taken to a torture room, being beaten so he would reveal where he had obtained the spiritual rice. But even wounded, he did not say a single word. In the end, he was tortured to death at 29 years old. His talent, Die with Regret, was activated. The masked ones asked the sect master what they would do with the MC. The elder stepped on Xing's face, saying that an ant could not possess immortality. After that, the MC died after his talent failed. The MC was terrified in his home, not knowing who that person was who had stepped on his face. The simulation was closed, leaving Xing even more frightened, for he had the impression that he had seen that person before. But now, he had to choose one of the following rewards: Mr. Strong, green level talent, great perfection of foundation establishment, cultivation base level, 3,000 caddies of spiritual rice, 5 spiritual chickens, or great perfection of the bone forging realm. The MC planned to deal with the Adventist church later, since for now, he would claim his reward. At first, he considered choosing all the rewards, but decided it was better to choose the Mr. Strong talent, costing 10,000 energy points. With that, the MC would definitely be able to reach great perfection of the bone forging realm in the next simulation. Now another problem appeared because he had only 2 energy points left, and that was barely enough for a run, so he needed to earn money quickly. He then called Kong to meet her. In a hotel, he offered 50 caddies of rice to the woman, but the veteran said that if he was out of money because of doing that, she could lend him some. Xing asked if she could lend 50 million. Kong replied that she had even more than that to lend. This left the MC stunned. The woman said that her grandfather was the president of the Merchants Guild. Xing saw he had a great opportunity, so he asked for 100 million and offered his rice as collateral. Kang asked why the MC needed so much money. He replied that he would explain later and only asked her to use the money to buy white-grade equipment. Xing also asked the woman to keep the spiritual rice for her own cultivation and not to sell it under any circumstances. The MC could not allow Kang to become a target of the Adventist church, and before leaving, he heard the woman say she would not sell that spiritual item. Back at his home, already exhausted, the MC lay on his bed, buried in debt. Now, he needed to find a way to make money, so he considered selling the chickens and spiritual rice. But with no patience to wait, he decided to simulate first to see what would happen. Upon starting the simulation, he obtained the green talent Indomitable, which makes his willpower many times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Xing became excited with his new talent, knowing that his goal this time was to make money. Upon waking early in the morning, he thought of a business opportunity. So back in the dungeon seeking more information, Xing was looking for something about abstinence pills, which can maintain energy for a week. There were also beauty pills that can instantly restore someone's appearance to that of a 20-year-old. To the MC, both seemed profitable, and the second could even be sold to people on diets. Excited, Xing decided he would make these two types of pills to earn money. First, he needed to heat the alchemy fire, but a huge explosion occurred, destroying the entire place. The MC said that a lighter was not suitable for alchemy, so it was better to look at something else. Xing went to the leaf fire and realized that it required a pill refining formula. So, determined to turn debt into wealth, the MC decided to diligently study the leaf fire formula. During this period, Xing visited him, and after a night in which they slept together, she joined the Adventist church. In the second year, Xing was able to understand the basics, dedicating 6 shikken to understanding the leaf fire. After much effort, the MC managed to master the art of fire. After some practice, the MC stated that this new technique was amazing since a simple touch reduced everything to ashes. Moreover, the fire was not only used for alchemy, but could be used for defense. Finally, Xing now had an offensive formula, but he wondered what kind of pills he could refine using such a powerful flame. Now, the MC devoted himself entirely to pill refinement, and his mastery of the leaf fire grew each day. In the 7th year, Xing attended his sister's funeral. Afterward, he pulled himself together and returned to his studies of the fire formula, becoming increasingly dominant in that talent. After managing to create the beauty pill, he was satisfied with his creation but admitted that it was more difficult than expected. This was only possible after 3 years of perfecting the beauty pill. So now, it was time to witness a miracle. But the MC began looking in the mirror and nothing happened, and soon, he began thinking he had failed again. Suddenly, his stomach began making a strange noise. Xing immediately realized things were about to go wrong, so he ran to the bathroom. Upon arriving there, he did all his needs, leaving a horrible smell that made the chickens sick. After the side effect, when looking in the mirror, he noticed that his skin was smooth and wrinkle-free. Then he thought about refining more pills. But first, he needed to fix that inflammatory side effect. After creating another pill, he went to the hotel to show the creation to Kang, who had some doubts about whether that pill would make her younger. The MC said he would not lie. The woman decided to test it since she trusted Xing, who did not expect it to be so easy to convince her. Kang began showing the effects, changing color. After the first effect, the veteran was tired, but when looking in the mirror, she was impressed, saying she had returned to being 20 years old. The MC asked what she thought about selling those pills. Excited, the woman said she would buy them all for 100 million. Xing was stunned to learn the market value the pills could reach. Kang tells the MC to sell the rest of the pills to her because she would buy as many as he had, and Xing, astonished, replies that he had no more pills and that it was only a test. Then the woman throws herself on the MC and asks if he could not reproduce them in mass. And uncomfortable with the situation, he says he would check it. Then the MC returns to the academy and is welcomed by Qing, who is happy to see him and comes toward him to hug him, leaving him surprised. And even though the freshman girl is happy, she leaves school again, but the MC still did not stop her. Then a few years later, she returns as a grandmaster, bringing the upper volume of the Changchun art. But the MC says he did not want an immortal technique because he wanted to join the church. And although Qing was surprised, she still agreed with the MC's request. Then the girl takes him to her superior and says that to join the church, he needed to contribute to it. And coincidentally, there was a recent mission, and the MC says he is interested in the mission. But the elder tells Quing he needed another 100 followers, and the girl says that this mission is of great importance, and it would be better to let him start with a more basic one. Then, the masked man says that since the MC was her man, she should decide what was best. And Quing thanks her superior, and the MC, noticing how the girl was acting, knew something was strange. Then after leaving the church, they go to the freshman girl's house, and while they are in a heated moment, Quing tells Xing that he should go to the demonic suppression pass and cooperate with the demon race to leak intelligence from the human race. Then, after they finish, the MC seems traumatized while the girl sucks a lollipop, and they keep talking about the mission, which for Quing was suicidal, and she was worried about the MC's life and curious. He asks why she joined the Adventist church among the human race, and the girl answers she had no way out, and not wanting to talk more, she tells the MC that he should sleep, and that the next day she would take him to meet the other elders. Then, while Quing sleeps, Xing, still awake, states he would not get anything out of the girl's mouth in this simulation, so he goes after ginseng made of gold. But this time, the price had increased tenfold. Then the MC starts arguing with the pharmacist because the recovery potions had risen too much in price, and after learning that he deduces this could be related to actions of the faction, and that only mass casualties would require such a large amount of recovery potions, which leaves him bothered while also feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Then, to distract himself, he works hard to develop a low-spec version of the rich women's happiness pill, and after much work, he manages to create another pill again, claiming to be a genius of alchemy, and now knowing he can mass produce it. So he goes to tell Kang, but upon arriving at her house, he is surprised and saddened by the day. He had come because her funeral was taking place, and downcast returning home, he wonders when on earth he would discover the truth about the apocalypse. Then, suddenly, while still walking, he hears a voice calling him a traitor, and the masked man was behind the MC, frightening him upon seeing it was the elder of the Adventist church. And he could barely do anything as he was immediately attacked with a fatal strike by the man Jin, and the MC was killed, ending the simulation, which left him with many doubts. But now he had to choose one of the following rewards: the indomitable talent costing 10,000 energy points, 5 9th-generation spirit chickens costing 100,000 energy points, the beginner level Lee Fire formula also costing 100,000 points, or a sacred straw in the Lee Fire alchemy art. And upon seeing the reward, Xing was very undecided because he wanted both the indomitable talent and the Lee Fire formula, and furious with the system. He wanted to see if he could redeem 2 rewards at once, and with few alternatives, he calls Kang saying he wanted to sell 20 cantees of spiritual rice, but needed to know when she would have time to pick it up. But since she knew the MC needed money, she sends a considerable amount to him, leaving him paralyzed to the point of dropping his phone on the floor because Kang had deposited 20 million, and at that moment, the MC would even kiss this woman's foot since he had never felt the sensation of being supported by a rich person, and still on his knees, he celebrated, and now that he had the money, he needed to wait a week to start a new simulation and bring forth the vision of alchemy, and looking into a mirror, he wondered how many years younger he would appear after taking a beauty pill, and after a week, he starts the simulation and obtains the green talent Infinite Luck, which is far greater than that of an ordinary person since the user frequently finds money when going out and thus buys a 10 USD scratch ticket and wins at least 20 USD. And Xing is happy with this rewarded luck. And inside the dormitory, he realizes he is in a simulation and that his task this time is to gain enough experience in alchemy. So he begins practicing diligently without hesitation, and after that, he goes to the dungeon that belonged to him, and upon seeing his chickens, he wonders if this was the effect of infinite luck, since the survival rate of the chicks was much higher than before, as well as their quality, and the pill success rate was also much higher than in the last simulation, since just by looking at the color of those items which were more radiant, he could tell which ones were top tier. Then Xing calls Kang asking when she could come to the city because he had something good for her, and the woman asks what was so mysterious. And the MC says it was something that could bring her supreme pleasure. And after hearing that, Kang, embarrassed, tells the MC to stop with that in broad daylight while imagining what Xing was interested in, and tells him to sleep with her, asking him to wait for her until night, then hangs up the phone, and the MC becomes desperate because he realizes there was a misunderstanding. And when night arrives, the MC meets Kang and shows her the pills he developed, which could be the rich woman's happiness. So he wanted to know for how much they could be sold. And as in the last simulation, the woman is impressed with the pill and decides she will help sell them at an auction through the Jin Merchants Guild. And being taken to the auction, it starts with an initial price of 1 million reaching a final price of 3 million, and it does not take long for all of them to be sold. And Xing, seeing the pile of money in front of him lying upon his fortune, says that the cheaper version would be sold at retail, and with Kang's influence, he would no longer need to worry about money. And now, the MC that night, with his bags packed, heads to the airport, knowing that women truly do anything for beauty. And he thinks about returning to school since it was safer there, and although he was extremely careful, the journey was not peaceful, and a blonde woman was waiting for the MC, who becomes frightened upon seeing her, and immediately she goes toward him, pushing him against the wall, saying that instead of him wasting his time hitting on her, it would be better for him to call the police. And the MC, not knowing what to do, says that falling into the same hole together must be fate, and then asks if she wants to add him on WeChat. And Xing is tied up and pulled out of the hole by two girls who already knew about the beauty pill, and they start arguing because only one was doing the heavy work. But to the MC's surprise, the girl who arrived smiling and talking about the pill was there to save him, since she managed to free him by cutting the ropes, leaving him even more confused without understanding how women worked. And he immediately runs, being chased by a crowd, but thanks to his unshakable perseverance, he finally returns to the safety of the fields, and tired and worn out from the trip, he only thinks about resting. And after some time, the MC is determined to focus exclusively on pill refining, dedicating himself to cultivation. Since he could not reach the chi refining realm, he began planning to go to the third main realm of body cultivation, the organ tempering realm, and in the same year, the MC received the news of the tragic death of his younger sister. So he dedicated himself even more to cultivation and began living in seclusion. And during his training, some accidents occurred, such as a great explosion in his alchemy. And after some mistakes, the MC states that the organ tempering realm could not be crossed with brute force, and therefore he would have to look again at the scriptures left behind by the elder. And the 5 organs pill, used to reach the organ tempering realm, can strengthen the 5 viscera and the 6 intestines. And the yellow immortal essence nourishes the spleen, moistens the lungs, and benefits the kidneys, being the main ingredient of the 5 organs pill, and thriving in dark waters with a total cultivation time of 3 years, which was the scripture left behind by the old sage, and decided about what he would do while cultivating his rice. The MC says it is only 3 years, so he could afford to spend that much time, and 3 years later, Xing states that with those ingredients, he had enough to refine the 5 organs pill, and the MC also successfully cultivated a bit of yellow immortal essence. And practicing Li Fire, Xing knows he must first heat the yellow immortal essence until it reaches a viscous state, but after some trial and error, he admits this was very difficult since an explosion always happened, and knowing he could not give up, he continued training, believing that failure is the mother of success. And after finding some alternatives, he became increasingly proficient in his control over Li Fire, and now the MC could refine chi gathering powder, but did not understand why he could not handle the 5 organs pill. Yet he does not think it was a total loss, since the chi gathering powder can increase the body's spiritual energy, and with more spiritual energy, refining pills becomes much easier. And days passed, one after another, until an unexpected guest knocked on his door, and opening it, the MC sees an old man saying he was Kang's father, and Xing asks him to come inside. But the man says he would not bother because he was there for 2 things. And first, he says his daughter was dead, which leaves the MC astonished since he did not expect that the time had already come. So he asks what the second thing he would say was, and the old man takes a pill from his pocket and says he found it among his daughter's belongings and wanted to know who had created it. and the MC says that he was the one who created the slimming pills since a person could eat one and remain without hunger for 3 days. And to Xing's surprise, the man asks how many he still had because he would take them all, and the MC asks why they needed them, and Peng begins to give a somewhat nonsensical answer. Yet the MC says he did not have many slimming pills on hand at the moment, but could get more on the condition that he must know the whole truth. And irritated, the man says that since he is a member of the human race, then he should know the truth. And then he begins to explain that the humans who were in Demon said that suppression is becoming more difficult each day, especially because of the lack of practitioners, and the slimming pills can ensure that master-level practitioners save the time they would spend eating so they can return to the battlefield more quickly. And hearing this, the MC begins to imagine that the human race has reached such a bad point that there is not even time to eat, so he agrees to refine them, asking the man to return in 3 days to get them. And Peng thanks Xing for his understanding and says he will not delay the payment, and from that day on, the MC begins working hard while wondering what exactly happened at the Demon's Suppression Pass, since he did not understand why everyone went there only to be slaughtered. And with this intuition, the MC imagines this is a perfect opportunity to learn the truth, so he decides to take the risk. And upon delivering the pills to Peng, he receives the money, which had been exchanged for gold bars. The MC says he did not want the money, leaving the man surprised, and not understanding, he asks what he really wanted, and Xing says he wanted to meet the high-ranking officers of the Xia army, and once he obtained everything, it would be a gift. Then he shows a large amount of pills he created, and seeing that it could be a great advantage, Peng says he would relay the request since it was not for him to decide. And after the conversation, they go to a car, and the MC asks where they were going, and the man says he would know when they arrived, but asks him to put on a blindfold before entering the car. And even so, the MC accepts the condition, and along the way, he wonders where he is being taken, although Xing feels that in the worst-case scenario, he could run another simulation. So he takes the risk and enters the luxury car with an unknown destination, and upon arriving at the place, the blindfold is removed, and the MC sees he is at the people's altar where the most powerful people of Xia lived. And from inside the house, he hears a voice asking why he does not enter since he wanted to see him, and the MC is impressed by the voice transmission through the air, which shows the person is at least at the Martial Emperor level, and Peng says he can take him only so far into the house. And from that moment, Xing opens the door and comes face to face with one of the leaders of the Xiu army, Yuan Wu, who seemed enthusiastic to meet the young creator of the military provision pill, and the MC is impressed, and the leader explains that during peacetime, it is only a slimming pill, but for them, it is a military provision pill, and the MC asks what happened in the human world, and the man's attitude completely changes as he says it is none of his business, and that he only agreed to meet him because he wanted the pill formula. Then he hands Xing a paper and asks what his price was, and the MC knew that refining the supply pill required spiritual rice, and even if he provided the formula, the military would not be able to use it, so he says he would offer the formula for free since he simply wanted to know what really happened at the Demon's Suppression Pass. And the leader is impressed by the young man's answer, who continues saying he needed to understand how his sister and brother, as well as Kang, disappeared, and with no other choice, the man tells the MC to remember that he must keep the secret, and Yuan Wu begins introducing the Demon Suppression Pass, a human city of martial arts practitioners who must fight for the future of humanity. And the MC asks why so many students and teachers from the vocational university were present there, and many of them were his classmates who were only master class. And the leader, with his head lowered, says the MC was right and explains that the situation at the Suppression Pass has worsened in recent years, and the Grandmaster level experts, which leaves the MC astonished. And the man continues saying that the battlefield was surrounded by a protective barrier, and even so, people kept dying, which is why he now needed Xing to remain inside the passage of the human city and refine the pill for everyone. But he keeps thinking about what exactly had happened inside the passage. And now that he knows part of the truth, the MC wants to witness the battlefield itself, since he wanted to see precisely how his loved ones died. But while working on pill production, he notices something strange, and when he tries to leave the room, he is blocked by the guards who say he needs the chief's permission to leave, and even saying he was suffocating in that room, the guards did not allow his exit. So after his pills were ready and seeing the result, he claims he was a genius in tablet enhancement since he mastered the technique, and the guards notice something strange happening inside the room. And when they open the door, the pills are thrown at the men, and a gas begins to be expelled from the pills, leaving the men paralyzed on the ground, which allows Xing to escape while covering his nose so he would not be harmed. Now, fully prepared and intending to enter the protective barrier to uncover the truth, he walks alone toward the passage, becoming impressed by what he sees. And when facing the demonic beast, he realizes his preparation was still insufficient, and he can see several grandmasters fighting a historic battle with everyone attacking together and some being easily killed by the creature's counterattack. And the leader of the warriors orders them to disperse while the demonic beast holds one of the masters in its hand about to devour him. And even in such a delicate situation, the man says he was underestimated, and to everyone's surprise, he explodes, managing to injure the creature. And after his sacrifice, the warriors resume their attacks, since now was their chance, and the demonic beast can no longer see anything, yet continues to attack furiously, and the creature roars that it cannot be defeated. But even so, the leader charges forward for a direct attack, saying he will avenge his disciples, and the old man manages to lodge his sword into the creature's eye, injuring it even more, and the demonic beast says it will drag that old man down with it, but before it can do anything, it fails to withstand its wounds, and the MC sees that many were killed just to bring down a single giant beast, and thus deduces that this is how his sister and the others were also killed. And Yuanwu approaches the MC and says that the Xia Mountains were safe, and that there were never any lacking brave enough to die. So he tells him to return home, since he had nothing to do there, and these words from the leader make the MC realize that the demon suppression passage had already fallen, and it was only a matter of time before the foreign race invaded. And after some time of creation, he opens the machine again, channeling his pain into strength with the intention of properly refining the organ pill and reaching the organ tempering realm as quickly as possible. And Xing is happy with his creation, then swallows the pill, but this makes him explode instantly, ending his simulation. And now, he must choose two of the following rewards: Infinite Luck, a green talent costing 10,000 energy points; Revelation, a green talent costing 11,000 energy points; Great Perfection of Bone Forging, a cultivation base costing 11,000 energy points; and lastly, the Introductory Fire Alchemy Art, a talent costing 230,000 energy points. And the MC could not believe he was really killed by a pill, and that this could not be correct, since there was no furnace explosion, and the refinement was successful. But then, he remembers, he used a 3-year yellow immortal essence, and the medicinal potency of the pill was too strong, causing his body to explode. And the pill's success can only be tied to the age of its ingredients. So he admits he failed to consider such a simple factor, but now, he needed to strengthen and raise his cultivation base to refine pills more safely, which is why he chooses to acquire the Introductory Leaf Fire Alchemy Art. And, upon choosing a green talent, Flash of Insight, he spent 10,000 energy points, leaving with 133,000 points, and the MC also chose the Introductory Fire Alchemy Art, spending 100,000 energy points, leaving him with 33,000. And in his next simulation, Xing managed to reach the Demon Suppression Pass, but just like the others, he was easily defeated, and now, knowing the truth, he knows that 15 years have not passed, and that as soon as the Demon Suppression Pass falls, this giant beast will descend upon the real world and annihilate everything. And furthermore, these beasts have always existed and were simply prevented from entering the Suppression Pass. And now, since 15 years were still left, the MC states there is still time for everything. But something would not let him be at peace, since he could not fail to save the world. And after 15 years and hundreds of simulations, the MC gives his pills to Kang, who after using them, says her dark circles and crow's feet completely disappeared, making her feel as if she were 20 years old again. Xing gives the official name of this pill, the Beauty Pill, but he likes to call it the Rich Woman's Happiness Pill. Yet, he wanted to know what price it could reach. and immediately the woman transfers 100 million for just one pill. And the MC is astonished, seeing the true power of a rich woman, since she said she would buy everything he brought her and that he could set the price at 1 million coins per pill. And if that was not enough, he only needed to name the amount, and the MC, crying, declares that he can finally experience what it is like to be a celestial dragon. And after some time, Xing brings more pills to Kang, and seeing that she was taking them again, he says, the beauty effect is not indefinite, so no matter how many she ate, it would not help. And the woman says she would not eat them all by herself, and asks if he had forgotten her surname, which was Jin. And upon hearing this, the MC discovers the real-world history of that woman's family, and she says she was the only daughter of the Jin merchants and therefore had great economic power. And the woman explains she would auction some pills, and the MC says he did not want money and only wanted to help her guild to trade all of it for white-grade equipment. And the woman hugging the MC asks what he would do with all that equipment, and he says he cannot explain right now, but soon he would tell everything. And Kang says she understands, but managed to get 5,000 pieces, which was not a small request, and could attract official attention. So she suggests first creating a merchants association to buy low-grade equipment, and then use the best equipment to trade for top-tier equipment. And Xing says it was a good plan, and says the merchants association will be called the Tarot Club. And the woman begins looking at the MC differently, and stepping on his legs says that now that everything was settled, they should do something more. And the MC immediately runs off, saying he would leave the creation of the association to her because he had to return to school, and he leaves the woman not understanding anything but closes the door, running as fast as possible. And Kang becomes furious, but the MC knows she is always used by the heartless woman, and at home, he says that after the last system update, they added an immersive simulation mode, so he wanted to try it, but had not had enough energy points. And now that Kang helped him earn money, he could finally test it. And after starting the test, he obtains the green talent Magnificent Posture, which makes the user exude an imposing aura and easily attract the goodwill of the opposite sex. And terrified, the MC says this would be an apocalypse, so he wants a refund. And already inside the simulation in the Azure Cloud Mystic realm, continuing from before he died, due to the organ refining pill explosion, he realizes the problem was in the quality of the ingredients, so now he focuses on body refinement. And the MC says that this time he would reduce the medicinal potency by half, and that should be safe. And day after day, he refined his body, tended the fields, raised chickens, increased his power, and sent Qing to the Adventist church once again. And Xing reached the great perfection stage of the bone-forging realm, showing a very powerful aura. And frightened, the time came to consume the organ refinement pill. But before doing so, he thinks of asking Kang for help. And in his mind, he considers asking her to test it first, since he could not afford another rescue. But thinking carefully, he admits he still needed to strengthen his physique further, along with gaining more nutrition. And looking at the chickens, he says it was now their turn. Then he begins throwing knives to catch them, saying that if they did not lay any eggs that day, he would make chicken soup. And after some time, the MC gets a positive result since the chickens lay eggs. And Xing speaks to Kang again, and she says she had tested the organ refinement pills and states they had incredible medicinal strength, painful but effective since they indeed increased physical power. And the MC asks if she can deliver this pill to Yuanwu. The woman said she could tell the old man anything, surprising the MC since he did not expect her to have such intimacy with the leader. And with her introduction, he was able to meet him, leaving him deeply intrigued by his organ refinement pill that could increase strength. And Xing states that if military cultivators who do not fear death were combined with his pills, they could survive the apocalypse. And after achieving this goal, the MC continued eating spiritual chicken eggs, hoping to strengthen his body enough to safely consume another pill. And every day, while preparing his eggs, he felt happy since everything was going according to plan. And one day, while roasting a chicken, Kang's voice called him from a portal, and the MC immediately passes through the portal, and upon arriving at the woman's house, he opens the door and is surprised by what he sees, because several officers were in the house. And the veteran says there was no time to explain, then pulls the MC, and still frightened, he asks if this was not a bit too much and what was happening, and the woman, smiling, says that the organ refinement pill achieved remarkable effect, which makes him more confident now that he knew it worked. And in the temple of the heavenly people, the chief was waiting for Xing, who is received by the soldiers, and Yuan Wu meets the MC and says that according to expert calculations, an average of 5 refinement pills can increase the strength of practically a master-level cultivator by 50%, and therefore, he wanted to know how many he could produce monthly, and the MC replies that at most around 200 pills per month, and Kong, upon hearing this, says that it meant they 5 could potentially create 2 Grandmaster-level forces. And the army leader is pleased with the answer, saying it was monumental for Xia and all of humanity. And the leader also says that if Xing could maintain production, he could grant him the privilege of the 3rd sequence, which even surprises Kong since the old man is from the 2nd sequence. And she also explains to the MC that only a few hundred Xia defend the status of the 3rd sequence, and most have already given their lives for the people. And in other words, now Xing is the number 1 of humanity. And after learning this, the MC says he needs the cultivation instances that exist in that world. And the veteran asks if it was like the Azure Cloud spiritual field, and the MC replies that it was exactly that. And Yuan Wu says they exist, but only in the archives, and he could not provide the coordinates. And Xing says that information is vital, and therefore, he will continue refining diligently. And the army leader says he will organize the data and send it as soon as he has it in hand. And the MC remembers the old elder and imagines there may be more mortal cultivation instances beyond the Azure Cloud, other places with opportunities like the legacy of Qing Yunzi. And 3 days later in the studio, Xing receives a visit from Kong, who came to say she was going to the Tarot Club, and the MC thanks her for the favor of visiting the club, and at home, asks the system to spend 100,000 energy points for 1 hour of immersive simulation, and after accepting the simulation, the MC still had 407,000 points remaining, and the MC is surprised to see he managed to enter inside the book, admitting it really was worth spending that much energy, since this way he could obtain information much faster. But soon, he comes across an ultra-secret folder which leaves him confused, and noticing that there were several ultra-secret envelopes with a seal blocking their opening, the MC manages to open some envelopes, discovering some instances. And the first was the Blood Demon Grotto, with a difficulty of 4 stars. And immediately a warning message appears saying it could be an immortal-type cultivation instance, extremely dangerous and not recommended for exploration by anyone below a Grandmaster since Legendary level or even Saint level. NPCs could appear inside, and a team of at least 5 Heavenly King level practitioners was recommended, and this instance was led by a powerful martial arts master, and Xing is astonished to see this type of dungeon. The MC grew increasingly frightened as he read about the dungeon Blood Demon Sect Cave, since 7 Celestial Realm practitioners and 2 Martial Emperor Realm practitioners had already appeared in this dungeon, showing it to be a true meat grinder. Now he knew it was no coincidence that immortal cultivation dungeons are not open to the public, as they are extremely dangerous. In the Blood Demon Grotto, with 4-star difficulty, after being entered for the first time near a sect known as Know-It-All, the Blood Demon Sect, one must immediately flee to the north, because to the south of the west lies the sect's lair. The Blood Sect disciples in this dungeon are bloodthirsty and indiscriminately hunt any practitioner who enters. They possess special magical treasures capable of tracking practitioners' locations. After reading this, Xing states that this meant anyone who entered would be doomed to death, but then begins to think more carefully and says that if the information was revealed, then someone must have survived this dungeon. He then begins to research more deeply. The provider of this information was named Xiang, with a registration date of April 26, 1978, a practitioner so powerful that he was likely alive before the apocalypse. The MC states that he needs to find him and ask about his method for clearing the dungeon, but since he was still only a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he should not even think about facing a dungeon of that level. He then continues his study and realizes that there is none suitable for his current stage, until he finds a dungeon called Luotian Convention, with 2-star difficulty. The note stated that this is a dungeon that represents a life-threatening danger, but the rewards are minimal. The MC becomes interested in the dungeon's difficulty. It was a time loop type, and only one practitioner could enter at a time, with each entry repeating the same day. This day is known among cultivators as January 1st of 7,266 of the Luotian calendar, becoming an annual convention. The practitioner who transmigrates into the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator named Luo relives everything he experiences on that day. The MC realizes that, aside from memories, a practitioner who enters this dungeon cannot bring anything back. Even so, he thinks it is worth visiting, because although nothing can be brought back, sometimes the memories of an immortal cultivator are the most precious treasure. He then moves on to the next book and finds a dungeon with 1-star difficulty, even lower than the Luotian convention. Interested, he begins to read its story, The Era of the End of the Dharma. The period of this dungeon is the late era of immortal cultivators. Over thousands of years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was depleted. Without an indispensable resource known as spirit stones, almost all cultivators in this dungeon remained stuck at the Qi refinement stage. Xing is astonished upon seeing this. The 3 main sects of this dungeon were the Fuxiang sect, the Xuanhuang, and the Changchun sect, which once had traces of ancient cultivators and preserved certain immortal techniques. The MC could see immortal cultivation techniques that were perfect for him to explore, but soon begins to think that the Changchun sect might be related to the Changchun art and that the Adventist faction originated from the same place. Suddenly, a message appears for the MC, saying that only 10 minutes remain before the end of the immersive simulation experience, so it would be best to manage his time properly. He is surprised to receive this message, then takes out his phone and begins to make a call to Chief Yanwu, saying that he wanted the coordinates of the 2 dungeons, the era of the end of the Dharma and Luotian convention. The man says he could give him the coordinates of the era of the end of the Dharma, but that the Luotian convention had been closed 3 years ago, so it would be useless. The MC says that it was fine, and that even if it was closed, he still wanted the coordinates of both locations. The army leader begins to relay the information to the MC, who writes everything down. In the simulation, the convention had already ended, but in reality, it had not yet. Xing says that those 100,000 energy points were well worth it, since with these 2 coordinates, he would not occupy his reward slots. A message appears again saying that only 10 seconds remain until the end of the simulation. The MC decides to exit and returns to his dormitory. His new achievement was still vividly clear in his memory. The MC thinks about quickly marking the coordinates, since although these 2 dungeons are considered low difficulty, the era of the end of the Dharma still contains ancestral cultivators, and for safety, it is better to wait until a breakthrough before entering. Xing decides to continue the simulation. After obtaining the coordinates from Yanwu, the MC decides that he would improve his pill refinement. He constantly consumed spiritual rice and large quantities of chicken eggs to restore stamina, making his body refinement cultivation reach the great perfection of the bone-forging realm. Xing states that his Qi refinement cultivation is still only at the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm. Looking at the map, still sitting together with his chickens, he begins to think that there might be a flaw in his cultivation method, so it would be better to review the technique that Xing had left. But something leaves him intrigued, since to reach the gold level, he needed to gather vast spiritual energy within the Dantian. Yet the density of spiritual energy in this mystic realm was far too low to meet that requirement. Therefore, the MC would have to find a way to accumulate and channel large amounts of spiritual energy in a short time. Immediately, he begins to search for a pill known as the Yuan Nourishing Pill as the main solution. The Yuan Nourishing Herb, even after making a huge mess in his search, he managed to find what he was looking for. After some time, after activating his indomitable talent, he began his experiments, and many years passed after countless failures. The MC finally refined 5 batches of low-quality Yuan Nourishing Pills. The MC states that the Yuan Nourishing Pill was very different from the Organ Refining Pill, since the medicinal properties of the Organ Refining Pill are crude and violent, and for cultivators with weak constitutions, it can cause severe harm or even death. But when taking the Nourishing Pill, he says that it is much gentler, and even a Qi refinement cultivator could safely consume it without suffering damage. After ingesting the pill, the MC says that the spiritual energy seemed infinite, as he was exuding power like never before. Still feeling the flaws in his body, he states that his quality was several times greater than before, and although his cultivation remained at the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm, his strength multiplied several times over, and, as expected, the path of immortal cultivation requires continuous exploration. At this pace, once the MC reaches the gold-level realm, he will likely be equivalent to an ordinary practitioner of the Master Realm. Standing before the dungeon portal, Xing was confident, since he could finally enter the era of the end of the Dharma to investigate further. In the 12th year, his cultivation base became increasingly stable, making him feel an imminent ascent to the gold-level realm. The MC continued cultivating spiritual rice and chickens. After 3 years of refinement, more than 100 prepared nourishing pills were used. The MC states that his spiritual energy had never been so abundant, and he was truly right, since he could channel a great amount of energy, as if a dry stream were joining a mighty river, bringing the MC's body to a state never before achieved. He says it was like spring thunder rumbling in his chest, and bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, a mystic force that surged straight toward his spiritual platform. Xing knows that now what he had always sought could finally happen. His energy was immense and could change all the vegetation of the place. In his home, he celebrated, since with the golden pill swallowed, his destiny to command was close. And that is how that simulation ended. As long as he could pay for sufficient resources, he could immediately reach the initial stage of the gold level. After the MC reached the initial stage of the gold level, his strength increased greatly, since refining pills was now as simple as drinking water and eating, and because Xing supplied the pills on time, the battle at the Demon Suppression Pass not only avoided becoming one-sided, but even began to take a favorable direction, which allowed him to earn a lot of money. After achieving a streak of successes, the MC, while taking a walk, admired the blue sky, and at the same time felt happy that there were no giant beasts. But just when he thought everything was over, leader Yuanwu arrived in desperation, saying that something had happened to Kang. The MC becomes worried and asks if the woman was dead. The leader says no, but that she had been seriously injured and would not recover unless she rested for 1 or 2 years. Upon learning of the veteran's injury, the MC realizes that the revolution was not over yet, and that he should therefore continue working hard. Thus, he asks Yuanwu to help him prepare medicinal herbs, as he needed to refine a batch of healing potions. The man thinks this is excellent, as he desperately needed them. Already in the Blue Cloud dungeon of the Mystic Realm, he was preparing recovery pills, since in addition to the medicinal herbs he had asked Yuanwu for, he also asked him to find people to manufacture more than 1,000 alchemy furnaces. After the MC meticulously refined tens of millions of healing pills, the pressure on the frontline bases was greatly relieved thanks to the healing pills the MC provided. But in the 15th year of the simulation, the army chief seeks out Xing, leaving him worried. The man says that the Demon Suppression Pass has fallen, and that it would be better for him to leave. The MC becomes furious upon learning that he failed again, because even refining pills day and night, he managed to delay the apocalypse by only a single month. With no other alternative, he asked the chief what they could do to defeat the demon race. Yuanwu says that they could not unless a miracle happened or the human race gave birth to a person with strength at the level of a true god. After hearing this, Xing is surprised, as he did not expect such an answer. The demonic beast soon appears on the surface, and the MC asks the leader what he should do. The man asks him to find a place to hide, since he, as a soldier, should hold his post until the end, for he would live and die with Xia. The man moves toward the beast, which receives several attacks at the same time from the warriors who were there. Now the MC can see that until the last moment, no one gave up, and that even when the giant beast was about to swallow the entire world, countless practitioners were still fighting to the death. A great explosion occurs in the clash between the masters and the beast, leaving many injured. An emblem falls at the MC's feet, and upon picking it up, he realizes it belonged to the army chief. He then remembers his words that humanity should give birth to a god-level force. Xing, seeing the end approaching, says that he would try to hide in the spiritual field to see if he could survive. The giant beast was preparing for the next attack. Quickly, the MC opens the portal and heads into the dungeon, becoming almost deaf from the noise made by the monster. But upon arriving at the field, he realizes that something was wrong, as there was nothing there. Suddenly, a message appears stating that Xing was dragged into spatial turbulence and torn apart. Seeing that his attempt failed, he states that the spiritual field was not the way out. Now, he had to choose his reward. The first was Magnificent Bearing Host, a green talent priced at 10,000 energy points. The Great Perfection of Bone, forging as a cultivation base, valued at 11,000 energy points. There was also the reward of 10 years of pill refinement experience, valued at 100,000 energy points. Another reward was the first gold level, which makes his spiritual pill have average quality, still requiring continuous polishing and condensation to become a high-quality golden pill, or even a transmuted golden pill, costing 100,000 energy points. The MC states that Magnificent Bearing is useless, since a gold cultivation base is essential, just like pill refinement experience. Thinking about this, Xing says there will be a great need for pill refinement, so the MC chose to bring 10 years of pill refinement experience and a cultivation base at the first stage of the gold level. This caused the MC's energy to drop to 197,000. The MC says that the cultivation base was being implanted, so he needed to remain conscious. It does not take long before the MC begins to feel as if his body were being burned, in addition to sensing that something was about to be unearthed. This makes Xing worried. Spiritual energy gathers into a great tree. This is the great tree that blooms with golden flowers, and these are the fruits of the tree. The MC states that the golden pill gave a very pleasant sensation, making him happy and joyful. But soon a system message appears telling him not to get carried away, and that it would be better to focus on forming the pill. Even finding the message strange, he soon begins to concentrate on the refinement. It does not take long for the MC to reach a higher level, and energy never before seen in his body. Xing is impressed by what he managed to create, something he had never done before, a spiritual energy cyclone that allows the user to fly with ease. The MC says that this level is even at the gold level, so it may be difficult to resist. Therefore, it was better to control the Qi cyclone, as it is incredibly powerful. Otherwise, the entire Jingu Vocational University would be reduced to dust. A great power was expelled, destroying the entire area. After that moment, the MC begins to channel the energy into his hand, but this required great effort. After some time, the MC stops his training and states that fortunately, he managed to control the situation in time, because otherwise the entire dormitory building would have exploded, and if that had happened, he would have been arrested as a terrorist. Now, with everything under control, the MC admits that he never imagined he could have such destructive power with only a gold-level cultivation base. And, as expected, immortal cultivation was the true path, beyond leveling up and everything else. Now even more confident, Xing says that it was the only simulation that saved him. 15 years of arduous cultivation. Now he was a gold-level cultivator at the initial stage, and, even so, could easily control his power. Immediately, the MC remembers the demonic beasts he could defeat, but knows he must remain calm and not be arrogant, since he was still far from being a true god-level powerhouse capable of stopping the destruction of the world. Needing to continue growing stronger, the MC needed to choose a reward to begin the simulation. His choices were a cultivation base of the first gold level with great perfection of the body refinement realm. The cultivation technique Changchun art was also offered. The talent dual spiritual root of wood and fire, dying with regrets. In addition, the next option was Strong Lord, infinite luck, and indomitable revelation, along with the live fire and pill refinement skills. The MC, seeing that he had 6 talents, begins to wonder how many he could master in total. In addition, he begins to question whether the Qi cyclone he tried to condense earlier had been recognized by the system as a skill. But soon, Xing becomes excited, saying that even if he could not obtain skill scrolls by killing monsters or opening treasure chests, he knew he could comprehend skills on his own, meaning he could have infinite possibilities, becoming something incredible. Furthermore, as long as he had enough spiritual energy in his body, he could continue casting spells like Lee Fire and the Art of Genetics, without needing cooldown time for his abilities. But remembering that he was at the initial stage of the gold level, the most urgent task at the moment was to obtain the latter half of the Changchun art in order to achieve a nascent soul and even higher realms. But for that, he would need to join the Adventist Church again, next time using Ching as an entry point. Decided, the MC begins the simulation, knowing that this time he needs to find a new clue within the Adventist church. Then another day of simulation begins. This time, Xing appears resolutely and together with the freshman, joins the Adventist church. The elder, upon meeting the MC, says that the church does not accept trash, and that, although he had been recommended by Ching, he still needed to demonstrate his own strength. Immediately, the MC begins to demonstrate his power, saying that a disciple should always present himself quickly. Xing manages to stab the elder's guard, then uses a healing pill and a blood restoration pill to heal him on the spot, giving him no chance in battle. The leader, seeing this, says that it was a miracle, since he saw 2 types of pills equivalent to medium-quality healing potions. Xing feels grateful for the comment. The masked members say that from that moment on, they of the church would be responsible for developing pills together with the MC. This led him to join the church, obtaining the position of elder, but he still could not enter the treasury to find the Changchun art. However, an opportunity soon arrives. Ching approaches and says that she heard he wanted to enter the treasury, and knowing this, managed to secure an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the MC becomes even more interested. The girl says that the healing pills were being of great help to the followers, and that as long as Xing could refine 1,000 of them within half a year, they would allow him to enter the treasury, and for that the MC would have every possible resource. The MC asks if he could use everything, and Ching replies yes, and that if it was not enough, he could ask for more. Seeing an opportunity, the MC says that he would serve with pleasure. In fact, he lied about the quantity of medicinal herbs, secretly diverting the vast majority of them and using only some leftover materials, refining 500 healing pills and 100 organ refining pills. The church was unaware of the MC's superficial effort, assuming that this was his only ability. Thus, Xing began the clandestine path of using the resources of the Adventist church to feed his own pill refinement, gaining even more supplements. The MC states that the quality of the medicinal herbs of the Adventist faction was truly excellent, since the mind-nourishing pill could indeed enhance his spiritual sense, so he needed to take advantage of this favorable wind and refine several other types of high-quality pills. The MC did not know if it was just his imagination, but the quality of the faction's herbs was better than that of the Xia army. Half a year later, Elder Ying appeared and said that the MC had completed his test and therefore could go to the treasury to investigate. More confident than ever, he heads toward the treasury hall, but upon seeing the strange place to which he was being led by Elder Ying, he asks if they were really being taken to see the treasury, as he was already thinking that he might be deceived again. The woman replies that they were on the right path. Xing, feeling awkward, asks if the treasury should not be inside the church. Ying says that the treasury, in fact, was not even located in that world, in his home. The MC is astonished upon hearing this, and, upon seeing what the hidden world was like, becomes even more impressed, understanding the reason they were considered traitors, since not everyone was from the world he inhabited. The MC asks the elder whether the dungeon could disappear at any moment, and whether she was not afraid of the treasures vanishing. The woman says that this was not something that needed to be considered. Xing, in his home, becomes indignant at so much secrecy from this church, so he asks the system to exchange for 1 hour of immersive simulation. A message appears stating that the MC was about to spend 100,000 energy points due to the immersive simulation, leaving a remaining balance of 693,000 points. Xing states that the gate to the treasury was even more magnificent than it appeared in the system. Ying, seeing that the MC was very thoughtful, tells him not to stand still and to follow her. Soon, immediately, she passes through the portal, and then the MC, who begins to observe the place. They go to the palace, and along the way, the MC says that although their world is technologically advanced, environmental pollution is still severe, but in that place it was completely different. The woman, seeing the MC's interest in the plants, asks if he would not like to join the nature faction. This makes Xing even more interested. Ying explains that the church was established almost 1,000 years ago, and that, after a millennium of evolution, the church split into 3 factions, namely the nature faction, the fanatic faction, and the coexistence faction. The woman continues explaining that the people of the fanatic faction were a bunch of lunatics, since they believed in the Great Lord and hoped to be sacrificed to allow the superior race to descend upon Blue Star. The fanatic faction has a large number of members, and all of them were furious at their actions, but did not dare to speak out. Seeing that this was something basic, the MC asks if they were not just radical extremists who believed that the existence of humanity was the original sin. Xing also becomes curious to learn about the coexistence faction. Ying says that they were just a bunch of cowards, placing their hopes in the great superior race, which would allow most of the race to survive due to the work the Adventist Church did for them, making them a bunch of naive people. Because since there was no reason for ants like them to coexist with the great superior race. Knowing this additional information, the MC realizes that the coexistence faction still had humanity, they were just not very kind. He then laments having simulated many times and never being able to avoid being devoured by the giant beast, while the hope of the coexistence faction was only that. Smiling, the MC asks if her faction was the nature one. The woman replies yes, and explains that they seek closeness to the most original and natural side of the world, since in that place materialism was unrestrained, firmly believing that nature is what comes closest to the truth. The MC says that this faction's theory is a bit broad, but seems more normal. The woman takes Xing's hand and says that she knew he would understand, which is why she wanted him to join her faction, helping them liberate the inferior and low-class human race. But the MC says that he did not expect to hear about low-class and inferior humans. The woman explains that, in the course of its development, how many forests and mountains humanity devastated, acting like scavengers. But the great superior race was different, since they are the race in the world closest to truth and nature. Therefore, humanity should infinitely approach the superior race, and that was the nature of the faction. The MC becomes hypnotized listening to this. Suddenly, a light appears on the woman's body, and tentacles begin to emerge from her body, wrapping around the MC, who is astonished upon seeing this. Ying says that she had already modified almost a fifth of her body, but soon could get rid of her human identity, this being a gift granted by the great master race, the Lord's organs. Now the woman wanted in every way for the MC to join them, since he was powerful. Xing begins to feel afraid upon seeing this situation, but starts to think that the nature faction was also nothing normal, and that the Adventist Church might even be a psychiatric hospital. Ying continues trying to persuade the MC to join them, intending to find a perfect body for him. Still feeling awkward, Xing says that he would think it over better, since he was not yet qualified enough. Changing the subject, the MC asks where the treasury was and whether they would still see it. The woman says that it was right ahead. They arrive, and the MC finds a paradise, not knowing how that place was hidden, and even imagines that it might be some kind of mystic cultivation realm. Xing can see various treasures, and just one of them could buy an entire country due to its rarity. The woman says that this was only the tip of the iceberg for the faction. Soon, the protector approaches, whose name was Long. The elder says that the MC had recently been promoted to elder by the church and that he was there to select treasures. The protector, knowing this information, lets both of them pass into the main treasury hall. As they walk, the MC, seeing all that wealth, asks if it was all real gold. Ying says that they were just mundane items, and that what was truly valuable to the faction were items, equipment, ancient texts, and natural treasures. And it was no exaggeration to say that their treasury was not even a bit weaker than Xia's national treasury. The MC now knows that the army organization has an enemy as powerful as this, in addition to the giant beasts, so it is no wonder it lost so miserably in his simulations. The woman calls the MC Elder of Pills, wanting to know what he was really looking for. Xing replies that he wanted to check if there were any ancient texts. The woman takes them directly to the ancient text section. The MC is impressed by the number of books there. Ying asks the MC to observe calmly and even ask if he had any doubts. He thanks her for the help and begins to imagine that all those techniques must be peerless cultivation methods. And upon opening the first book, he is perplexed to see that it talked about the untold history of Elder Feng Yu and his 108 lovers. Immediately, he puts the book back. The next book is about layman Changyang's deep immersion into the abyss, a 100-day record with his succubus girlfriend. The MC becomes increasingly astonished, since he did not know how to dual cultivate with an elder of the Joyful Union sect, while having a Dao companion, but soon begins to imagine that cultivation in this dungeon was a type of legitimate cultivation, so he does not think it is bad to take a look. But after flipping through a few pages, he realizes that it was just a travel diary and only had a flashy title. Disappointed, the MC says that his hope was dashed until he reaches a page that had written about a special pill condensation method. Xing begins to read the condensation method, which compresses spiritual energy and fuses it at the gold level, enhancing its own quality. This was exactly what he was looking for. After some time, Ying approaches, and the MC says that he wanted to cultivate immortality, but the woman says that his profession was that of a practitioner and, moreover, that world did not possess spiritual energy, which was a problem for cultivation. The MC says that cultivation and alchemy share the same origin, and that alchemy is the path of the external pill, while cultivation is the path of the internal pill. Although he did not have a destiny with the path of immortality, he still wished to refine better pills for the church, and naturally needed to study this pill condensation method. The elder is satisfied to see that the pill elder had great ambition for the church. The MC wanted to know if the second part of the Changchun art was available, since he had already completed the first part and it was very beneficial. Ying says that they had it, but the second part costs 100,000 contribution points, and Xing's points were insufficient. He is astonished, since Qing had said that the first part was only 1,000 contribution points. The woman says that most of the church's immortal cultivation techniques are in the hands of the fanatic faction, and they are crazy as obsessed with immortal cultivation as the MC himself, and that if he wanted to buy techniques from them, it would naturally be expensive. Xing, knowing this information, begins to wonder if those people of the fanatic faction can also cultivate immortality, and if they are immortal cultivation practitioners like him, until he remembers that the practitioner panel stated that he was the only one with the profession of immortal cultivator. If the fanatic faction could cultivate immortality, then there was only one truth: they were not from that world. The woman approaches the MC and tells him to take a look at the Adventist faction's natural treasures section. The elder first shows a 100-year blood ginseng, the main material for refining blood restoration pills, as well as 50-year return to the sun grass, the main material for refining return to the sun pills, of which just one can restore the vitality of a dying person. There were also the 200-year dragon peepa grass and the 500-year Zixin flower. The MC is impressed by that quantity of extremely rare herbs. Ying places her hand on Xing's shoulder, saying that he was the only alchemist in the entire Adventist faction, so only he could use those high-quality medicinal ingredients. This leaves the MC frozen, and awkwardly he says that he could refine some other impressive pills, but he was suffering from a lack of ingredients. The woman says that even so, someone would need to register them before taking them, and that handing over 70% of the refined pills would be enough. The MC, knowing that the Adventist faction does not understand alchemy anyway, and that in any case it was not up to him to say how many pills would be produced, is now certain that he hit the jackpot. He then says that he would first take 100 spiritual herbs, guaranteeing that within half a year, he would refine 3 new types of pills for the church. The elder says that it was fine, and that now he should just follow her to Protector Long's place to register them. Xing says that he would also need that ancient text. The woman, seeing the MC's choices, states that he had quite a unique taste. Upon arriving at Long's room, Ying says that they were there to register the spiritual herbs in the ancient text. The man completely changes his expression when he sees that the MC requested the pill condensation method, since that showed that he was a cultivator. The MC tries to hide his profession by saying that he was not an immortal cultivator and that he only knew alchemy. Even so, the Protector insists, shouting that Xing was a cultivator at the gold stage and that the most useful thing in that ancient text was the increase in pill condensation, something only someone who understood the subject would exchange points to obtain. The MC is surprised to learn that he was discovered and admits that he really was careless. The man begins to grow furious, asking who exactly the MC was and how he managed to cultivate to the gold stage in that era of the end of the Dharma. Xing begins to think that Long could see his cultivation base. The Protector launches an attack, asking where the spiritual energy resources and spirit stones he had obtained to reach that level came from. Ying immediately steps in front, saying that there could be a misunderstanding, since the pill cultivator elder could have reached that level without using spirit stones, as he did not have any. Even so, the man does not stop the attack, injuring the woman with a lethal blow. The MC is frozen, unable to do anything, as the man was about to seize him as well. Long grabs Xing by the neck and asks if he was an immortal cultivator, since only an extremely powerful cultivator can probe another cultivator's cultivation base. The protector wanted to know at all costs where the spirit stones and spiritual energy were. The man begins to crush the MC's jaw until the end of the immersive simulation. The MC is astonished by what happened when a message appears saying that, within the Adventist church, his soul was probed by the protector. The simulator automatically blocked the memories related to his mind. The soul probing by the protector lasted about 10 minutes, but since his memories were modified, in Long's eyes, Xing was just a lucky fellow who had found a small amount of spirit stones and mortal cultivation techniques. The MC wondered how he had died, since his memories were blocked. After the MC's body was probed for a full 10 minutes, he became a vegetable. The protector, disgusted by his drooling and demented appearance, reduced him to dust with a single palm strike, and thus Xing was defeated, becoming enraged with the Adventist faction and wishing to destroy them completely. Xing realizes that the Guardian soul-searching technique had been used for a long time in the simulation, seeming to originate from spells mastered only by immortal cultivators. But since he was the only cultivator in this world, he began to doubt where the immortal cultivator called Protector came from. Soon, the MC remembers that Qing Yunzi was not a cultivator and that he was, in fact, the Protector. Connecting the facts that Ying took him to see the treasure in another world, and when the old elder said that that dungeon was a land blessed by the spiritual field, being a small world where refinement took place, he then thinks that if the Adventor faction's treasure resembled Qing Yunzi's blessed spiritual field land, it would make it a mission location originating from some dungeon, and, because of that, it would not make the Protector something different. The MC deduces that he may be a character born within the dungeon, and that those demonic beasts responsible for the extinction of humanity, the superior race worshipped by the Adventist faction, probably came from dungeons. But there was a difference, as they were capable of invading a real world. The Adventor faction was horrific, since they were capable of communicating with foreign races and even forming alliances with dungeon NPCs. Therefore, one should never get involved with the Adventist faction in reality, or even 9 lives would not be enough to survive. The MC says that, even so, the Adventist faction is an excellent place to accumulate experience with this pill condensation method and would eventually cultivate a supreme-grade gold-level pill. When that day comes, challenging a nascent soul patriarch above his level would no longer be a fantasy goal. In his dormitory, he says that, according to the information provided by Elder Ying, it is believed that the second part of the Changchun art is in the possession of the fanatic faction. The MC then thinks about drawing the attention of Protector Zong and initiates the simulation, managing to obtain a natural blue talent, Divine Strength. Now, his strength surpasses that of normal individuals, and his physical aptitude for the body refinement realm is exceptional. Through another event, his new talent makes him imagine that with it, not only could he stabilize his gold-level cultivation, but he could also practice dual cultivation and reach the organ-tempering realm. In this simulation, the MC's path was clear. So, together with Qing, he entered the Adventist church, and his incredible mastery of pills shocked Elder Ying, using his connections to obtain countless supreme-grade medicinal ingredients, greatly accelerating his refinement progress. Xing decides to consume the organ refinement pill, the same pill that made his body explode in previous simulations. But with divine strength, he was no longer afraid, even being stronger. The MC begins to feel the impact of the pill, which was even stronger than expected. Even so, his new body manages to withstand it, becoming even stronger. The MC states that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels seem to be burning. Every cell in his body is being destroyed and rebuilt. 7 days passed, and, in a stream, the MC rests his body, and only now can he fully recover from the burns. But suddenly, he begins to feel something strange in his body. His internal organs were much more resilient than before, and the muscles throughout his body became significantly stronger. Even so, it was still not enough, and therefore, He needed to use the resources of the Adventist faction to reach the organ tempering realm in a continuous attempt. Another week passed, and his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, all his organs, seemed to possess vitality of their own. The MC continued an insane training, able to feel himself breathe freely. Eventually, a tremendous wave of vitality erupted within Xing, causing his internal strength to multiply several times. With this, he was able to achieve a breakthrough to the organ tempering realm in his dormitory while drinking a soda. He states that with the organ realm achieved, the peak of the gold level cannot be very far away, and that in this simulation, he needed to recover the second part of the Changchun art. After the MC broke through, his enhanced strength finally attracted the attention of several factions, including Protector Zong of the Fanatic faction, who planned to ask the MC to teach them some healing pills. Xing began to think that if he mentioned trading them for the second part of the Changchun art, he would be exposed as a mortal cultivator and have his soul searched, like last time. Yan approached and told the Protector that the MC was under her orders and therefore needed to be consulted before requesting pill refinement. The MC realized that if this woman continued to be constantly present, it would be difficult to gauge the loyalty of the Fanatic faction, so his chance to obtain the second part of the art was interrupted until the message arrived that Protector Zong had died. Yan said he was killed in battle. The MC became interested in the man's belongings, as he might have cultivation manuals. The woman said that at a time like this, no one cared about such things. She revealed her true appearance to the MC, leaving him impressed. She was a beautiful woman with a tattoo on her face, which left Xing paralyzed by her beauty. She asked the MC to accompany her to the Master Race's world, since they would descend within a month and, when they arrived, humanity would be annihilated, and if anyone wanted to survive, the only path would be to transform and become one of them. Xing refused to become a creature that was neither human nor ghost. He told Ying that he preferred to simply remain human. On 23/09/new era of the year 2037, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, shortly after facing the Elder, the MC was swallowed by a gigantic beast. This creature darkened the sky and devoured the entire nation of Xia in a single blow. The MC died at 37 years old, ending the simulation. Now, knowing that the Elder was a woman, he had even more doubts, since the apocalypse had arrived earlier than expected. It seemed to be strongly connected to the Church of Ventura. The MC now had to choose his reward. He chose the natural divine strength and the cultivation of the early organ tempering realm. He knew this world was very dangerous, and that increasing his strength should be the priority. While gathering more information, the MC was surprised by the power of the organ tempering realm. His heart was beating stronger, and this power radiated throughout his body. Xing found this sensation invigorating. Today, he reached the 9th level of the organ tempering realm, and now, only one step remained to reach this final goal. He then grabbed his clothes and decided to find a place to test the limits of his current strength. As expected of Jingu Academy, they had strength training machines worth millions that would be of great help to the MC, who positioned himself in the area used freely by students, but it did not take long for people to recognize him. Nonsense was said that his field of study was known as trash, and that he was the only cultivator in the world. Hearing these comments, the MC disliked it greatly, but seeing that many knew him, he could not reveal his true capability at the moment. As he prepared to begin the training, the people in the same room began to wonder where the MC was, as they could no longer see him. The girl was able to see Xing approaching from behind. Everyone was impressed after the MC approached, because instead of taking the disguise pill, the MC took the beauty pill. But at the moment, it was fine, as long as he concealed his true identity. Xing began the test with the gold level machine, then prepared to deliver the first strike, causing a huge impact after hitting the target and throwing the machine backward. The MC said that this gold strength training machine did not seem very durable after seeing the power of his strike. The people there for training were impressed by the strength they had just witnessed, since it required at least 100 tons of force to move that target. Xing could hear what they were saying, increasing his self-esteem. Since the gold level could not withstand the MC's strength, he tried the master level. He now prepares himself and channels more force into the strike, causing real destruction with the impact, making everyone freeze and even become frightened when they saw the machine's bolt come loose. and almost end up fatally injuring them. Wei and Jojo could not believe that another machine had been broken, especially by someone they had underestimated. The MC remembers that these machines were the property of the school and that, since he broke them with a punch, he might have to pay. So he begins to calculate based on a 10% depreciation rate so as not to show so much strength, but it was very complicated to keep doing that. Wei tells the people who were arriving at the training room that the senior's punch had reached 150 kilograms, a number that only a grandmaster level could achieve. The MC, who had not yet broken the machine, becomes furious and says that he still needs to be sure of his strength and strikes it again insanely, leaving everyone terrified. No one could believe that Xing could deliver so many punches in such a short amount of time, since he said that it seemed the numbers were not wrong, because his current strength was almost at the Grandmaster level. Everyone fell silent as the MC walked out of the room, and everyone imagined that he had used some kind of ability to amplify his strength. Jojo says that the machine is not an enemy and that there were still no reasons to use abilities, meaning that the senior must have just evolved and came to test his limits at the academy. Wei says that the academy may then have another extremely powerful master. The girl, happy, asks to post a quick photo on the school forum, asking who this divine level specialist was. Meanwhile, the MC goes to the stream in the spiritual dungeon, saying that the effect of the beauty pill had passed, returning to his normal appearance. He admits that something wrong was happening, because at the peak of perfection of the bone-forging realm, his strength had reached more than 200,000 tons, and now, as he was at the 9th level, his strength exceeded 300,000. And while meditating, he wonders whether the power of the organ-tempering realm could be linked to brute strength elsewhere in the body refinement realm, also known as the meridian opening realm. This realm serves to establish a solid foundation, burying the seeds for the path of body refinement, focusing on nourishing the body, while providing a considerable increase in combat power and strength. The second realm of body refinement is called the bone-forging realm. This realm mainly improves the bones and the physical density of the human body, and once this density increases, a person's power skyrockets as a result. The third realm of body refinement is the organ-tempering realm, a place to strengthen the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, somewhat like the internal cultivation methods in wuxia novels, strengthening the heart and being able to improve sustained combat capability. Before this, the MC would become exhausted after fighting for an hour, but now he can last for 3 or 4 hours, strengthening the kidneys, which belong to the water element, capable of storing essence and retaining ki. And for the body refinement cultivator, essence, ki, and spirit are very important, being crucial for the maintenance, operation, and balance of the entire body. Xing also strengthens the spleen, the organ of the human body responsible for hematopoiesis, because only when the spleen is strong can the body's qi and blood be perfect, and only then is it possible to steadily improve strength. Seen this way, the organ-tempering realm seems more like a transitional realm, connecting the preceding and following stages, consolidating one's internal state. Perhaps only after reaching the 4th realm, Guanwu, will there be a massive transformation in strength, still within the spiritual world. The MC was thinking of a way to test and verify his hypothesis, but soon he could hear his cell phone ringing. It was Kang, who was furious with Xing, saying that he treated her as nothing more than his secretary, since he ignored guild matters and did not collect equipment, and this was already making him arrogant. After saying that, the call was disconnected. The MC realizes that he could take advantage again, so he goes to meet the veteran, and, before it was just 1 hour, it became almost the entire night making love, leaving Kang impressed with the MC's condition, since for his hypothesis to be correct, his endurance should be infinite. After they finished, and the MC could no longer do anything else, the woman says that they should discuss the affairs of the tarot club. At the end of his strength, the MC says that they first needed a truce, then begins to think that he might need to reach the final stage of the organ-tempering realm to deal with this woman. In this simulation, the MC directly joined the fanatic faction, since he needed to obtain the 2nd volume of the Changchun art. After the simulation, the MC managed to obtain the level 10 blue talent, beast language, through which he could understand the language of all spiritual beasts and animals. Xing is interested in this talent, since he could understand his chickens. Already in the blessed land of the spiritual field, the MC realized that something was different, and As soon as he was preparing to refine pills, several strange voices suddenly reached his ears. Confused, he began to search for the origin of the voices, finding it strange, since the blessed land was only accessed by him. But now there were strange voices, until he finally discovered that they were the spiritual chickens he raised and that they were talking. The chickens were fighting over a worm, since only one was eating and not sharing the food. The MC is impressed with level 10 beast language, then begins to follow the chickens out of the coop, listening to everything they were saying. The chickens were sisters and were on their way to a duel with another aggressive chick. When the groups met, they began to challenge each other. The rebellious chick says that it would show its power and with its ball performs the supreme chicken strike. The sisters become frightened seeing the ball coming toward them, and the only thing they could do was chirp. The MC prevents the ball from hitting the sisters, grabs the rebellious chick, and asks who had allowed it to act that way. This left the animals impressed, since they did not think they could be understood. Xing tells everyone to go back to laying eggs, and that otherwise, he would eat all of them. Because the MC prevented the incident in the chicken coop, he obtained more spiritual eggs. A few days later, according to the plan, the MC arrived at the Adventist faction with Qing, but this time chose to join the Fanatic faction. This left the junior surprised, since it was a bold request. Even with the girl begging Xing not to do it, he followed his path. The elder, upon seeing the MC, asks if he was the pill refiner. Xing replies that he was. The man asks that he needed 200 organ refinement pills, and that if the MC delivered them in 1 month, he could give him an elder position. Xing thanks him for the opportunity, but thinks that things could be more difficult, since with Ying, everything had been very fast. Although dissatisfied in his heart, he did everything for the sake of the Changchun art, diligently completing the task. The man is satisfied to see the produced pills, and with that, Xing obtained a candidacy for the elder position. But the MC says that he possibly wanted to exchange his reward, as he wanted to trade his position for the Changchun art. The elder stops walking and says that there was no problem at all. The MC did not imagine it would be so simple, and, after having the item in his hands, begins to think that the old protector might have given a false replica. To verify the authenticity of the technique, Xing practiced with great concentration and, after checking several times, over time, the MC discovered that he indeed had the complete Changchun art. This left him completely happy, and now he did not want to part with that book even for a second. But suddenly, someone breaks the wall where Xing was. It was Zong, who launches into an attack saying that the MC was a cultivator and that his cultivation had increased, something he had discovered since the first time he saw him. The protector grabs the MC by the neck, asking why he wanted the cultivation of the Changchun art. The protector captures Xing and begins to whip him, saying that there was no record of spiritual energy in that world, so he wanted to know how he was able to cultivate immortality. Even after being beaten severely, the MC says nothing. The protector starts laughing, saying that he would make the MC disappear. He then begins to release scorpions to use another method to make Xing open his mouth. These creatures are called heart-devouring goo, which infiltrate the body causing pain like 10,000 ants gnawing at the heart. The MC was convinced that he would die, since he could not mobilize even a trace of spiritual energy. But the creatures were not doing anything, and instead were wondering where they were, then soon forgot and moved to devour the MC, who desperately told them to wait a moment. Xing uses beast language to persuade the goo worms to settle in the land blessed by the spiritual field. Attracted by the promise of the legendary Chinese cabbage, and the goo worms agree. The protector is impressed to see that the MC could control the worms. This enraged Zong, who inflicted multiple forms of torture. Fortunately, aware that this was only a simulation, the MC did not utter a single word. The MC enters the simulator and acts according to his life in the real world, so as long as he refuses to yield, his simulated version will also not yield. The protector had still not stopped his torture, saying that he still had more. He then begins to electrocute the MC and throws him into a furnace, saying that he would refine him like a pill and, in the end, eat him, since only in this way could he continue on his cultivation path. In his home, Xing was afraid, saying that Zong was truly insane about cultivation, therefore it was better not to cross his path in the real world. The pill fire burns his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, leaving him unable to mobilize any spiritual energy and unable to move even a finger. Xing states that if he had even a little spiritual energy, he could hide inside the land blessed by the spiritual field. The Protector says that he would refine the MC as a great nourishing pill and, after sealing the alchemy and consuming him, would be able to break through to the return of the Void Realm. In the dormitory, Xing wonders what the return of the Void Realm was, since Zong mentioned it while beating him, because even though he was at the gold level, he could not defeat him. But in future simulations, the MC absolutely could not join Elder Ying's fanatic faction, being nothing more than a fish on the board. Over those 49 days, Protector Zong murmured to himself beside the alchemy furnace, and the MC discovered that he had lived for more than 1,000 years and came from an era of the end of the Dharma, where immortal cultivation was no longer possible. The MC begins to wonder what the end of the Dharma was, as he remembered that Great Chai had a dungeon called the Era of the End of the Dharma, and now he begins to think that this old man might be an NPC. Within the simulation, the MC was enduring infernal heat. The Protector begins to prepare to add the medicinal guide in order to extend his life by 100 years. Almost out of strength, the MC states that he was going to die until he saw an ingredient fall beside him. It was a spiritual fruit. It sealed all pathways and was the MC's only chance. After eating the fruit, Xing begins to have spiritual energy, managing to teleport out of the alchemy with just one bite of the fruit, leaving Zong shocked. The MC burst into laughter in his dormitory. Already within the simulation, he was inside the spiritual field, still injured, saying that Zong could not follow him there. However, he also would not be able to leave. Then, immediately, the MC begins to heal himself, remembering that the Pillfire had destroyed his Dantian long ago, making him a cripple unable to cultivate. Xing lies on the ground, exhausted, waiting to have the strength to react, while Zong shatters the alchemy, desperately searching for the MC, assuming that he was hiding inside a cave in a land blessed by heaven and swearing to wait until he emerged. Comfortable, the MC was drinking his soda in a hot water bathtub together with his chickens, stating that it was a good choice to have stored some assorted items in the blessed land of the spiritual field. Since it was the 12th year, he would treat it as a vacation anyway. Thus, the timeline reached the 14th year, and the entire space of the blessed land of the spiritual field began to shatter. The MC felt a premonition in his heart, realizing that the foreign beasts had finally descended. Xing stated that it was the apocalypse and that the old dog should be outside, but upon returning to the simulation, the MC was discovered by surprise. The Protector launched an attack, saying that the MC possessed a heaven-blessed cave where he could escape everything. Frightened, the MC said he knew nothing about it and asked whether he had been monitored all this time. Zong said that he had pursued him throughout his entire life and that now his days were numbered, but before losing his life, he wanted a single day in the blessed cave. The man knelt down waiting for a positive answer from Xing, who was surprised by that reaction, but with a plan in mind, said he would take him. Then he drove a sword into his own chest. Zong, seeing that, rushed toward the MC to stop him. Expecting death, the MC smiled and told Zong that he only wanted the treasure and was a hypocrite. A message appeared stating that Xing had died and his talent dying with regret had been activated. The Protector, holding the MC, said that he did not have permission to die, so it was better for him to say what cultivating was like. With one eye slightly open, the MC could see that man's face up close, and it was the same mysterious man who had killed him several times in previous simulations. After that, the simulation ended, and the MC was frightened, saying that it all made sense now, since aside from a lunatic like the Protector, there was no one else who would hunt immortal cultivators. Laughing, the MC gave thanks that it was only a simulated life. Now, Xing had to choose a reward. The first was level 10 language, priced at 100,000 energy points. The second was the 5th level of the gold stage, a gold quality cultivation base even further improved, reaching medium-high aptitude, priced at 400,000 energy points. There was also the reward of 10 years of experience in pill refinement, valued at 10,000 energy points. The other was the Changchun art, the sex fundamental method, the precursor to a more powerful cultivation technique. The Changchun art could be cultivated up to the great perfection of the Void Return realm, priced at 500,000 energy points. The MC, seeing that he definitely had to choose the Changchun art as the remaining reward, Xing stated that level 10 beast language would be the best choice, since both the cultivation base and pill refinement were lamentably low. Remembering Zong, the MC said that the greatest gain from the previous simulation was the confirmation of the Protector's identity. After some time, before Xing reached the divine transformation realm, he should stay far away from that old dog, choosing to bring the complete version of the Changchun art at the cost of 500,000 energy points. Now the MC could finally continue cultivating the Changchun art. Because of that, he hoped that the second volume would contain the chance for the nascent soul stage, while remaining discreet, since sooner or later he would be stronger than Zong's dog. While he was in the spiritual world, the MC could hear the chickens saying that the spiritual rice was running out, so he became interested in the conversation. Seeing that the troublesome chicken was rationing the other's food, he became furious. The bully continued saying that in that world, the weak were prey to the strong, and she was stronger than all of them, so she could eat more spiritual rice than the others. The rest of the group was sad, as they could not eat even a single grain. The MC approached without the bully noticing, since she would not stop talking. Then he throws a punch at her head, frightening her, and, holding her, asks if she was the so-called sister chicken who was affecting the reproduction speed of the chickens, and that because of this, he would have to add a dish to the spiritual chicken dinner, which left the creature extremely terrified. The MC then lets her go on the ground and explains that they were all equal and that there was no one superior or anything like that. The chickens bow to the MC, saying that from that moment on, he was their master and that they would defend him to the death. The MC, realizing that he had become the chicken brother, did not need to use suspenders and found it the most disappointing thing, but his conscience weighed on him and he thought it best to make another decision. In his dormitory, he says that he was low on energy since he needed to sell more pills and level up as quickly as possible. 1 week later, the MC thinks it best that for this simulation he would stay with little Ying, and when he was strong enough, he would challenge the old dog Zong. Upon starting the simulation, Xing obtained by lottery the blue talent, the true dual spiritual root of wood and fire. Now his cultivation talent far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The MC is happy since he finally obtained a good talent, because it was all he needed. As with this talent plus the resources of the Adventist faction, he would soon be able to reach the nascent soul. As usual, Xing joined the Adventist church by Qing's recommendation. Because he was held in high regard, Ying offered many cultivation resources to the MC, and with the help of his spiritual root, he was able to cultivate to the intermediate gold stage in 1 year. After the intermediate stage comes the peak, and after the peak would be the nascent soul. This time, the MC's cultivation was going well, but a giant beast that covered the sky appeared, and his cultivation was interrupted, dying at 32 years old. In his dormitory, Xing could not believe that the end of the world had been brought forward and became even more furious upon seeing the message that, due to the premature end of the simulation, the rewards would be postponed until the end of the next one. He then begins to think that he spent the entire simulation in the faction, and, even while exploiting them heavily and providing many pills, it became even clearer that they were traitors to the human race. And with his pills, they could increase strength, causing the strength of the Xia officials to decrease. The MC states that if the officials became weak, the suppression pass demon would naturally be breached sooner. Then he begins to think that simply blindly exploiting the Adventist faction would not work, since he also needed to ensure the strength of the Xia officials to delay the arrival of the apocalypse. Therefore, he thinks that in the next simulation, he needed to establish a persona as a double agent. 1 week later, the MC was able to start a simulation, obtaining the blue talent with the appearance of Panan, which made him a handsome and incomparable man, rarely seen in a millennium, and not only would the opposite sex be attracted by his appearance, but even men would be subdued by his beauty. Xing states that it was another useless talent, since it was a waste of energy points. Inside the simulation, he begins to look at himself in the mirror, saying that he felt incredibly charming, and this left him disappointed, since he planned to be a double agent in this simulation, so he could not be so conspicuous. Even so, he joins the Adventist church again after exploiting them sufficiently. The MC appears at the Tarot Club as a mysterious figure and sells organ refining pills and nourishing pills to Yuan. The high-quality pills are sold to the Xia officials at a low price through the Tarot Club, while the low and medium-quality ones are delivered to the Adventist church. In this way, he could delay the arrival of the apocalypse while still exploiting the faction. The MC was considering himself a genius. After returning to the Adventist church, just as he began to feel complacent, the Protector Zong surrounds him with a group of big shots from the Adventist faction. The Protector asked the MC why he had betrayed the faction after the good treatment it had offered him. Xing knew that Zong would find him, but he did not think he would spout such nonsense. The MC asked the Protector what proof he had to accuse him of betrayal. The man shows a nourishing pill from Ying that he had found in the Xia army, identical to the one from the church, so he wanted to know how there was no betrayal if the Xia army had the same supplements, since only an immortal cultivator could refine this nourishing pill. The other elders were surprised to learn that Xing was an immortal cultivator, since he had never said anything. This showed that he did not consider the church his home, as he had not revealed his greatest secret. The MC asks whether there were also no secrets within the faction. The cultivators, hearing that the MC was called a traitor, become indignant with Zong, since they were developing pills that the MC had taught them. Confident, Xing tells the Protector that he only wanted to detain him and was not thinking about the church. He then continues saying that the reason for this was because he probably had stagnant cultivation and was now wanting to use him to refine a human pill. The Protector says that this was nonsense, as he had exposed the MC solely for the Adventist church and had no selfish motive. Ying approaches and asks the Protector that if he had no motive, why would he incriminate a member of the church? She then asks if the nourishing pill was the same as the Xia armies. The man replies yes. Upon hearing this, Elder Ying calls Zong an idiot and says that Xing's talent was limited and the pills he provided to the faction were far inferior to those of Xia, showing that they had a high-level alchemist. Furious, the woman makes it very clear to Zong that instead of prioritizing the church's safety, he was creating problems by trying to harm a member to satisfy his own desires. The MC says that the grades of the pills were a trap he dug for old Zong, but it was Elder Ying who was filling them in. At Ying's request, the various elders admit that the difference between the two types of pills was indeed enormous, like an abyss. The church's cultivators, after seeing that conversation, tell the MC to work hard and that there would be time to improve the pills, leaving Zong furious for being unable to expose Xing. Before leaving the hall, Ying tells the MC that they were together now. Seeing the way the woman spoke, Xing becomes frightened as he realizes that she was not believing any of it, making it strangely dangerous. After a few days at the Adventist church base, the MC goes to Ying's base and says that he had matters to discuss. The woman asks him to come in, but the MC becomes embarrassed upon seeing her, as she was wearing little clothing and showing some tentacles. The elder says that she would explain everything before any questions. Xing says that she would not let him in if she were not going to talk about this. They sit down, and the MC asks whether she was truly loyal to the Adventist church or if she was there only for her own purpose. The woman says that she knew Xing went to the Tarot Club every month and that it could be to sell pills. The MC, in his dormitory, states that he thought his actions had been impeccable, but now discovered that he had been found out long ago. With no way out, Xing asks if she was from that world. Ying is surprised, as she did not expect that. The MC says that she did not need to worry about it, since only he knew. In fact, the MC consulted Kong first to find out whether this woman was on the wanted list. This made the veteran jealous of the MC, who now tells Ying that he had only guessed correctly and even deduced that her world had also suffered an invasion of foreign races. The woman says that he was guessing right. Xing grabs Ying's arm and tells her to help him, as they could share the same suffering, could save that world, and he could help save her world, since if they joined forces, they could defeat the common enemy. The woman pulls her arm away, saying that it was useless, and explains that the reason she wanted the MC to remain in the Adventist church was solely because of the pills. Xing, confused, asks if they were really necessary. The woman says that she only delivered part of the pills to the church, while the rest she supplied to her clan. This left the MC even more curious. Ying explains that her clan was still fighting against the foreign races, and the organ-refining pills were improving their spiritual strength. But it was a pity that the MC appeared too late, since only in that year, the foreign races invaded their cities, forcing them to have no choice but to join the foreigners. The MC is surprised that the Elder's world was invaded in the 8th year. Sadly, the woman says that if she had possessed the knowledge of the pills earlier, her clan could have had a different outcome. Even so, she asks him to join the clan and, in exchange, would provide a body that was not completely transformed into a beast. Xing refuses the proposal, saying that he wanted to maintain his dignity as a human, since, besides that, she was wrong in that world. Then he leaves her, saying that he would help her clan, as the elder's story greatly motivated him, making the MC refine more pills in order to help the human race. After some time, Xing manages to refine more than 10,000 nourishing pills and delivers them all to leader Yuan Wu, leaving him full of joy, seeing those supplements in his hands. The man says that if he had all those resources before, it would have been great. After doing all this, the MC returned to the Adventist church and, as expected, was surrounded by the protector and his men. Zong says that Xing was caught red-handed, but he does not say a word and manages to teleport directly to the blessed land of the spiritual field. Upon arriving at the dungeon, the MC says that it was expected that the old dog's obsession with immortal cultivation would make him seek revenge. Then, after dealing with all of this, the MC cultivated with focus, successfully reaching the mid-gold level. Now, Xing was looking for a way to refine a pill that would allow him to reach the peak gold level, but before he could find a suitable pill, the blessed land of the spiritual field began to distort. This made the MC realize that the apocalypse was approaching. On the first day of September of the new era of 2038, Xing was shattered into fragments by spatial turbulence. After this happened, the MC states that if the strength of the Xia army increases, the apocalypse will be delayed. Then he plans that this time, he will supply at least 10,000 pills to the Xia army, successfully delaying the apocalypse by half a year. The MC also plans to make 20,000 pills in half a year to help Ying, turning her into an ally and being able to definitively end the apocalypse. Before starting the simulation, the MC had to choose a reward. He chooses the cultivation of the true dual spiritual root of wood and fire at mid-gold level. Now, with his power restored, Xing begins to cultivate, saying that he would take the opportunity to improve the pill condensing formula, creating an even more powerful supplement using the 3 formulas, causing a great explosion when it was created. The MC managed to successfully create the pill, feeling pleased at having broken through another layer. Now he assumes that both his spiritual energy and his pill refining efficiency would be 100 times greater than before. Then he wastes no time and begins refining more pills. When taking them to Kong, he leaves her excited, wanting to know if the MC would sell them. He replies that yes, and that part of the money would be used to buy high-quality equipment and to acquire other merchant guilds. So he wanted to expand the scale of the Tarot Club. The veteran says that she had no problem with that, since the Lingyun Merchant Guild was low on funds, and now, with these pills, could be boosted again, so she thanks him for the work. The MC still had the idea of allying with Elder Ying, so he initiates a simulation obtaining the blue talent of plant affinity. This made him an excellent farmer, with all kinds of plants being easily manipulated by his hands, making them grow faster. The MC states that this was good, since he could produce supreme-grade medicinal ingredients. Now, Xing could hardly wait to test the plant affinity, discovering that any spiritual plant grew twice as fast as before. The MC was planning to open a few more acres of land, and, half a year later, had several potions prepared, and one day before Qing took him to the Adventist church, he knew he could easily gain the elders' trust through the quantity of supplements. The next day, upon meeting Ying, the MC bluntly says that she was not from that world, and that he knew everything. The woman, surprised, says that she knew nothing about it. Xing hands nourishing pills to Ying, telling her to give them to people who had not yet reached the Grandmaster level. Although full of doubts about the MC, the elder still took the pills. After some time, she calls Xing to her home, and, while they were going to the bedroom, the woman asks if he had more pills. The MC, focused on other matters, becomes embarrassed, since he was wearing little clothing. After some time, Xing, already dressed, says that he could refine thousands of pills in a month. Hearing this, the woman becomes excited. The MC says that he could help her people obtain 1,000 Grandmaster level specialists in a month. Curious, Ying asks why he was helping, and Xing says that they had a common goal. After that day, they formed an alliance, promising her 1,000 organ refining pills every month. As for the remaining pills, the MC uses some to improve his cultivation and supplies the rest to the Tarot Club. which then sells them to the Xia army. Back in the spiritual world, while feeding the chickens, the MC says that it was already the 7th year, but he did not know why he was still at the gold stage. Xing becomes disappointed since he was so close, but soon changes his mind, since cultivation is an act of defying the heavens and cannot be forced. His reaction even left the chickens startled. He then remembers that in the last simulation, the elder had asked for the pills in the 8th year, so something most likely went wrong in her world. So having such an alliance was useless, since even if he had stagnated in cultivation, he could not waste the simulation opportunity, so he decides to do a test. Then he brings more supplements to Ying. He says that there were more than 30,000 pills. The woman bows and says that after finishing this, she would repay the MC's kindness with her life. Xing is astonished to hear this, but laughs, saying that she was very polite. Upon reaching the 8th year, nothing happened. The MC, while looking at his plants, says that Ying even appeared crying, showing that the nourishing pills were being effective. Xing decided to supply tens of thousands of pills to the elder. Everything was developing in a good direction. Ying appeared bringing a peach blossom potion, a species from her world. After hearing this, the MC states that his strategy was successful, and now it seemed that the plan to save the world with nourishing pills was worth promoting. In the 9th year, just when Xing thought everything was foolproof, Ying appears injured and already almost without strength. As she falls into the MC's arms, he asks in shock what had happened. The woman tells him to give up this so-called resistance. Confused, Xing asks what had happened. The elder says that the giant beast descended, and before she could even finish the sentence, the woman loses consciousness. The MC was holding Ying in his arms, thinking that the reason for the world's destruction might be something else. The failure of the spiritual race dealt him a massive blow, as he now changes his idea about nourishing pills, but undaunted, states that he needed to become stronger. Under intense emotional fluctuation, his realm stagnates and finally unfolds, surpassing the gold level stage. After his breakthrough, the MC finally managed to cross over and, in his dormitory, drinks his soda, saying that with cultivation at the peak of the gold level, he could defeat 10 grandmasters with one punch and, at the very least, could explore some dangerous dungeons. Now the plan to kill the dog could also be initiated, but first, he needed to investigate what life-saving measures Zong possessed. Therefore, as soon as he reached the divine transformation realm, he would annihilate him in a single strike. The MC had the entire plan in mind. After Ying recovers, she says that it must have been difficult for the MC to deal with Zong. He asks Ying not to say that, since he wanted revenge. The woman says that the giant beast had unimaginable power. The MC takes the woman's hand and says that even without seeing it, he knew of its power, and that was why he needed her help. Xing managed to persuade the elder, and now she was determined to take revenge on the beast, and, under the elder's protection, he managed to exploit the Adventist church, refining 30,000 yuan nourishing pills and 30,000 organ refining pills. After some time, the MC, looking at his plantation, says that this was expected from plant affinity, since the quality of these medicinal herbs was better than that of the faction. At the same time, the herbs that the MC planted in the blessed land of the spiritual field were also harvested, allowing them to be used to refine pills. Xing tells the Xia leader that there were 100,000 yuan nourishing pills there, and the carriages behind contained 100,000 organ refining pills, enough to double the number of Xia Grandmaster practitioners. Yuan Wu is happy to learn this news. After doing all this, the MC begins to cultivate seriously, hoping to reach the peak gold level in one go. But Xing drained the spiritual energy of the blessed land until it dried up, and many spiritual plants degenerated into common plants. The MC did not understand what had happened to the energy. The spiritual chickens also stopped communicating with Xing, leaving him even more disturbed since he had an agreement with the animals. Furious, the MC begins to look for a solution in the book left by Qing. He then begins to think that the spirit gathering array was smaller and therefore could concentrate spiritual energy in the cave dwelling, and that activating the array required hundreds of spiritual stones. Therefore, he thinks that the smaller spirit gathering array could concentrate spiritual energy in the cave dwelling, and thus activating it required hundreds of spiritual stones. Xing consults the book again saying that he had hundreds of spiritual stones. But cultivation in the later stages would require more and more spiritual energy, and those spiritual stones would not be sufficient. Then, he begins to read about the spirit-gathering flower, which, once mature, could absorb and release the world's spiritual energy and even improve the quality of the spiritual energy in the air. The MC is pleased to have found a solution. After finding 3 spirit-gathering flowers in the sachet left by the elder, he began to plant them. In the 16th year under his care, the spirit-gathering flowers grew rapidly. In less than a year, they reached 3 inches in height. Fortunately, Xing had plant affinity, since otherwise these flowers would be difficult to cultivate. In addition to planting flowers, the MC began to learn how to draw arrays, but his spiritual sense was insufficient, making it difficult to achieve great success with arrays. Fortunately, Xing found a pill that improves spiritual sense, the mind-nourishing pill. The MC begins to think about whether he should provide the mind-nourishing pills to the Xia army, since their strength could increase significantly. Looking at the sky, he could see the giant beast appear, so he knew it was time again. Reaching the end of the simulation, upon dying, the apocalypse was postponed to the 18th year, seeming that improving the strength of the spiritual race or the Xia officials, since both could delay the apocalypse. The MC now had to choose his reward. His choices were plant affinity, a blue talent priced at 100,000 energy points, forcing at most the gold level with Qi refinement and cultivation foundation, priced at 1 million points. There was also the reward of 2 spirit-gathering flowers, valued at 20,000 points. Finally, there was the spirit-gathering array, which only possessed a slight understanding of the spirit-gathering array, valued at 5,000 points. Xing said that cultivation was definitely essential for spiritual energy, so he needed to plant flowers that attracted spirits in large quantities in the future. Therefore, plant affinity was also necessary, as well as the spirit attraction arrangement, and perhaps the next time. The MC spent a cost of 1,100,000 energy points, leaving 1,996,666. Xing was surprised to see what plant affinity was like, but upon seeing a plant sprouting on his head, he began to doubt whether he needed to approve this. A plant by the window called the MC a dead-faced thing, asked him to open the curtains, and asked whether he knew how to cultivate succulents. The MC was surprised to realize that, with the affinity, he could read the thoughts of plants. Xing opened the curtain, leaving the plant quite impressed, since the dead thing never listened. Hearing this, the MC told the plant that either he would die or it would that day, then threw it out the window. After the MC resolved the problem, the kid noticed that something was happening in his body. An intense glow began to emanate from his abdomen. A message appeared saying that a spiritual power gathering was occurring. The MC was surprised by the maximum strength of the gold level, as he felt closer to the nascent soul. After passing through the change, Xing stated that it was an incredible sensation, as it was much greater than the previous spiritual cyclone, and now the MC could try to reach the nascent soul next time. But a message appeared saying that after the host acquired 10 talents, he could spend simulation energy to expand talent slots, and higher quality talents of the same function would automatically replace lower quality ones with different quality talents. Because of this, with the energy the MC had in his pocket, it had not been easy to acquire, but now it meant there was no maximum limit to his talent slots. Xing began to cry, saying that his energy points had dropped drastically, seeming like he would need to refine more pills to make money again. Therefore, he wanted to know how Kang was doing in the search for artifact refining materials. After a week, Xing was exhausted, as he had been refining pills day and night, and Kang had gone to visit him. The woman said that seeing him like that, she did not know how she could deliver the bad news. The MC became curious about what that news was. The senior said that the quantity of white quality equipment he needed was very large, and the market no longer had enough stock to buy. Xing was surprised to learn this, because it would end his greatest source of confidence. But the woman said there was also good news, as she had found an exotic metal that was requested to refine the alchemy furnace. Then a message appeared stating that 300 kilograms of level 2 exotic metal had been detected. This could be converted into 60,000 simulation energy points. The MC was surprised to learn that just such a small piece of level 2 exotic metal contained 60,000 simulation energy points, and this was great for providing energy points. Xing asked whether there was a lot of it on the market and what the price would be. The woman said that exotic metals are special minerals produced in certain dungeons. Production is scarce, and if bought directly from practitioners, 1 kilogram of level 2 exotic metal costs about 40,000 points. The MC asked Kang to help him buy some, as he wanted it regardless of quality. The senior said that if he put it that way, level 1 metal would have a high production volume and be cheap, since it actually met his needs well. The MC said that this was exactly what he was looking for, since the problem of energy points would be solved. The woman began to take off her clothes, saying that since she had helped the MC, he should give her a reward. Awkwardly, Xing said that he had not slept for several days and was already weak. Even so, Kang threw herself on the MC. After some time, Xing became shy under the blanket, while the senior said that she would help him and asked him to rest well, since it seemed that she would need to buy pills to seal Hong Kong's kidneys. Disappointed, the MC said that the reason was that he had not slept well. Then he decided to start the simulation, and this time, he wanted to fill the blessed land of the spiritual field with spirit-gathering flowers. He began to cultivate the spiritual field, because as long as energy was present, he would have to plant spirit-gathering flowers. While working, he told the chickens that whoever stepped on those flowers would become a meal, and this scared them. With that, the MC planted flowers while refining pills. During this time, Kang sent the alchemy furnace made of exotic metals, and his pill refining speed increased exponentially. After saving enough pills, Xing saw that the time was right, so he followed Qing to the Adventist church. The MC used the refined pills to form an alliance with the elder, then asked her to find a medicinal herb called Dragon Spiritual Herb. Ying asked if he was going to refine high-level pills with those herbs. Xing replied that he would do exactly that, because he was planning to refine Dragon Spirit pills, and this pill could significantly increase the strength of both practitioners and the spiritual race. Moreover, these pills would help the MC reach the nascent soul. The woman removed her mask, saying that she would help him. Awkwardly, Xing even apologized for the trouble. After some time, he used the Dragon Spirit grass found by the elder to refine pills frequently, but the success rate was not even 50%. The MC, seeing his result, said that 300 stalks of Dragon Spirit grass produced only 1 sprout, showing that the shortcut was really not easy to follow. Suddenly, the door to his room opened. Ying appeared with an injured body. The MC realized that the spiritual race's world had been destroyed, but they had not even reached the 8th year yet. The woman wanted to know what could be done, because they could no longer endure it. Relieved, Xing now knew that the faction was still there, and had only suffered a small loss. Ying said that she had challenged the MC after giving him the pills, but Xing asked her not to do that, because he knew how powerful the foreign races were. The MC showed the most recent pill he had developed, then handed it to the elder, who took it immediately. Her mask shattered from the force that erupted. The MC asked how she was. The woman said that her strength had increased, in addition to feeling as if her power were that of a celestial king. Upon learning of this effect, Xing said that if Xia and the spiritual race possessed a powerful group of celestial kings, the apocalypse could definitely be delayed for a longer time. Ying said that it was a pity that it was too late, and that if only the MC had produced the pill a few years earlier. Xing coldly said that he could do it, and, smiling, stated that next time he would deliver the Dragon Spirit pill in advance. The woman was surprised to learn that the MC knew her name. Xing asked to use the immersive simulation function because he needed to persuade her personally. A message appeared saying that the MC had successfully used immersive simulation, consuming 100,000 energy points. After doing this, he hugged Ying, stating that she was even more beautiful than he had imagined. But the woman hit Xing on the head, wanting to know how he knew her name. Awkwardly, he said that she had told him. Since that was not the first time they were saving the world together, this left the elder astonished. The MC held the woman's hand and said that he was actually a transmigrator, and that every time the world reached its end, he was sent back to its very beginning, always attempting the impossible to prevent the end of the world, and it was through these infinite cycles that he came to know her. Ying became even more surprised, but she pulled her hands away from the MC and said that it was probably all a lie, yet she began to touch Xing's face and removed his mask, saying that now she knew why she had formed the alliance, and it was simply because she found him handsome. The MC had the appearance of a young and strong man in progress. In his dormitory, the MC admitted that he never thought Ying, a woman of 50 years, would care about appearance. The elder, still curious, asked the MC how long the spiritual race could survive based on his previous lives. Xing said that the situation fluctuated with each reset because his own actions served as a constant variable, and explained that in this current timeline, the introduction of dragon spirit pills would delay the apocalypse more than ever, and that what they should do now was simple, since it was merely to calculate the exact amount of time that these dragon spirit pills could extend the lives of the two worlds. Ying now understood the objective, so, in desperation, she told the MC that it was time to desert, which left him startled. The woman explained that, because of her position, she could no longer obtain more dragon spirit herb, and, therefore, the only option, if they were to continue in the faction, was to loot the Adventist church. Encouraged, the MC said that he would follow her instructions, and that, if they refused to hand over the supplies, they would take them by force. Both agreed on the plan in harmony. Following Ying's plan, the MC managed to infiltrate the church's treasury, which immediately retaliated by sending 10 members to hunt them across the land. Xing successfully accompanied Ying to enlist in the Xia army, in addition to delivering an enormous stockpile of 230,000 organ refinement pills and UN nourishment pills. In an instant, the army's strength increased as they gained more than 40,000 Grandmaster-level practitioners, multiplying their original power several times over. Excited by all these events, Ying asked the MC whether Xia could now help her people in the spiritual world, drawing closer to victory. The MC shook his head negatively, saying that they were still very far from it, because if his calculations were correct, in about 10 years, the number of military practitioners would begin to decline instead of grow, while in the meantime, the power of the foreign races would only continue to increase. Therefore, they needed to find a way to refine a sufficient supply of dragon spirit pills as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Ying said that she now understood that he should focus entirely on pill refinement. In the second year, thanks to the MC's efforts, 40,000 Grandmaster practitioners were stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass. They were capable not only of defending the kingdom, but also of launching counteroffensives against the foreign race beyond the walls. Due to Xing's service unparalleled to the nation, he was honored with Xia's National Hero Medal and granted first sequence authority. The MC raised the medal and said that he wished to exercise his first sequence rights to convene a high-level summit. Yuan Wu said that he would ensure the arrangements were made. In his dormitory, Xing celebrated the rank he had obtained, as it was the greatest of all simulations. After the summit was assembled, the MC began to explain to those present that the most recent batch of dragon spirit pills he had produced had only 2,000 available, and that these pills were capable of enhancing the spirit and physical constitution of high-level Grandmaster practitioners. Moreover, those who took them had a significant opportunity to ascend to the level of Celestial King. Xia's leader was astonished to see that such miraculous medicine existed in this world. Xing stood up and said that the purpose of that meeting was to determine exactly which individuals were deserving of that batch of dragon spirit pills. Yuan Wu became concerned and said that 2,000 pills was indeed a very limited number. After an intense and rigorous selection process, 2,000 elite individuals were chosen to receive the dragon spirit pills. In the end, only about half of these practitioners managed to reach the Celestial King rank. The MC was disappointed that the success rate had not been for everyone. Yuan Wu tried to comfort him, saying that even at 50%, the rate was high due to the difficulty of the rank. Moreover, he continued by saying that the MC had done more than enough and now needed a moment of peace. In the 14th year, Xing's personal cultivation remained stuck at the peak of the gold level. He began to feel that progress was becoming almost impossible, mainly due to the severe deposition of spiritual energy in the environment. Even while consuming a heart spirit pill every month, his cultivation level refused to advance, stating that cultivation is an act of rebellion against the heavens and not something that could be rushed or forced. Since his physical power had reached a limit, he shifted his focus to perfecting his spiritual sense. The concept of spiritual sense refers to a cultivator's awareness. The more powerful an individual becomes, the more expansive their mental reach is. One day, the MC was roaming through the spiritual world and could hear two caterpillars saying that they were tired of eating cabbages and wanted to eat the other beautiful flowers that were there. Xing was on the creature's side, but soon changed his mind because there were several spiritual chickens guarding the pest field. The MC stated that as long as his physical body remained perfectly motionless, he could use his spiritual sense to vividly perceive every leaf and branch in the surrounding area. Then he pulled a cabbage from the ground, saying that those creatures were completely unaware of his presence. The caterpillars began to imagine that the cabbage was transforming into another cabbage. The MC was inside the meditation hut, returning his soul to his body. He admitted that this sensation was truly incredible, but a pity that he did not have so many resources for it. After some time, Xing began taking 3 mind-nourishing pills every day. This caused the intensity and range of his spiritual sense to grow without interruption. Fortunately, the MC had already stolen enough mind-nourishing herb during his raid on the Adventist church to keep himself well supplied. During that same year, his contributions allowed the Xia army to recruit another 150 Celestial King-level practitioners. These elites joined the Grandmasters on the front line of the Demon Suppression Pass. In the 16th year, the MC's dedicated training allowed his spiritual sense to reach a range of 36 meters, enabling him to catch the cheeky chickens from far away. After some time, the forge opened. Xing said that the mind-nourishing pills were taking effect too slowly, so he needed to develop a more potent type of pill. But suddenly, in one of these attempts, an explosion occurred, throwing the MC away. Suddenly, a portal opened inside his room, and Ying began calling him. Upon meeting the elder, she said that the Demon Suppression Pass had been invaded and that Chief Lu had ordered him to be taken to a safe place. The MC was not expecting this moment again. He then began walking toward the exit and drawing his sword, Set said that they would participate in the final war. The fact that the MC's cultivation had remained stagnant for so long left him deeply frustrated. He chose to channel all the repressed irritation into a violent assault against the foreign races. The other practitioners were deeply moved by his display of pure bravery, inspiring them to follow him into the heart of the battle. After some time fighting, the MC stated that his mediocre abilities, when paired with a sword, became quite effective on the battlefield. Now Xing was facing the giant beast head-on. He then told the creature to remember his words and that he would eventually drive an arrow straight into its heart. After the end of the simulation, the MC was satisfied to have reached the apocalypse, but Zhang had still set up an ambush, so it seemed he would need to be even more careful next time. Now Xing had to choose his reward. The first was 20 years of alchemy experience, alchemy knowledge including the multitasking technique while refining pills, and 3 mature spirit-gathering flowers, fully grown spirit-gathering flowers. Spiritual items favored by the Great Father of Heaven and Earth, priced at 300,000 energy points. The next was a spiritual sense of 50 Zhang, the 5 senses realm. In this realm, the spiritual sense functions as the 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, able to perceive even the slightest movement within a radius of 50 Zhang, priced at 500,000 energy points. Lastly, there was the 3-foot focus condensing wood, a natural treasure, an extremely rare item in the cultivation world that strengthens the spiritual sense realm, priced at 10 million points. The MC stated that this focus condensing wood he had stolen from the Adventist church was truly incredible, but it was so expensive that he could not afford it at all. He then chose the alchemy experience and the spiritual senses realm, spending 1 million energy points. The MC still had a remaining balance of 1,023,333 points. Now, he was ready to go to the blessed land of the spiritual field and test it. Upon arriving there, he went straight to testing it, stating that the sensation of mastering all that alchemy knowledge at once was incredible. He then continued his meditation, managing to reach spiritual sense, causing his soul to leave his body. Xing was amazed to see that he could even use spiritual sense to refine medicine. Now, even more excited, he thought about multitasking. The chickens began to panic, thinking that the alchemy furnace was being used by itself. The MC was willing to refine even more pills this time, since Kong had expanded the Tarot Club into the largest organization in Jingdu. When meeting her, both toasted to celebrate. The woman said that she had reached the Grandmaster level, and, because of that, her parents were throwing a party. In his dormitory, the MC said that according to the previous simulation, Kang should not have reached the Grandmaster level until 40 years old. But now, she was only 30, so things were turning out as expected, and reality was improving little by little. Moreover, his hard work had not been in vain. Xing told Kang that he was not sure if he would attend the party, but he had already prepared a gift for her, which was some mind-nourishing pills, the best he had. The senior hugged him, thanking him for the gift. After a few days, in his dormitory, the MC stated that he would need to form an alliance with Ying. Upon starting the simulation, he managed to draw a blue talent, the unyielding silver spear. Xing thought this talent was ridiculously strong, since it was an extremely rare weapon. To test whether the system was playing tricks, the MC sought out Kang to test the spear, and, as could be seen, the system did not lie, and now he could finally hear Kang say mercy while they were having sex. The MC said that he had finally grown and become a real man. Happy moments always last only a short time. The MC returned to the Adventist church with Qing and met Ying, who was still the elder of that time. She was impressed by the quality of the medicine that the MC was going to offer. To gain Ying's trust as quickly as possible, he did not hesitate to reveal his true strength. Zong, driven mad, told Xing to join his faction of fanatics, as he could give him everything. The MC admitted that the dog's nose was sharp, since he had just revealed his strength, and Zong was already on it. The MC told the protector that it was not out of disrespect, then built suspense, driving the dog even crazier. Then he said that Ying was not human and ran away. All of this was to reject Zong without offending him, playing the role of a young man with a hidden grievance. Ying became furious, saying that she had worked hard to secure benefits for Xing, even requesting exceptions from her superiors. The MC almost hid under the table after taking a harsh scolding, but the MC began to defend himself, saying that he had never said that to the protector. The woman accepted Xing's apology, but said that he no longer had space in the nature faction. The MC realized that he had failed to gain Ying's trust. Quite the opposite. She began to change her expression and asked the MC why he had not left yet. With almost no way out, Xing still had a card up his sleeve. He then began to speak her true name and tell a story about her crying in the rain, leaving the elder paralyzed. She asked how the MC knew her name. He replied that she herself had told him and explained that he had said those things to the protector to protect her because he was there to take her away from that place. The woman held the MC's hand, wanting to know who he was. Under the explanation of his smooth tongue, Ying came to believe that the MC was the chosen one, traveling through timelines. Then they spent some time together. She brought Xing an enormous quantity of medicinal herbs. Thanks to his multitasking, his pill refining speed was incredibly fast, managing to refine 5,000 yuan nourishing pills. Meanwhile, with Ying's help, the MC successfully refined 6,000 dragon spirit pills. Still in the cabin, the MC said that in the last simulation, he had only managed to refine one pill, and now there were 6,000, and this showed the increase in his strength. Therefore, in this case, he thought about putting the yuan pills on the agenda, since it was time to reach the organ-tempering realm. Ying appeared saying that she had gone in search of some herbs, but returned with nothing. The MC continued admiring his work. Meanwhile, the woman asked what they should do because even if they had many pills, they would soon run out. The MC said that it was fine and suggested that they needed to desert the church as in the previous simulation, but suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Since last time, the old Sao pretended to be a Xia spy and killed him before the apocalypse. The MC decided to strike first, then told Ying that they could desert the church and join Xia, but before that, they needed to defeat one person. The woman asks whether the MC held any grudge against Protector Zong. After hearing this, Ying says that he only wanted to uncover the secret of immortality through him. Moreover, he was the one who had taken him down last time. The MC shows a supreme dragon spirit pill, saying that he had refined it to obtain the strength of a celestial king, and that, if they did it together, they could certainly leave Old Sao with no place to be buried. Ying says that the MC was greatly underestimating her within the church. Moreover, she had no one besides the protector who guarded the treasure. After taking the pill, the redhead says that the MC should think about how he would fight the protector. Ying says that he was not as strong as she was. The MC says that this simulation would be longer. He then states that it did not matter how he had failed last time, since now he only wanted to test the limits of Old Sao, because a cultivator like him, who had lived for hundreds of years, must carry a wealth of treasures. With an obsessed demeanor, the MC admits that if they managed to take down the Protector, it would be a great gain. After the conversation with Ying, the MC walks down the street drinking and singing, saying that the next day he would die. But upon realizing that Zong was nearby, he thinks it best to head to the outskirts of the city to lure him. Upon arriving in the woods, the MC calls a girl, setting up a meeting for later after his mission. And, while pretending to be distracted, he is attacked by Zong, who upon approaching the MC is surprised to see that Ying was not actually there. Immediately, Ying attacks Old Sao from behind, but even after being struck by the blow, he manages to escape, leaving the woman surprised. The Protector, already atop a cliff, tells Ying that they would meet again. Although Old Sao was injured, he was a veteran cultivator, and his escape methods were countless. It does not take long for him to use the blood escape art. After managing to gather his energy, he summons one of his creatures, a giant robot that attacks Ying directly. The MC, surprised, says that in just this 20-kilometer stretch, the Protector had used the speed talisman and the blood escape art, in addition to shrinking the land, consuming a spiritual fruit, and implanting a nascent soul, creating a great puppet of perfection. But the MC soon remembers that everything was fine because all those treasures were his in the last simulation. Still fleeing, Zong continued attacking Ying, saying that he would destroy her sooner or later. The woman ends up falling into a trap, which irritates her, because Old Sao was only running and lacked the courage to fight. Even so, Old Sao did not stop running, leaving the redhead even more furious. Soon after, the MC breaks the trap, leaving Ying surprised. The MC approaches and asks if she was okay, and the elder says that she was fine, but Old Sao had managed to escape. The MC says that it was fine, since everything had a price. Moreover, the Protector had used many cards to escape, and, because of that, his vitality was certainly low. Ying stopped thinking about whether Zong would live or die, and she abandoned the Adventure Church, joining the Xia together with the MC. Using their pills, the Xia reinforced their forces with 600 powerful Celestial King-level experts and more than 40,000 Grandmaster-level practitioners in a short period of time. Once again, Xing became a hero of the Xia. Convening a high-level meeting, the captain asks the MC if he truly wanted to send troops to help the spiritual race in the other world. He replies yes, since, according to Ying, the aliens of that world were the same ones invading this one. The captain replies that he would grant the request, since the MC's enemy was the same as his, and thus he would provide 10,000 Grandmaster-level specialists. That night, after receiving the news of the support, Ying went to the MC's room and, removing and tearing his clothes using tentacles, made Xing use his unyielding silver talent, delivering a remarkable performance. The redhead was no match for him, shedding her armor in shy surrender. The next day, they go to Ying's world, and the MC is impressed upon seeing a kind of wild boar. The woman kills the creature, saying that it was a 500-kilogram monster that could provide about 50 kilograms of meat essence. With that, the MC unexpectedly discovers that consuming monster essence could nourish his body, combining with the spiritual chicken meat and leaving him just one step away from reaching the nascent soul stage. Xing thinks it is a pity that this resource is so difficult to obtain. Even though there were many monsters on the battlefield, everyone was too busy fighting to collect the corpses. Because of that, he thinks he would have to go to the battlefield personally. Then he asks Ying to provide as much monster blood essence as possible, while he meditated and practiced in the blessed land of the spiritual field, trying to refine everything. 3 years passed like this, and finally, he felt his body break through a stubborn shackle. His vital essence underwent a mysterious evolution. The MC successfully broke through and became a cultivator of the Yuanwu realm. The power still had not ended, leaving the MC even more surprised until it reached a level where the nascent soul was formed. If the MC managed to reach this level, he would have a form of extraordinary power. After managing to create his nascent soul, he is astonished upon seeing it. The MC manages to reach 2 realms at once. This is absolutely incredible. Xing says that he needed to tell this good news to Yuanwu, since he wanted to go to the battlefield to kill monsters. That now, No matter how powerful they were, they would not harm him. Inside the battlefield, the MC realizes that the time is coming again. Soon, a message appears that the simulation has ended. The MC, enthusiastic, thought that the simulation process would be quick and had already decided what he would choose as compensation. He was offered the unyielding silver spear, a blue talent priced at 100,000 energy points. Also, the Yuan realm, worth 2 million energy points. The third cultivation, the nascent soul, priced at 3 million energy points. Finally, 22 kilograms of celestial king rank monster meat essence were offered, priced at 5 million energy points. Xing chooses to redeem the Yuan realm and the nascent soul cultivation. The MC continues his meditation, managing to break another barrier, destroying a pill, and releasing the nascent soul. The MC is surprised to see what it truly was like. He then begins to think that he was re-practicing the cultivation techniques he already knew, so he soon considers giving up. Xing states that, in fact, since he began cultivating, he had not practiced any combat techniques because he had been refining pills. Originally, he planned to go to the battlefield to kill enemies in the last simulation, but the apocalypse happened before he could even depart. Knowing that he could not stay in the blessed land of the spiritual field, he decided that next time he would refine more pills on the battlefield, fighting monsters and defeating them with the strength he had, leaving the girls impressed. Although he had not formally practiced combat techniques, he still had the ability to kill enemies. After defeating some monsters, the MC states that this was better than killing boars. Xing notices that Qing was looking at him a lot, so he begins to find it suspicious. The girl says that she had seen a wealthier lady looking for him earlier. The MC says that her name was Kong and that she was their senior. Qing, with a gleam in her eyes, asks the MC if he was very rich now as well. Xing does not understand where the girl got that from. Even so, she continues insisting that the MC lend her some money, since she would pay it back soon, and besides the money, could pay something extra. The MC, seeing that the girl was going to try to seduce him, says that he would lend the money, but not with that kind of tactic. Qing thanks him, saying that she would not forget this kindness. Xing starts to wonder what she had really encountered and why she was without money, but for the moment, he thinks it is better to forget about it and ask the other girl where she went back to. After some time, the MC was excited, saying that in this simulation he would fight. Upon entering the simulation, a blue talent called I Can't Be the Only Unlucky One was drawn. The MC does not understand what it is. Upon reading the information about his talent, which stated that it was a natural bad luck, guaranteeing that he would step on dog poop when going out and get water stuck between his teeth when drinking, and that his bad luck did not affect only himself, but also caused the people around him to gradually become unlucky. This leaves him furious, not knowing what kind of talent this was. The MC tries to request a refund, but a new system message appears saying that there are no refunds or exchanges. He then thinks it is better to put it aside, since it does not affect reality anyway. Inside the spiritual field, in an already prepared blessed land that is being simulated, he begins refining beauty and healing pills. But a huge explosion occurs in the alchemy, leaving him covered in ashes. Desperate, Xing says that this was not how cultivation worked, and that, even though he could successfully refine dragon spirit pills, he could not make beauty and healing pills. Now it was proven that his bad luck talent was truly terrifying. Having failed in alchemy, the MC plans to do something to distract himself. But while taking care of the spirit-gathering plants, he ends up destroying them. And this happens unexpectedly, leaving even the flowers confused. Even Xing chokes on the spiritual rice, and even the water seemed to have the advantage against the MC. The spiritual chickens tell Xing to hold a ball, but when it is thrown, the MC only hides, since it seemed like the ball had turned into a bullet. This was the last straw for the MC, as his composure was shattered, and he begins chasing the spiritual chickens for a day and a night. Then he calls Kong, saying that he does not know the reason, but he has been very unlucky lately, and that the expansion of the Tarot Club should be postponed. The woman says that she will continue alone, and the MC wishes her good luck. After hanging up the phone, he lies on his bed saying that this buffet of bad luck was not small, and that even talking to people by phone affected his bad luck. Because of this, he begins to think whether, if he went to the church or simply deserted the Xia to join the alien forces, he might succeed. But to verify his hypothesis, he follows Qing to the Adventure Church once again, and his astonishing abilities once more win over everyone in the church, making him the Pill Elder. Ying tells the MC to refine all those pills, since they were in short supply. She explains that for some reason, many people in the church have been getting injured lately, and the MC says that he had been wondering what the reason might be. Curiously, he checks the list of injured people and discovers that most of them had taken pills made by him. The elder asks the MC to speed up the refinement process of the healing pills, and he awkwardly, knowing that it was his fault, says that he is on his way. Fortunately, no one made the connection between the two, and after joining the Adventure faction for a year, the overall strength of the church did not improve. Instead, it decreased significantly. Xing thinks it is better to leave and hide before the people of the church realize what is happening. After packing his things, he looks at the calendar and notices that the inauguration of the Grand Tian Assembly was approaching, so it could be the perfect excuse to slip away. But before leaving, Ying tells him to leave enough pills and then go to Jingdu. However, the MC tried to enter several guilds, but all of them were fully booked. In his last inquiry, a man said that anyone could participate, but only one person at a time and only once per visit. The first available slot was for the next month. Disappointed, the MC returns home. 1 month later, he successfully enters the Grand Luotian Assembly, but gains nothing, which leaves him even more irritated, saying that his bad luck was repugnant. Outraged, the MC says that he gained nothing but memories, and that he did not even properly remember what happened at the Grand Luotian Assembly, skipping crucial parts. A message appears saying that the host can use the immersive viewing function. The MC becomes even more furious, since this practically meant handing over energy points. But he soon calms down, since energy points are just a sequence of numbers, and if he does not spend them, then he just needs to save where necessary. Xing successfully activates the immersive simulation, consuming 100,000 energy points, with the simulation lasting 1 hour, leaving him with only about 9,000 points remaining. After a portal opens, he can hear people on the other side. There, he sees other players who were in line waiting to be attended. Immediately, he goes to the spiritual field, wondering what he would gain this time and hoping not to leave empty-handed. Upon seeing all that scenery, he admits that the air there was wonderful. He then imagines that it was the immortal realm, and that those condensed cyclones of spiritual energy were much denser than those of the spiritual field of the Blessed Land. Suddenly, a person appears calling the MC nephew, saying that he truly broke through to the nascent soul stage, being a genuine young talent. Xing says that, regarding the nascent soul stage, historical records did not state that Luo Xiaochuan was only at the foundation establishment stage of the realm, but he soon begins to realize that the core inside him was still at the gold level, so he starts thinking that Chuan's cultivation was not fixed, and that the dungeon reflected this perfectly upon entering it. The man tells the MC not to be dazed, since his master asked him to escort him to the Grand Tian Assembly. Xing states that, according to Chuan's memories, Martial Uncle Shenong was at least in the divine transformation realm, since he was a grandmaster of alchemy and the art of nurturing the spirit, perhaps making it possible to gain some benefits from him. The MC asks the martial uncle whether he had been very interested in the path of cultivation lately, since he had some questions he would like to ask. The man asks whether he also entered the spiritual path and what his questions were. The MC says that he recently acquired 3 spirit gathering flowers, but that, for some reason, no matter how much he took care of them, they never developed. The martial uncle replies that most people would know nothing about spirit gathering flowers, and that it happened that he had studied cultivation methods in an ancient text. The spirit gathering flower is a gift from the heavens and is extremely delicate, and an ordinary cultivator takes 10 years to cultivate it from seed to maturity. Moreover, one must be incredibly precise with water and sunlight throughout the entire process. It is said that, in legend, spirit gathering flowers are divided into male and female. The female flower has yellow spots on its pistil, while the male does not. And to cultivate them artificially, it is necessary to pollinate the male and female plants exactly on the day they reach maturity. The MC is thrilled while listening to the story. The martial uncle says that, finally, and since he is too lazy to explain the rest, it is enough for him to check the memories himself. then places his finger on the MC's head, who thinks that this old man did not perform a memory transfer from the beginning, and that now his hand was already aching from taking so many notes. But he soon finds everything wonderful because he now knew the secret to cultivating spirit-gathering flowers and would never again need to worry about lacking spiritual energy. It does not take long for them to arrive at Luotian. The MC asks if that was where the Grand Luotian Assembly was being held, since there were so many people. The martial uncle pushes Xing and asks what he is staring at, saying that he should hurry since he was about to pay his respects to his master. The MC is impressed upon seeing Master Chuan, but thinks that he should obtain some benefits from him, and that perhaps he could ask for some high-level combat techniques. The MC kneels and pays his respects to the master. The old man says that it seems Xing did not relax in his cultivation while traveling, and that, moreover, he had found the token of the scripture pavilion that he had requested. The MC thanks him for the gift and states that, according to Luo Chuan's memories, the scripture pavilion housed all the cultivation knowledge of the world and literally had everything, and that, if he died, he would still gain the supreme reward. With that, the MC would recover everything, in addition to his money. Upon entering the library, Xing is surprised by the number of books there were. The MC says that, in general, he had the classic cultivation sword compendium. Although the name sounds ordinary, it was written by the world-renowned immortal sword Dong tens of thousands of years ago. Some say that as long as one completely masters the compendium, learning any profound sword technique in the future will be child's play. The MC finds this incredible, since he finally had an offensive spell he could use to face that old dog Zong. The sword technique compendium divides the mortal sphere into 3 parts: mortal, earthly, and celestial, the 3 swords. Once the mortal sword is mastered, it is possible to kill any enemy in this world, and no mortal would be beyond one's reach. The earthly sword borrows the momentum of heaven and earth to form a sword of creation. A single strike can alter the climate, causing mountains to crumble and tsunamis to rise. The final stage is the celestial sword, a direct path to the immortal sword path. The MC states that if he cultivated the mortal sword to perfection, he could truly be capable of fighting a divine transformation expert while still at the nascent soul stage. Just as the compendium states, if he could master the first part, the sword formula would have the confidence to defeat old Cao Zong. In the 9th year, after failing in his attempt to refine divine strength pills, he was able to concentrate all his efforts on cultivation, practicing the general sword compendium daily and gaining new insights with every strike, with his sword skill progressing at a steady pace. In the 11th year, after 10 years of practice, after memorizing the 4 basic types of sword techniques and mastering dozens of fundamental moves, spending 10 years refining his sword, he was no longer satisfied with the basic forms. Now, the MC thinks of practicing the killing sword. Due to his strong insistence, he joined the army at the Demon Suppression Pass and became a frontier soldier. However, to ensure his safety, the Xia army sent several powerful Celestial King-class experts and even a Martial Emperor-class specialist to protect him in the shadows. The Xia army's order to them was absolute. As long as they lived, nothing was to happen to him. The MC joined the Demon Suppression expedition to ensure that his sword skill received sufficient tempering. Thus, he disguised himself and began as an ordinary soldier, fighting freely on the battlefield. In his 2nd month at the Demon Suppression Pass, the MC killed 60 Grandmaster monsters and 270 Master monsters, in addition to countless enemies below the gold rank. In the 3rd month, he was promoted to commander of 1,000 based on military merit, leading 100,000 men. Xing began to kill demon kings. His impressive achievements drew the attention of the enemy, who sent 3 demon kings to surround him and assassinate him. The monster found it amusing that a mere human dared to brandish weapons before them. The MC says that he begins his massacre of the demon kings. His extraordinary record attracts the wrath of the alien races, who send 3 demon kings to surround him and eliminate him. Xing begins to laugh, asking whether they had never heard the saying that the villain dies from talking too much. Then he starts attacking the creatures insanely. Now, seeing his power, the MC becomes exhilarated, since cutting down demons at the Demon Suppression Pass for 10 years tempered his resolve. His sword skill became ruthless, his aura bloodthirsty, and his gaze instilled terror in the hearts of all who saw him. And, despite his efforts, he failed to prevent the fall of humanity, and the sword was no longer a partnership or something he cherished, having become a mere tool in his hands, an instrument for killing. This deviated from his original path, and from the initial purpose of tempering his path with the sword. One day, when he was on the verge of madness, he was targeted by an assassin from the Adventure Church, facing an ambush by several martial emperors and a legendary force, becoming powerless and perishing in the attack. After his defeat, the simulation ended. His talent, dying with regrets, was activated. He was then able to see that it was old Sao who had stabbed him, and he decided that next time he would use this sword to cut off his neck. This sword technique is truly formidable, managing to take down so many demon kings using only the first form. And if it were not for the traitors of the Adventure Church, the MC might have been able to save the world. But he soon thinks that, sooner or later, he would take down old Zong and seize his assets, one day being strong enough to stop all of this. In his room, Xing admits that it had been a good cost, and that he would first claim the sword insights. Therefore, he chose to extract the cultivation insights of the mortal sword with minor success, costing 3 million energy points. The MC begins to think that if he used this talent wisely, it would give the enemy a huge headache, but using it poorly could simply blow up in his face, so he would put it aside for now. When meeting Kong, she was bathing while they talked. The MC wanted to know if she could obtain a high-quality sword, since he had been practicing recently. The woman says that the Jin Merchant Guild has many high-level weapons, but there might not be one in stock that was perfect for him, though she would keep an eye out. Grateful, Xing says that he appreciated it and thus humbly offered his thanks. 1 week later, Kong appears with a sword. The MC is surprised by the speed with which she obtained it, and after talking with the woman, the MC realizes that he could take this sword to the battlefield in the next simulation. The veteran presents the sword called Ink Ice, which is one of the top 10 weapons in all of Xia. The MC is even more impressed by the blade, and upon taking the sword in hand, says that holding it was like entering a realm of eternal ice, making it a magnificent blade. A system message appears asking whether the MC wants to exchange the celestial level treasure for 30 million energy points. Xing is surprised by the value of this item. The woman says that this blade was sharp, but divine weapons possess a spirit, and therefore it was necessary to gain Ink Ice's recognition, which should take at least several years. However, it does not take long for Ink Ice to already recognize the MC as its master, leaving Kong surprised. Xing asks if he has just entered a state of epiphany. Kong replies that yes, but that she did not expect him to gain the sword's recognition so quickly, since even master swordsmen needed at least several years. The MC thanks her again for having obtained the sword and says that he would make good use of it. As time passes, while the MC takes care of his plants, he says that he was trusting the little spirit and that, therefore, that flower should bloom with the greatest vibrancy possible. Looking at the valley, Xing says that one day he would fill that entire valley with the gathering of spirits. Lying on his bed, the MC updates the simulator to version 3.0 and, after finally finishing, starts the simulation. A purple talent is soon drawn, Descendants of the Mountains. Its seed possesses extraordinary vitality. Its sowing success rate is 100%, and, in old age, as he was destined to have descendants, he would fill his halls. The MC does not like at all seeing that he was considered a breeding stallion rather than the savior of the apocalypse, but he soon changes his mind, since it did not matter anyway, as it was better than nothing, and this talent was probably like a bad luck intermediary, only working in rare situations. In the blessed land of the spiritual field, a new crop of spiritual rice finished growing. While tending the fields, a thought occurs to him. Now Xing needs time to practice his sword, which means he must postpone the end of the world. After bagging much of the harvest, the MC says that he could not consume all that rice alone, but selling it through the Tarot Club could yield funds and strengthen the official power of Xia. The plan was successful, and now the MC thinks about indirectly delaying the arrival of the apocalypse. With the support of the Jin Merchants Guild, the batch of spiritual rice was sold without problems. At first, only practitioners treated it as a delicious supplement, but that changed when a girl bought 4.5 kilograms of spiritual rice, and, a month later, her strength increased by 907 kilograms, successfully advancing to the silver level. Returning to the Adventure Church once again, this time the MC chose to join the church through his sword skill. Ying is impressed with the exquisite swordplay. She welcomes the MC, who immediately recites the code and manages to contact the redhead, saying that she was no longer a little girl. They go to a private place, and Ying says that they would follow the previous plan, then drain the resources of the Adventure Church first, and afterward defect to the Xia army. Xing says that this was the only way to delay the apocalypse. Suddenly, Zong knocks on the door saying that he had a request. The MC is surprised by old Chow showing up at his door this time, so upon receiving him, he asks what would lead him to a personal visit. Cao says that he would like to exchange some spiritual wood. Xing states that in previous simulations he revealed his cards and was quite weak, so this guy simply robbed him. But now, seeing his extraordinary strength, he knows that he must act politely before resorting to force. The MC says that he did not need money, however, asks whether Protector Zong possessed Snowbone Jade Ginseng and, if possible, they could trade for spiritual rice. The man is startled, saying that he did not have that much of the resource. After the Protector leaves, the MC prepares to attack, but thinks of leaving it for another time, since he was about to discover the whereabouts of the Snowbone Jade Ginseng, and old Chow might have the medicinal ingredient, or at the very least should know about it, since his ambitions went beyond that. And taking down old Cao and seizing his inheritance would be wonderful. With the 10,000 miles tracking art active, he no longer needed to worry about finding the old man, but to kill him with a single strike, he still needed to increase his strength, so he begins cultivating with Ying. After the woman consumes the fire-condensing pill, there is a miraculous effect on the spiritual race, and now she was about to advance to the legendary rank. Ying says that this power of the legendary rank makes it feel as if the entire world were at her feet. The MC says that next he would advance to the divine transformation stage, and that, now that he was even stronger, he was prepared for everything. But Cao had already formed a group to increase his power. Seeing this, the MC tells Ying that ever since they planned to kill the Protector, he had not left the house, so he could deduce that there was some secret technique to sense the plan, and, therefore, they could not make a move while they were inside the Adventure Church. The Elder says that even if he knows, according to the rules of the church, he would have to depart on a mission within 3 months. The MC returns to his quarters and begins to meditate even more. Then, when he left the Adventure Church, the opportunity was there, but the old dog was staying more than 100 kilometers away from the church. It seemed that he was testing the waters, as he was more cautious than the MC himself. As 7 days passed, he was circling within less than 100 kilometers of the Adventure Church. But since Xing was a hunter and had more patience than he could imagine, the MC realizes that Zong would run again. After 3 months, Elder Zong finally could not hold back anymore and dared to use a secret technique to flee, crossing kilometers in an instant. The MC, confident, says that with ink ice he believed he would not fail, but upon attacking, he realizes that Cao was coming straight at him instead of running, which frightened him. He soon realizes how it worked. Together with Ying, he remembers that in the previous ambush against old Chow, they stayed together. If that old Chow truly used a secret technique to detect fortune and misfortune, he should calculate that Ying was the one who could completely end him. And now that the woman was not there and he was in front, he likely thought that he was the only one involved in this ambush. And since Cao was willing to fall into the trap, it would not be polite otherwise. But before the MC could do anything, the Protector charges toward Xing, who upon hearing someone call him the Grand Unity of the Sword, is startled to see several swordsmen approaching. Zong controlled multiple blades, saying that there was something interesting there, but that the MC was still far from reaching his level. Xing manages to defend against old Cao's first attack, but even so, he cannot endure it and, after bracing a hand on the ground, asks Cao how he forged that sword. He replies that the blade was made of bone and contained 49 vengeful souls, so a mere novice soul cultivator could not defeat him. The Protector prepares the final blow, but before finishing, Ying appears and manages to knock the sword from Cao's hand, attacking him directly at the neck and protecting the MC. In his home, Xing states that old Cao did not expect this, and that their plan had worked very well. The woman hands the MC the pills taken from Cao's cave. The MC takes the healing pills and recovers his combat power, intending to begin interrogating the protector, but they soon realize that Old Sao had transformed into a puppet, leaving the MC irritated. Ying says that although the substitution technique is powerful, it consumes a great deal of energy, and, while he is injured, it is better to continue pursuing him. With the tracking art, it is easy for the MC to find the old dog Zong's hideout, so he points his sword at him, saying that he knew he would capture him. The man, even when cornered, begins to use his powers, attacking them and saying that he had a trump card. Ying ends up being struck by the protector's attack and tells the MC that that black energy could absorb vital force. Xing says that it was just yin energy from negative souls, and then easily breaks the attack, leaving the protector even more irritated. With his eyes completely changed, he says that he had now forced him to use his maximum strength, but with his defenses broken, Sao's old sect abandons its dignity and directly absorbs all the black energy, making his strength reach the peak of divine transformation. The three begin an insane battle, unleashing attacks together. The MC tells Old Sao that his secret technique would not last long, but that he would hold him down until his energy was exhausted, and it happened exactly as predicted. In 15 minutes, the protector attempts a desperate escape, using the heavenly net ability to lure the MC. Even as Xing escapes the net, Sao continues fleeing and attacking with soul-piercing needles. The protector keeps revealing his hidden trumps, and, whenever he gained the upper hand, the MC faced him head-on, and when he dominated, he would instantly retreat to the blessed land of the spiritual field. After an exhausting day and night of pursuit, Old Sao finally reaches his limit and accepts his fate. In his home, the MC breathes a sigh of relief, saying that, to a mere observer, his heart had been racing, and that Old Sao Zong was truly an incredibly difficult millennia-old monster to take down. Xing says it was a pity that he had burned all his life-saving treasures, and that next time, in the next simulation, he would have to find a way to make him hand them over. The protector begins to beg for his life, but the MC says that the two cultivators claimed that there was no grudge, and that it was more than ridiculous. The MC places the blade at the protector's neck and says that if he were not taken down at that moment, he could be killed at any time. The protector tells Xing to name his price, but the MC says that a veteran cultivator like him should have a mountain of treasures, and that if he handed them over, he might even consider it. Old Sao tells the MC to swear by the heavenly Tao first. Xing raises his hand saying that he swore and, in his home, thinks that the heavenly Tao in that realm would not govern cultivation matters, and that even if he swore, he would not be bound by any worldly contract, and that this old dog would grow senile in his final moments. But he is soon surprised, as the protector offers the storage bag he had carried for 1,000 years, containing more than 10,000 spirit stones. The 10,000 spirit stones are offered, and, although they are not enough to advance to divine transformation, the MC thinks they are sufficient to establish a spirit gathering formation and increase the spiritual energy within the blessed land of the spiritual field. In his home, Xing shouts to run quickly, since this old dog still had a trump card, so he stays alert to his next move. Old Sao concentrates his power and releases it, saying that the MC was trying to deceive him. A huge explosion occurs after Zong concentrates his power into the bag, and he manages to escape again. But sooner than expected, he is struck from behind. Xing lands a blow, saying that he honestly did not expect him to be such a slippery bastard until the end. Although his physical body perished, his spirit endured. Old Sao Zong's nascent soul transforms into a dark shadow, fleeing into the distance. The MC attacks him again using flames, managing to hit him once more and preventing his escape. Zong, before departing, says that he knew Xing was seeking a breakthrough to divine transformation and also knew the location of the Snowbone Jade Ginseng. Even so, the MC says that his storage bag would be in pieces, and that, since some seed might have survived, as everyone knew that Snowbone Jade Ginseng requires extreme cold for storage, he then finishes Old Sao for good, who nevertheless refuses to give up. In his home, the MC says that the protector was very difficult to take down, especially nascent souls. Within the simulation, Ying says that she discovered a damaged jade fragment among the remains of Protector Zong's storage bag. The MC examines it with his spiritual sense and becomes excited upon discovering that it contains a secret technique, the divination of the 8 trigrams. In the dormitory, he says that it was no wonder old Chow could sense danger so easily. It was a pity that only half of it remained. The MC asks the elder if she found anything else. She replies that there was a complete jade fragment, as well as a diary. Xing is surprised to see the diary, as he did not imagine such a person keeping a diary, showing that old Cao had a strange hobby. He then begins to imagine that a diary could contain vital records about the cultivation world, and this information was invaluable. Therefore, he tells the system that he wished to activate the immersive simulation function. Within the simulation, Ying says that she was worried, because if the church realized that old Cao was gone, it might come after them. Immediately, they leave the place, and the MC says that they were not far from the border, and therefore, would go straight to the protection of the Xia authorities. Upon arriving there, they were warmly received by the general, who told them to make themselves at home. The MC goes to a private place and says that now he finally had a bit of peace and would see what secrets Zong had left written. At the age of 33, in the immortal martial era, Zong worked in the fields, met an old immortal, and later joined an immortal sect. Xing remembers that Xia did not have the coordinates of the dungeons for something called the immortal martial era, or the era of the end of the Dharma, and then imagines that old Cao was actually from that dungeon. In the year 2398 of the immortal martial era, the Protector finally reached the Foundation establishment realm, with the hope of longevity in sight. Visiting the neighboring mountain to find the fairy flower, they talked for a long time. The MC, upon reading about this story, says that this woman was for a little chick. In the year 2434 of the immortal martial era, Zong reached the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm, and then went out in search of an opportunity to reach the gold level. Before leaving, he went to see the fairy flower, only to unexpectedly catch her in an illicit affair with his second senior brother. Enraged, he poisoned her, stole her treasures, and betrayed the sect. The MC admits that he did not expect old Cao to have been betrayed before. In fact, he feels a bit of pity for him. In the year 2712 of the immortal martial era, Zong entered the city to buy wine and encountered a beautiful lady. Coveting her, the Protector says that he massacred her husband, killed her father, and enjoyed her for 7 days. In the year 2732 of the immortal martial era, Cao entered a border city and, by chance, secretly obtained the Black Demon Palm. The heavens were on his side, and Zong then massacred the entire city to condense a supreme-grade magic treasure, the Soul Summoning Banner, and mastered the divine power of the Black Demon Palm. Impressed, the MC says that old Zong truly ceased to be human after being betrayed by the fairy flower, completely descending onto a path of darkness. In the year 2963 of the immortal martial era, returning to the sect, the Protector massacred everyone. In the year 3339 of the immortal martial era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grows weaker by the day. Cultivators have no hope of longevity. Zong took an underworld pill and fell into a deep sleep, hoping to prolong his life and seek other opportunities. By the year 5168 of the immortal martial era, the Protector encountered a dragon and joined the Adventist Church, all to seek an opportunity for longevity. Xing realizes that this list was the inventory of old Cao's storage pouch, the jade ginseng, the loquat bone, as well as the three-tailed phoenix grass, soul-forging pills, and the medicinal herbs used to reach the deity transformation realm were all there. The MC says that the Soul Summoning Banner and the Desiccated Bone Sword, all of these were mid-level magic treasures. Zong lived for 2,000 years, and his family fortune was certainly abundant. Xing begins to let out a sinister laugh, saying that all these things would be his in the next simulation. After uncovering old Cao's past, the MC devoted himself to the great cause of improving the strength of Xia's army, so Yuanwu assigned himself a mountain for cultivation among spiritual plants in reality. The MC transplanted 3 spirit-gathering flowers from the blessed land of the spirit field. Xing states that the spiritual energy produced by a spirit-gathering flower could be concentrated into 1 acre of land through a small spirit-gathering array, which was sufficient for spiritual rice. The MC says that if other organisms were mixed in, the spiritual energy would not be sufficient. Yuanwu says that he understood and would guard this spiritual field, as he would not allow even a single intruder to enter. With the presence of Xia's army, his only task, besides refining pills, was to cultivate enough flowers for spirit gathering to accelerate the production of spirit energy and spiritual rice. Soon, the first batch of spiritual rice would be produced. Yuanwu announces that the spiritual rice plan officially began. Each person has a limit of 45 kilograms, while those with exceptional talent could have their limit increased to 90 kilograms at his discretion. Kang was desperately holding people back, telling everyone not to push and assuring that everyone would be able to buy some. In an instant, enhanced practitioners appeared everywhere in Xia, and the MC also became a true national hero. The general says that a total of 20 million pounds of spiritual rice were sold to 1 million practitioners, asking the Tarot Club to compile information on these individuals. Among them, out of 600,000 bronze-level practitioners, a total of 300,000 reached the silver level within 1 month after consuming 100 pounds of spiritual rice, and another 295,000 reached the level within 6 months. Yuanwu says that the combined success rate of the breakthroughs is over 90%. Xing thinks this is not bad at all, seeming that the spiritual rice cultivated in reality was no different from that cultivated in the blessed land of the spirit field. There is hope for the human race. In the next 10 or 20 years, the number of silver and gold level practitioners across the country will definitely double or even increase several times. A larger base of practitioners also means that more Grandmaster practitioners and Celestial Kings will be born, and this is absolutely terrifying for the overall strength of the human race. After the success of the spiritual rice plan, the MC focused on cultivating his spiritual sense. After years of cultivation, his spiritual sense reached 1,000 zhang. Xing led the crowds and began the counterattack against the alien races. By the 25th year, the apocalypse was postponed by a full number of years. The MC, happy, says that the spiritual rice, the pills, and his ascent to the nascent stage made him not think they could endure for so long, showing that his plan worked in the end. But soon, Xing becomes furious, since around 25 years and 3 months, the demon suppression pass was breached. Giant beasts that blot out the sun appear once again, bringing the simulation to an end. Confident, the MC chooses to bring back the spiritual sense of 1,000 zhang and 20 years of experience in pill refining. Immediately, an energy begins to envelop the MC, who happily says that he learned to refine more than 100 types of pills at once. An incredible feeling. The MC begins to test the power of his spiritual sense and, when entering spirit mode, can see Qing buying a portion of pork, leaving Xing surprised, and becomes indignant upon seeing that it really was pork, precisely on the day he did not go to eat. But as he approaches the girl, she tells the lunch lady that she no longer wants to eat because something suddenly happened. Qing runs to her dormitory. When her friends see her arrive, they ask what happened. The MC continues following the girl and, upon realizing that it was the girl's dormitory, quickly retreats. He then only begins to imagine what happened to Qing, who grabs her things and keeps running. Seeing that she went to the bathroom, the MC states that the girl was just menstruating, so he begins to blame himself, saying that he could not see evil in everything. But on the other hand, the distance between the girls' and boys' dormitories is like east and west, yet his spiritual sense reaches it effortlessly. Once he reaches the deity transformation realm, how terrifying will the range of his spiritual sense be? With that, he would be able to monitor the entire city. And since he was the only cultivator among the people of Blue Star, it meant that these practitioners could not detect his spiritual sense. The utility of such a spiritual sense was on another level. Qing, in pain, says that she had been planning Xing for later, but did not know why he was there. The MC, listening, goes crazy, saying that her thoughts are sick. At night, the MC was in the room, waiting for Kang to get ready. He asks why she was taking so long, since he would still have to return to the academy. Using his ability, Xing uses his soul mode to see what Qing was doing, but first stops by the bathroom to check what the senior was doing, and, upon seeing her wearing only a towel, becomes frozen. He realizes that Kang was unsure about which clothes to wear to please him. After a while, the woman comes out saying she is ready. The MC says it was fine, and that not much time had passed. The senior changes the subject, saying that Xing was getting stronger with each meeting. Then she pushes him onto the bed, saying that she had received the pills, so the next step was that he needed to lie down. After the intimate moment, Kang asks why the MC was being so proactive. Fixing the senior's hair, the MC says that he had learned a new technique while she was working. She pushes him onto the bed again, wanting to know the reason for that sudden desire to please her. Xing replies that it was nothing, and that he just wanted to do something for her. Kang says that at least Xing knew his place. In his dormitory, the MC manages to draw a purple talent, seeking luck and avoiding calamities. Xing is protected by fate in the shadows. Misfortune will not reach him, and when encountering unlucky events, he could often turn danger into safety. For example, if an airplane crashed, it would happen that the MC would get stuck in a tree. If a ship sank, he would be rescued by an orca. The MC states that this talent was so powerful that it should have a side effect. Soon, he could see the information that this talent is activated when the host encounters a crisis. Xing begins to think that this ability could be tested on its own. Then, deliberately, he went to an herb shop to buy 2 kilograms of arsenic and swallowed it all. The shop owner was so frightened that he called the police. As a result, the MC had explosive diarrhea. The police brought people from the market supervision department and only discovered that the arsenic had expired, and the shop owner compensated the MC with 500,000. After being relieved, Xing states that he could even profit by seeking death, and this was as expected of a purple talent. It did not take long for him to go to the bank to withdraw money and encounter robbers, but the robbers forgot to load their weapons. Then Xing subdued them in one move and received a Good Citizen award from the city. After that, the MC went swimming in the river and was bitten by a non-venomous snake, and, after verification by the Biological Association, it was determined to be a species of snake extinct for 2,000 years, receiving a significant monetary reward for it. After multiple confirmations, the MC was certain that seeking death could bring him sufficient benefits. Thus, he went to look for Old Cao alone. Immediately, Zong points the bone sword at the MC and asks if he was looking for death. Smiling, Xing replies that yes, he was. His provocation made Cao lose his head. He activated the resentment force of the desiccated bone sword and suffered a backlash. Although he did not obtain all the protective equipment, the MC obtained one of his storage pouches, containing many rare pills. The MC states that he now came to him without any effort and with all the ingredients to reach the deity transformation realm. Xing throws everything into the furnace, saying that it would explode with pills, and that indeed happened, blasting the MC away. Even with his face covered in ashes, he is happy, saying that he has now succeeded. He states that this is the soul forging pill, which will allow him to reach the nascent soul stage and the deity transformation. The MC takes his pill, saying that he could finally reach the transformation realm. Immediately, the MC states that the feeling was comforting. Upon opening his eyes, he begins to wonder why the light had gone out and becomes even more desperate, not knowing why his spirit had fallen asleep again. Then, he begins to gain a golden glow. During the process, Xing says that because he had planted several hectares of spirit-gathering flowers in advance, the consumption of spiritual energy for the divine transformation realm was terrifying. His nascent soul becomes golden and radiant once again, and the MC immediately consumes the second soul-forging pill, beginning the second round of soul forging. The capsule begins to crack, and the MC grows anxious to break it quickly. After the explosion, the MC can see destruction before creation. Now the nascent soul was about to evolve, the first step toward divine transformation, reaching a perfect nascent soul. Xing says that he was now in the middle of the divine transformation step, and that next, he needed to pass the 5 trials and cut off his illusions. The MC becomes irritated, saying that he could not waste this simulation since cutting illusions was not so easy, and therefore he should take care of the necessary matters. To cut off his illusions without distractions, the MC deserts the church with Ying and, as usual, informs Yuan Wu about the plans for refining spirit rice and pills. The Adventist church becomes furious at Xing's betrayal. However, the old dog sect was dead, and with his bonus of seeking fortune and avoiding calamities, they could not touch him. In the 6th year, the strength of the Xia official increases significantly, leaving tens of thousands of pills for Yuan Wu, who begins his cultivation, opening the closed gates to break through. The first test was lust, which leaves him dumbfounded. Then he thinks about turning on a VPN and accessing the internet. The MC considers this slander, since he is a sworn enemy of games and drugs. Xing begins to think about adult content, since he was a sworn enemy of games and drugs. After extensive research, the MC confidently begins the first test. Suddenly, Kong puts her hand on Xing's shoulder and asks if he had time to discuss Buddhism. The MC admits that he never thought Kong would have such a pure side. Xing finds this test easy, since he had seen sensual versions of Kong, operating on the principle that she was his future wife anyway, and that it did not matter when they would finally sleep together. The MC begins to lick the whipped cream that was on the girl's body as she called to him constantly. Dressed as a bunny, Kong says that the MC was wicked. After a while, she puts on a police uniform. The days of happiness were wonderful, and the MC sinks deeper and deeper into them. Xing becomes irritated, not believing that he should become addicted even though he had a wife, until he comes to his senses that this was not reality, but an illusion. Then he begins to tell the girl that she was a sham, and immediately the girl disappears. Xing says that this was the test of lust, terrifying as expected. After some time, the MC says that no matter how much lust tried to tempt him, he could see through the illusion at a single glance. With that, Xing could pass the test of lust, satisfied with his performance, and begins to wonder how the host passed. The MC says that he thought that if Kong were doing roleplay, he should be the monk and she the nun. Test 2 was the test of fear. Xing wonders why he would feel fear, until the test begins, and he sees the world shatter. After a few days, Xing, surprised, tells the MC that the great beast had appeared. He becomes indignant at this, since it was only the 6th year. Xing, seeing the great beast, can also see Kong going into battle against the creature, hearing the veteran's message to help ensure the safety of old Lu. The MC is terrified at the sight, since the great beast kills all loved ones. So, overwhelmed by pain, the MC decides to take revenge, confident that with the strength of his half-step divine transformation, he could definitely injure the beast. But a mere roar from the great beast is enough to rupture his internal organs. On the ground, Xing wondered how this could happen. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, saying that when he realized that no matter how hard he tried, nothing would change. Xing, in his dormitory, wondered if this was his fear. Then he hesitated, and in that moment of hesitation, the great beast swallowed him, filled with intense fear. The current simulation ended, and now the MC understood that hesitation was defeat, and that, therefore, he should face it. Now, Xing chooses the talent of seeking fortune and avoiding calamities, as well as the cultivation base of half-step divine transformation. Immediately, his power began to expand. He thinks this is not bad at all, since his control of spiritual energy was much smoother, and now he could expand or contract this vortex of spiritual energy exactly as he wished. But Xing begins to wonder what else there was, since this did not bring him any other cultivation or insight. The MC can see that these were his memories of overcoming the provocation of lust and the provocation of fear. The 5 trials of divine transformation occur when Xing needs to face his true self within an illusion, overcoming the ego to find his true self and achieve divine transformation. Xing says that thank God for the simulator's tricks, he was able to face these 5 trials alone. Otherwise, he probably would have failed the first. Using his powers to heat the furnace even more, he says that he needed to sell the pills and accumulate equipment, equip energy with a few more simulations, and with that, he would be able to complete the trials fully. 1 week later, Xing says that he will begin the 38th simulation, and upon seeing his talent, he says that it seemed conceptual, like a cloth-like appearance that could modify the perception of people around him. The MC even thinks he could rob a bank without being noticed, and even considers testing this in the simulation. Although he obtained an interesting talent, Xing knows that the purpose of this simulation was to elevate his realm, so he does not test the talent immediately, and instead focuses on his cultivation. In the spiritual field, after some time, the MC feels that something was a little strange. The MC picks up his phone and wonders why Xing did not show up. Giving up, Xing decides to call the girl, who apologizes for leaving without saying goodbye. Without Qing's introduction, the MC uses his memories from previous simulations to find the headquarters of the Adventist church on his own. To demonstrate his strength, the MC deliberately teleports into the middle of the Council of Elders. The MC is dumbfounded since he does not think this is possible, because the church elders were specialists at the same level as grandmasters. Then, he begins to shout that it was a robbery, and everyone becomes desperate without knowing how the MC got in there. But after that display of power, the Adventist church was very satisfied with his strength and welcomed his arrival. However, after the meeting ended, no one arranged a room for Xing, who in his dormitory says that this talent was strong, but the side effects were very obvious and could cause a great disaster at a critical moment. Even so, he thinks that he could loot the treasury since it should be much easier. In the third year, Xing and Ying loot the treasury because of the background character talent, and the people of the church did not even notice his desertion. At the same time, Yuanwu also did not notice that the MC was there to join them. The MC did not expect this reception, since the general would not stop talking about how he was Kang's chosen one. Xing could no longer stand it, and Yuanwu says that he did not know the reason, but continued to subconsciously ignore his existence. To save the world, the MC was forced to enter broken record mode, repeating important information 3 times to prevent others from forgetting. In his dormitory, he says that if there were a test of patience, he would pass it in the blink of an eye. Facing the giant beast, the MC says that this time he would face it, since his fears would be ignored. With the experience from his previous simulation, Xing successfully overcomes the test of fear. In the midst of combat, he says that even if his body perished and his path ended, he would have no regrets, since a real man should die on the battlefield. Xing says that now that he had overcome the test of fear, he no longer feared death. He knew that the next would be the test of greed, so he needed to prepare. The MC returns to the real world due to the successful implementation of the plans for spirit rice and pills, becoming a national hero and winning the love of countless people. Xing says that to everyone who considered him a hero, he now wanted a palace of gold. To overcome the test of greed, the MC had to decide to release the inner malice in his heart. He begins to frantically collect all the treasures he desires, gathering countless rarities into his possession. He could even collect a vast number of legendary weapons just to decorate the walls of his palace. Ying tells the MC that those knights would like to buy some life-sustaining pills, and Xing replies that they were worth 10 million each. In just 1 year, Xing became the richest man in Xia. Having attained unlimited power and wealth, he gradually becomes arrogant. The MC wondered whether the Bailey merchant guilds, if they wanted pills, should sell the guild to the Taro Club. Kang says that the merchant guild had been operating for more than 100 years and was the life's work of a grandmaster. Xing, furious, smashes the table with a single punch. Then he says that it was he who was begging, since he was being merciful by merely giving them a chance to prove themselves. What more did they want? The woman says that she only understood. Gradually, voices of resistance begin to appear in the country. They believe that he is arrogant and greedy, no longer the hero of the human race. Xing says that there is also a group of loyal supporters who believe that, after contributing so much to humanity, he deserved this. The MC says that they were just a bunch of ants. Kang says that she would go to the suppression pass, so she wanted him to find other people to handle the affairs of the Taro Club. Xing becomes irritated, saying that he would not allow her to leave. The woman leaves angrily, saying that she did not need his permission and, moreover, he had become a strange person and she could no longer endure it. The MC was now greedy, arrogant, and irritable. He kept wondering whether he had truly become that kind of person. Then he decides to call Kang, asking for help with one last thing, as he would donate all his money. After some time, the MC donates all his assets and becomes a pauper, with nothing to his name, and also forces himself to remain in the blessed land of the spiritual field. Xing says that after experiencing what it is like to be above all and below none, he truly was not accustomed to this ascetic life. The MC says that he cultivates to dispel all temptations and wayward thoughts. In the 12th year, his heart gradually calms, and the MC becomes increasingly obsessed with his power and desires. Finally, in the 15th year, Xing breaks through to the 3rd stage of the divine strength realm, but upon seeing what truly happened, the MC is surprised, since it had been an illusion and not reality. Xing did not expect his simulator to be so bold, breaking the trial of greed in this way, but these 5 trials of the soul transformation stage were truly unpredictable, and he thinks that if he had not broken through, he probably would have been trapped in that illusion forever. Thus, the trial of greed is considered completed, and his control over spiritual energy becomes much more fluid. Now, Xing was at the test of arrogance and needed to overcome the remaining 2 trials. Within the illusion, he became the king of the most powerful nation in the world. After eating an apple, he says that they were quite sweet and sour. Then he orders that his command be conveyed. From now on, every citizen of the Qing kingdom, from men of 60 years to children of 10 years, should produce apples to serve the king. The people say that although the Qing kingdom is small, it could not survive on apples alone. Xing asks whether he was being questioned, and the man becomes afraid upon seeing what the king was like. To survive, the people of the Qing kingdom unite to revolt against his tyranny. Xing becomes furious and decides to teach this small nation a lesson. Then they attest that they were mere ants and dared to challenge the great king. Countless civilians fall under his blade. The Qing kingdom is now a field of corpses, easily conquered since the nation was weak. Xing, after seeing what he had done, begins to wonder if it had really been him. It does not take long before the MC is stabbed in the back. Even wounded, the MC turns around and asks the man why he betrayed him. His traitorous servant says that he wished to serve a king, not a tyrant who destroys the families of an entire nation. The MC did not believe that he was being a tyrant. Then, on his knees, he says that a single order cost the lives of an entire nation, showing that he truly was arrogant. With this, he manages to pass the test, leaving only the judgment of wrath. Immediately, the MC was taken to the next test. Now he had to overcome it to reach soul transformation. At the same time, Qing tells Xing that she was giving up and that they would not meet again. This leaves the MC surprised, so he says that he would go with her. The girl says that it was better for Xing to worry about not being expelled. Even so, he continues after her. The novice says that with her current strength, following her would lead him to death. Xing begins to think that he was not at the half-step soul transformation stage, then starts to analyze that there was no trace of spiritual energy in his body. So he asks the system what had happened, but without obtaining a response, he becomes furious. Realizing that the system had abandoned him, he refuses to accept it, and then heads to the forest, where he first met Kong, hoping to enter the spiritual field again. Xing finds nothing, and shortly after, receives news of his sister's death. A few years later, he is expelled from school, and at the same time, giant beasts that block out the sun appear. The MC begins to see himself as a useless loser, since he no longer even had the system. But in his dormitory, he shouts to wake up, because all of that was false, since he was inside an illusion. This causes him to awaken within the simulation. Then he stands up again, saying that none of that was real. Immediately, he is removed from that place, and now breathes a sigh of relief, saying that his thoughts in reality could influence his simulations, and that otherwise this test would have been a nightmare to complete. After overcoming the 5 tests, the speed at which his Dantian absorbs spiritual energy increases rapidly, and his nascent soul undergoes a massive transformation. His nascent soul evolves even further, becoming a god of war version of himself. Simultaneously, his divine sense expands to 600 meters, and the entirety of Kyoro Aofra is within his range. Next, the MC needed to incorporate the primordial spirit into the nascent soul. Xing was testing his new power, reaching a level he had never seen before. After it is done, the MC says that even if his physical body is destroyed, as long as his divine sense remains, he will continue to exist in this world. So he thinks that if he finds a suitable vessel, he can be reborn by taking a new body. Xing says that it is no wonder everyone wants to reach the soul transformation stage, because it is practically having a second life. Now, finally, the MC processed all the insights and officially entered the soul transformation stage. The MC, upon seeing the state of the spiritual world, wonders where his flower was, in addition to the spiritual chickens that had returned to normal. Xing, seeing the situation, says that although he is without spirit stones, old Xiaozong still had many, and that in the next simulation, he would exploit them. After reaching the soul transformation stage, the MC takes the initiative to head to the Demon Suppression Pass, the battlefield for killing enemies. Xing, after defeating the monsters, says that he wanted to see how far his soul transformation cultivation could delay the apocalypse. his intrepid spirit inspires the awakened of Great Xia, and through their joint efforts, in year 25 hundreds of legendary monsters invaded the Demon Suppression Pass. Countless human soldiers fell in battle, and giant beasts appeared. Xing thinks this is great, since the apocalypse was successfully delayed by 10 years. With this extra time, the official strength of Great Xia could reach a new level. The MC successfully extracted Soul Transformation Cultivation, level 1, at a cost of 10 million energy. Xing successfully extracted Divine Power Realm Cultivation, level 4, at a cost of 30 million energy. The Divine Power Realm begins to enter its count. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Next, Xing manages to reach Divine Power from Level 1 to Level 4. The MC underwent 3 transformations in total, and his strength was approximately several times greater than before. Xing says that at lower levels, Body Refiners and Chi Refiners each have their strengths. Although Body Refiners have become stronger, Chi Refiners use long-range spells, and ordinary Body Refiners cannot even get close. But now, with the explosive power of the Divine Power Realm, a Body Refiner could directly teach a lesson, and this Chi refinement made his pure strength not inferior to Kong's. The MC was in a divine state and admits that his current range was a little over 3,000 jung. Xing converts all of this into modern units, becoming about 10 kilometers, so the entire city of Kyoto was under his surveillance. Moreover, the MC could also control his divine sense with absolute precision, and within a radius of 30 jang around him, which is roughly 100 meters, he could detect any danger instantly. With this, the MC could prevent almost all assassins and dangers. While hovering over the city, the MC says that he not only crushed Old Dog at the cultivation base level, but now his divine sense was also in no way inferior. Xing can see Qing talking with a stranger in an alley of the city. The hooded man tells the girl that the conditions of the righteous faction were clearly established, and that, therefore, he did not expect to go past the deadline. The MC is surprised to learn that it was at this moment that the girl was summoned. The MC, even in a divine state, stands before the girl, wanting to know what was going on, but since she could not see him, he decides to wait for her to confess. Meanwhile, the MC begins to see more information about the unique hidden class, Gitel, Soul Transformation Stage, Cultivation in the Divine Power Realm, Level 4, a green technique with the talent of Accidental Infantry Sword, Compulsive Eater Mage, True and Dual Spiritual Roots of Fire and Wood, Lehu Fire abilities with a minor achievement, as well as alchemy that triggers a spiritual explosion, in addition to nourishment and a divine sense of 1000 jang. All these benefits came from Ink Ice. In his dormitory, the MC says that a green technique is always good, but it can only support him up to the Great Circle of the Return to Void stage. If he wants to go one step further, he needs to find a new technique. He then quickly remembers that he has dual wood and fire spiritual roots, but the technique he is currently learning is only of the wood element, since he has not yet mastered a fire element technique. Currently, there are 3 ways to obtain a technique. The first is through the dungeons of the Luo Tian Conference, repeatedly using multiple immersive simulations to memorize a technique. Xing says that this consumes a lot of simulation energy and mental effort, in addition to triggering an epiphany. At least a dozen simulations would be required. The second option would be through that old dog song, because as a monster that lived for 2,000 years, he must have a technique that leads to higher levels. The third was to go to the dungeons of the End of Dharma era, since techniques there are probably as common as dirt. After the MC lists all his options, he decides that first he would steal from Old Dog, and then explore the End of Dharma era. But before that, he receives a message from Qing, who wanted to meet him. Upon arriving at the grove, the girl tells the MC that she had lied about some problems recently. After hearing this, Xing believes that she would finally confess, but to his surprise, the novice begins to cry, saying that her mother and father had passed away. Then, desperately, she cries in his arms. The MC begins to wipe her tears and calmly tells her to explain everything. Qing says that her parents were members of the Black Dragon Guild, and that their main job was to explore dungeons to obtain equipment. About half a month ago, due to an intelligence error by the Dragon War, the girl's parents died inside a dungeon. Still crying, the novice says that she should receive compensation, but it was denied. Moreover, The guild demanded that she pay for the items her parents took into the dungeon, claiming they were provided by them. Xing states that he recognizes the name of that guild from somewhere, then remembers that it was when Kong helped him in a simulation, and he had heard about this guild. He then hands 2 million in cash to the girl, along with some dungeon items. This leaves her in disbelief, as it was something very valuable. Even so, the MC asks her to consider it a loan, but asks her not to tell anyone that he gave her this amount. Ching hugs the MC, saying that he was the best. The MC realizes that the novice was definitely not the kind of person who would join an extremist organization that betrays humanity, and that her future involvement with the sect was probably related to the Black Dragon Guild. Xing begins to wonder if there was a connection between the Black Dragon Guild and the nascent sect. In his dormitory, he calls Kong and asks if she knew anyone from that guild, and she replies that she did, but wanted to know the reason. The MC says that he had something to ask, then schedules a time when he could give her that week's medicines, and the veteran arranges a location with Xing. After some time, they meet, and the MC is surprised to see Kong with her new look. Xing asks her to stop trying to test him all the time, as he was there to talk business. The woman says that after he asked that question, she took the initiative and did a simple investigation. She discovered that this guild was scum, and the MC asks her to be specific. The woman explains that the guild first lures professionals to join under the promise of renting high-level items for free, and when they are no longer useful, the guild intentionally assigns them to extremely difficult dungeons. The woman says that after the professionals' deaths, the families do not receive a single cent in pension and are still forced to compensate for the rented items. The MC asks if no one regulates this. Ching replies that the Black Dragon has deep connections, and that the families even caused an uproar, but it ended with nothing happening. Enraged, Xing says that he had to deal with this matter, as he could not let them be so arrogant. The woman, not very pleased, asks if he was doing this for her younger sister. Awkwardly, the MC replies yes. Ching punches the MC, saying that if his younger sister had not been forced by the Black Dragon Guild to sell her own body, she would not have helped. The MC puts ice on his face and states that it was no wonder she was a veteran, and that if she joined the decadent sect in the future, it would make sense. He then says goodbye to the woman, who says that she was first returning to school, and that if there were any movements by the Black Dragon Guild, she would ask to inform him. Ching says that she understood and calls the domineering MC a slave, since all he did was give her orders. At night, the MC continued his investigation, and, as expected of Kong, she truly found the address of the Black Dragon Guild's vault. Then, using his divine ability, he decides to check it, managing to pass through the guards easily. Next, he is impressed by what he sees inside, as there were all white-grade equipment there. Xing asks the system to scan that treasury to see how many pieces of equipment there were, and how much energy they were worth. The MC had to wait some time for the scan, and, half an hour later, it was determined that there were 100 million energy there. The MC begins to celebrate, saying that now he was rich and would not need to worry about energy points for a while. Xing states that it truly was a high-quality exotic metal, and that the Black Dragon Merchant Guild had certainly exploited people over the years. But he soon notices something strange. He then goes to the door and notices that the guards were heavy puppets, which meant there was something even more valuable in that place. The MC manages to strike the puppets easily, leaving them unconscious. It was then that he realized they were being controlled by spiritual energy, and now the question was how the Black Dragon Merchant Guild was able to use that energy. Xing then decides to go deeper to discover what secrets were hidden in that place. The MC is impressed by the treasure, but did not know whether it belonged to the Adventist Church or the Black Dragon Guild. Upon reading the books, he realizes that the guild members neither cultivated nor refined pills. So where did they obtain all those herbs, treasures, and techniques from? Because of that, he needed to take a closer look, since there was definitely a secret hidden there. It does not take long for the MC to find a ledger visible only to his spiritual sense. Upon seeing that artifact, he realizes that it was actually an offering book from the Black Dragon Merchants Guild to the Adventist Church, and that these two organizations were in collusion. Soon, the MC thinks that this was not right, since, in fact, the Black Dragon Merchants Guild was a front organization of the Adventist Church operating in Huaxia. A note falls inside the book. Xing, upon noticing it, picks up the paper and sees that it contained a way to survive the apocalypse and avoid being swallowed by the great beast. In fact, the Adventist Church had told the Black Dragon Merchants Guild the truth about the apocalypse, which made sense. After all, the guild would serve as a front without receiving anything in return. The MC admits that the only way to survive the apocalypse was to escape to the demon realm through the demon suppression pass. He then starts to think that the demons who were sent to that world came from the demon realm. Suddenly, the alarm signal is sounded. The MC, after doing everything he needed to do, laughs, saying that they took a long time to notice since he had lost count of how many times he had looted the treasures of the Adventist Church. He then leaves that place easily. After some time, the MC wanted to know how many energy points he had. The system shows that the host currently has 17 million energy points, and the MC celebrates, saying that he was rich and that the pills and dividends for this week had already been delivered, so he did not know why Kong was calling. When he answers, the woman asks if it had been him who looted the Merchant Guild. Xing does not state that it was him, but wanted more information. The senior says that it did not cause any problem, unlike the MC, who acted recklessly and was being searched for everywhere. Kong says that the Merchant Guild was looking for a martial emperor-level person of unknown gender. Xing is impressed by the amount his head was worth, and, after hanging up the phone, says that it was better to stay within the school gates for now, and even if everything was unknown, it was better to avoid things, since someone might have a tracking item. Because of that, he decides to start a simulation. A system message appears saying that the MC obtained a purple talent called Unshakable Golden Spear, Combat Resistance, greatly increasing anti-censorship. Xing states that, even though it was a dream, it was a disappointing thing, since the apocalypse was not an erotic romance, so an useless talent did not make sense. Knowing that he had to accept the talent, Xing says that he did not care about it, since the objective was to cultivate anyway. So, in this simulation, he would try to escape to the demon realm through the demon suppression passage, and if this path worked, humanity would have another way to overcome the apocalypse. To minimize the chance of being discovered by the Black Dragon Merchant Guild, the MC peacefully meditated in the blessed land of the spiritual field for 1 month. During this time, Kong continued sending him messages. She shouted for Xing to stop hiding, since the Black Dragon Merchant Guild had withdrawn the bounty, and moreover, she needed that week's pills. After meeting with Kong, they exchanged a few greetings and got straight to the point. Xing states that this new talent was incredible, since it allowed him to endure longer, and he even claims that if it were not for the apocalypse, this talent would definitely take him to the peak of life. After they finish, Kong asks what the MC was thinking. Xing replies that he needed her help with something. Thanks to her help, Xing did not need to join the Adventist Church. Therefore, if the MC wanted to contact Ying this time, he would have to find the location of the Adventist Church on his own. He had been blindfolded every time he followed Xing to the Adventist Church, and, if it were not for Kong, he would never have managed to find the way back. The woman asks him to leave it to her, as she would have the information in 3 days. In Shuangqing City, the true location of the Adventist Church is actually in Xuangoing City in the southwestern province. That place was quite far away. Xing, realizing that he did not have any introduction from Qing, was thinking about how he would appear at the Adventist Church in an official capacity until he decided that he could lure them, since ordinary practitioners could not see through his spiritual sense. But high-level members of the Adventist Church would definitely notice him. The MC states that he would not even use his spiritual sense outside Jingdu until he noticed something strange approaching. It was Old Sao, who launches an attack against the MC, who manages to dodge and counterattack using flames. Even though the protector manages to evade the attack, the MC charges forward with his sword, locking into a great battle. The MC manages to disarm Zong and injure him. Old Sao, even while wounded, tells the MC that his cultivation foundation was quite impressive. Xing was surprised to see that it was Zong who was looking for him. The protector claps his hands, telling the MC that even though he was young, he had impressive experience, as he had used the art of possession. Xing had already expected Old Chow to use his mind to think of methods of an evil cultivator, so he replies that he had no chance. The protector immediately tells the MC to wait, as he could invite him to the church he belonged to. Xing pretends to be surprised, as if he had never heard of this church, since he was waiting only for a chance to infiltrate. After hearing old Zong's introduction about the Adventist church, they head to the headquarters. The elders, upon seeing old Sao approach, say that now they could see how eager he was to claim credit by bringing fresh blood to the church, but grabbing a random person from the street would be a bit reckless. The protector becomes indignant, saying that Xing was a powerful specialist who had mastered the art of possession. The MC, hearing this, states that he was screwed and that he would have to pay. Old Zong assigns the MC a sophisticated role, forcing him to produce pills according to his status to gain the trust of the Adventist church. The protector is impressed by the life-sustaining pill, which can extend someone's life by 100 years. Xing, seeing the protector's reaction, says that he understands the subject. Inside, the MC was biting himself, since he had blown up the furnace 99 times just to obtain 2 of those. But for a good reward, the elders, after seeing Xing's talents, accept him into the church, and after joining them, the MC acts like an older brother. Meanwhile, Xing secretly approaches Ying, and in the 3rd year, both steal the treasure again and desert the church. Ying, during the escape, asks the MC if it would not be better for them to try to recruit the protector, since he would be blamed for having summoned him. Cheerfully, Xing replies that that was the idea. As planned by the MC, old Sao was hunted by the church, beginning a life as a fugitive once again. Meanwhile, Xing sang that it was a good day since the protector had received what he deserved. The MC joins the Xia army as usual, and after refining enough pills, heads to the suppression passage. If Xing wanted to reach the demon realm through the passage, he would have to massacre the hordes of beasts and needed to level up as fast as possible. And without thinking, he charges into the attack. But over time, the MC was able to see his shadow in a frightening way, in addition to feeling a great killing intent.